I haven't finished taking my pills yet. I haven't finished taking them. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I'm all over the place. Shut up. Where's my history? And this is and I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Can I just no. I'm not ready. What did he do? Okay. So I watched some stuff offline. And I believe let me recap what I watched online. I watched this DeviantArt thing. That was absolutely insane. I did watch this one. I have nothing to say about this. I did watch Nick's stream, and it was called Bo Black's Brutal Plushy Fail Nuclear Arcade Drama, The Quartercade, and Ethan Klein Got Exposed. I watched what happened with Bo Black's plushie because I was like, what the hell is I know nobody can see the full title. I can because I hovered my mouse over. I'm sorry. Either way, this dude bought an arcade machine when he like needs money for his family, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then Nick had him on the thing, and he was like, yeah, I just got really addicted to it. But I was like, this is interesting. I've never in my life heard of this man. But I was like, okay, cool. And then he gets into the Bo Black stuff, and it's just, oh my goodness. As far and I talked to somebody about this. Let me just say, right? I've been found, right? The two people who have been in my chat who are also in my stream chat. I didn't recognize the profile. The same people. They're the same people. I know those people. I know those two men. They're two men. Psychodot and Chosen Gaming. They appear in my Twitch of different like kind of different names. That's my bad. That's my bad. I've been found. I've been found. I said too much and I got found. It's such a small pill. It's such a small pill, but I like can't exist in life. Oh, oh no. What happened? Oh no. My cat's on the he's screaming. What happened? What's going on? What happened? Why are you crying? I closed the bunnies in the other room because they were like running around and he just jumped up onto the kitchen sink. He's never done that before and it was making like this noise. Are you alright? What happened? What's going on? Trying to get the demons in the kitchen. There's nothing in the kitchen. There's no bugs. Is it something in the room? Do you want me to feed them? All right. So I'm pretty sure Bruce just wanted to be in the closed room with the bunnies, so I just closed him in the room with them. So now, in about a minute, I'm gonna hear him crying in the room because he doesn't want to be in the room anymore. The only reason I closed it was because the bunnies were running around and it's daytime and usually they sleep, but I don't want to like constrict them to the pen since they're having so much fun running around. I'm gonna be a dickhead. Did I not open VC face? VC face. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I didn't open up VC face. Like, I'm such a dickhead. All right. So I took my pills. What was I talking about? Oh my gosh, yeah. So I was familiarizing myself with this stuff at the time of me watching this, and at the time of Nick recording, Boblox had only sold 25 plushies. Literally, I checked it yesterday and it was still 25, and I'm gonna check it again. I did watch Casey Tron, and in the middle, I was watching this with somebody else over Discord. And at one point, it was like she said the N word, and then I was trying to find it, and then I watched this, and then I found her saying it, her being like, I didn't say it, which was so funny. And then there's the Mr. Beast backlash. It was a whole video of Dawg VA and Chris abroad in Japan, and I had no clue. So I've watched them for years, right? Dude, I used to have a huge crush on Dawg VA. I have his merch. I would be so for real. I have his merch. I have the hugest crush on him. I massive crush on Dawg VA. So I still watch his videos, but I don't watch like him live stream. I remember when he started live streaming on Twitch. I was there. I was there when he was live streaming on Twitch, dude. Hello? I should be there. I am. There we go. We're fine. It's about right there. So yeah, and I watch Chris a Journey Across Japan. I watch a lot of his videos because, you know, I like to live vicariously through people who go about Japan, because one day I want to be there, and that's a bummer that it's a bummer that I'm not there. Why can't I be there? Why can't I be there? How is he doing? The thing is, explore campaigns. So let's see what's going on. I keep scrolling through. Kenji's doing very well. I know I had to explain who Kenji was to somebody. Kenji is a VTuber who's using what everybody would say is a white VTuber model, but IRL himself is black. And there was like a huge controversy because I guess he was like he said the N-word over Discord. And he's like, I'm black. Nobody knew that he was black. I was like, what the fuck? I knew right off, dude. I knew. But still, it got into this whole like thing about like, well, you can have a model that's whatever you want, and then people like it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. The big thing about like people using what different color skin color for their models based off of their actual skin is, oh my goodness. Stuff runs deep sometimes. Stuff runs real deep. What do I need this? Oh right, okay, pop up, copy. Let's see if the chat actually works this time. I'm gonna paste it, and then I'm gonna type it. I don't know why it wasn't working the last time I was streaming. Paste. Okay. Now... loosen up your buttons, babe, 'cause you keep running. Say what you gonna do to me. Okay, it's working. Sick. Alright, it's working. I do have to play some Zenless today, but I want to paint the giraffes. What was I doing? Oh my gosh, picture. Some of these people I don't even... But look at the amount of detail on this man's plushie. This is plushie 2.0. Kenji's one of the only people that I recognize, I'm gonna be honest. But look at the amount of detail on this plushie. This is absolutely insane. The level of detail... Dude, I'm still bothered I don't have the Turkey Tom plushie. I would do... Dude, the things I would do to get that plushie. And the thing is, people have it listed on eBay. And I'm like, I was watching Nicholas Diorio talk about it, how Tom had to like buy some of the rest of them, like 50 or so, to finish off the plushies, to get them, you know, so people could actually have them. And I can't even emphasize enough how much I want that plushie, how much I wanna like hound him in the DMs. He has no clue who I am. I'm literally a nobody, right? I'm literally nobody, and I need that plushie. I want to be like, do you have extras? I will pay you money for these. But people have them on eBay, so I'm like, I want to get one on eBay. I'm so bothered. I was thinking about, because I think I talked about this as to why I didn't get it. The first one, I didn't get because I didn't have money at the time. And when he dropped the second one, I was like, oh, this is gonna be so good. I missed the day. I was like, I have time. And then I went, and the campaign was over, and I was like, oh. I was like, why didn't I get the second one? I'm like, there's no way I didn't have $25. It's so, or what, $30? It's so straight. I'm so scared. The thing, I can't just look directly at Boblex. Like, look at the details on this one. This is insane. I wonder why Boblex didn't do as many details. The thing, Jester Bean got the plushie to sell. Does anybody know who this person is, dude? Message from the creator. Say hello to Jester Bean plushie. I could have swore this is the PNG tuber, right? Yes, Jellybean. Yes, Jellybean, the PNG tuber that everybody was dogging on. Tom did a video about this. Yes, this is a person. Isn't this like was it, I say isn't this? Wasn't this a child that like popped off over on TikTok? No, they're doing face cam. Where's the hold up? Let me go to oldest. I know it. I know it when I see it. I know it when I see it. This is Jellybean a year ago. No, 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 no. No, no. Where's the TikTok? Show me the thing. You know what I'm looking for. Everybody knows what I'm looking for. Where is it? Oh my god, what the fuck? What is this? Don't show my face. That's my face, brother. That's my face. I'm dead inside, oldest. Most popular. Hello? Hello? Dude, watch me. I still have to go back in time and blur various things that hint at my actual main stuff. Can I go to most popular here? Jesus, TikTok, bring it up. Jesus, TikTok. Can I like why won't it do it? What's happening? Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Literally, Tom has a video with them like in the thumbnail with their old like look in the photo. I'm so bothered. I'm so bothered. Either way, with all the hate that this person was getting, to then like sell, how many did they sell? Fucking holy shit. Seriously. So I'm astonished, and I'm still so scared to get to please don't. I'm scared. There was another VTuber that I recognized. There was a whole thing about I guess some people want to buy Osu. Osu cookie. The game Osu? That looks like creepy gecko plush. Yeah. I guess some people were gonna buy the plushie and then immediately like refund it in the last like 99 seconds or something. Like there was a thing going around that people were just gonna get it. And I guess he was hoping that H3H would talk about it. Dude, they literally have Nekopara plushies. How? I don't want to see it. I do though. I do. I'm curious. I'm curious. Is it still at 25? It might is it's still at 25. 25 is just so it's weird how it stopped for about like 2 whole days. That was like 48 hours that it stopped at 25 people had bought it. And Nick was the first person to buy it, and I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous to see because it's really sad. But I gotta know, and I just don't want to look it up directly. I just don't know. No. Wait, it went from 14% to wait, it went from 12% to 14. Is it above? Four. That's four, right? Four. H3 Podcast, Bo Black's fans for their support for the first Bo Black's. As far as I know, people bought out this plush so he could buy it. Nicholas Diorino viewer. What? What? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I'm gonna leave this up. I have to. Okay, I'm gonna leave it up now. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna keep it up. I'm just curious over the course of a while. I'm just curious. Dude, I gotta start writing down when I stuff I have to blur. What there's that where not everybody knows what my TikTok is. Frick. I haven't, when was the last time I posted on TikTok? Like fucking a year ago or something? I don't know. Dude, I'm tired of having multiple accounts. It was that thing of like, you gotta oh, what the fuck? We need more processing line. Sorry, I'm in my mobile. I'm in my mobile game. It was that like feeling where it's like you need to be like going on every single account and you need to be posting content everywhere because like if you don't exist, it was a whole spiel. It was a whole thing where I like made a TikTok and I like made the effort to post stuff, but let me just be honest, I did not want to use TikTok. My mom was trying to tell me, she was like, TikTok's gonna pop off, you're gonna want to post stuff, and then I did it, and then when it popped off, I was like, oh, now I have to post stuff because I was like, I really thought it wasn't gonna be that big. Like I really thought it was just gonna be kind of like If you remember, like, I think it's called Storyfire. I really thought like it wasn't gonna be that big of a deal. I was like, yeah, TikTok, whatever. I'm not gonna post on anything. Nothing's gonna happen. Dude, I need to stop. Like, I really think why is it that when I think something's gonna be big, it isn't, and when I think something isn't gonna be big, it is? Like, I cannot gauge the public opinion at all. I suck at it, dude. I suck at this. But either way, alright. Either way, you know, so, we had the worst soy boy on YouTube. Tom Dark came out with a video. I think this is just an update video, no fans. I think it's just like a sum up of the live stream that he said he was gonna do. And then there's the Tom Dark situation, just says it's over. I'm scared. I don't want it to be over. Can it not be over? Please, can it not be over? I don't want this. I can't emphasize enough how much I do not want this to happen. I don't want this to happen. But, we're gonna watch that one first. This is my history. Do I have everything? That's my history. No, please.
Hello, my name is
No! It's over. He just disappears. He just disappears from time and space.
Tom, and today we're doing a question and answer video. Been a little while since I did one of these, but people seem to like it back in the day when I did it more often, around a year ago, and I thought maybe I would weigh in a little bit, connect with the audience parasocially, and grow that connection, that bond, just a little bit more. Because let's be honest, how else can I manipulate you guys into buying the things I'm selling to you unless you feel parasocially attached to me? I've got a question. How can you live with yourself after what you did? That man had a family, Tom. At the end of the day, we all make our choices in life. Maybe he shouldn't have done what he did to me in the form of leaving a mean comment if he didn't want me to post a picture of his house on my Twitter account and then get my followers to harass him, enter his home, and then destroy his family. So maybe he should have thought about his family before he said what he said about me, as in calling me gay online. Are you circumcised? What's the ball to shaft ratio?
Excuse me.
We've all seen the pictures. What do you want me to say? Was Destiny
circumcised?
Pictures? No. Be honest, Tom. How good was Destiny's head? Scale of 1 to 10. 4. What's your favorite position? Anything that goes in my butt.
This is a troll. I thought it was like a serious. This is such a troll. It's such a troll, dude. It's such a troll. No. Oh no.
I'm gooning.
Why is
What videos do you like to watch during your downtime? Lately, I've been getting back into my soy phase, all right? Back in the day when I was younger, I was a very big Batman fan, and I just stopped dedicating as much time to my soy interests as my YouTube channel grew, but lately I've been spending a lot more time on it, so honestly, lately I've been watching lore videos about the Batman Arkham games. I've also just been watching a lot of the DC animated movies, like I watched The Long Halloween recently. Parts 1 and 2 were great. I'm pretty sure I'd already seen The Dark Knight Returns quite a while ago, maybe sometime around early high school, but I watched the movie again, and it was great, so that's what I've been doing lately. Would you ever consider branching out into more consistent IRL content rather than once every few months? Your videos at the FurryCon and with the dog girl were magical. After showing it to some friends who had never seen you, it won them over with your sincerity and respectful interest in the subjects. The thing with the IRL channel is it's a lot of fun, and I really like doing it when I get around to it, but the main problem right now is just I traveled a lot for those videos over the last year, and in the end, a lot of the videos I filmed, because I didn't plan them carefully enough, honestly aren't even going to make it to the channel, because the footage that came out wasn't that great. And on top of that, I've spent a lot of money on that channel, and I've made $0 from it to this day, so that's kind of the unfortunate.
I do want to point out, I was gonna eat breakfast. I still haven't finished that bar or the end of that one, and I've brought another bar into the area. I'm like increasing how many bars I have in my vicinity. I don't know why I brought in another one. I need all of these bars. I have to finish these. I'm gonna finish them.
Situation I'm in right now where I really like doing it, but you know, it's kind of like not really my job. My job is really the other channels at this point, and that's kind of like a side passion project. It would be nice to dedicate more time to it next year, and I do have plans for videos that I want to do, and I've talked to some big content creators about doing videos with them, and they seem very down, but right now it's just a matter of kind of getting back to my roots and
back to your roots.
hamming in on the consistency with the channels that really work, which would be Turkey Tom, Tom Dark Live. And if that stuff keeps going well, then I can probably dedicate a little more time in 2025 to making those videos the best they can possibly be and having fun with it, and hopefully in the end getting some major returns off of it as well. When will you put down the Zins? Funny you mentioned that, because I've actually got 2 of them right here.
Oh my god. Yeah, I need to fix, what is going on? Hold on. There we go. Nope, I'm looking dead at you. I'm looking dead at you. There should be no turning. There should be no turning. I'm looking directly at the camera. And then I go this way. Nope. Nope, that's not. I'm looking dead at the camera. I'm looking full on at it. I'm looking dead on, and she's tilted. She's tilted. Where is she going? Why is she tilted? Why are you tilted? Ma'am? Ma'am? Alright, did it fix it? Ah, frick. Close enough.
Yeah, every other day I buy 2 of these guys and that's it. Go through about 1 tin of Zins a day. And that's obviously it's not a good thing. It's not shocking for me to say that nicotine is a bad addiction. It is a little better than smoking cigarettes, which is what I was doing before. But right now I'm 22. Ew. I'm planning to quit Zins entirely by my 23rd birthday. It is kind of an addict's cope where I'm like, oh, I'll quit in the future. But once I get there, I'm not going to want to quit. Obviously, who knows? I'll make some new excuse. But I'm trying to hammer it into my mind that by the age of 23 years old in August of 2025, I can no longer have any nicotine and I need to switch over to some other thing. I don't know what it's going to be at that point because I feel like I always have to have something that I'm addicted to. Right now, it's definitely caffeine.
Ooh, man should get the gum. I tried to get, I got some gum recently and then I think my mom took it. Like we didn't, like my mom and I started to get groceries together. So sometimes we don't really separate our groceries. Like, you know, some of my stuff lands at her place. But they had at Walmart, it was like discount, it was caffeine gum. Man should get some of that caffeine gum. I wanted to try it, and I wanted to see how good it was, but, like, dude, he should get some of that.
And nicotine, but you know, hopefully it doesn't turn into something worse at that point in time. Ideally, I think what I would do is probably just replace the Zins with like diet soda, which is not a great alternative, but I think it's probably slightly better to be drinking a Diet Coke or maybe even 2 Diet Cokes every day rather than doing a bunch of Zins. But yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really know. I don't have a great plan for it. I am hopelessly addicted to this substance. I love it so much.
It's crazy.
And at this point,
these are like genuine answers,
my life,
and the
so
first
hopefully at
couple
some
were
point
not.
I'll
Like,
stop that. That'll be good.
These
What kind
genuine.
of consideration goes into what content you make? Are there topics you didn't cover that you wanted to? And if so, what's one that pops into mind? There's basically 2 factors of consideration that really go into me making a video. First off is, am I interested enough in it to make the content good? And secondly, is it content that people want to see? And I try to find a healthy middle ground between these topics with everything I cover. Sometimes I'll hit the mark too much in one direction where I won't give a fuck about what I'm talking about, but the video is going to get a bunch of views, so I'm going to make it. And at other times, it's
Honestly, I'm answering this question. Forget what Tom is saying. I'm answering this question. For me, I really tried going off of like what people wanted to see. Like there was a certain time where I was trying to like gauge on what like a popular topic was or like a popular anime thing. And I was like, I really need to capitalize off of this. And the thing is, I feel like a lot of people do that really well. Like when it comes to cosplayers who you see cosplay like the newest great character, and I want to be like, are they actually interested in the show, or is it because it's a popular thing? You know? Like, do you actually like the show, or is it because you just want to, like, you know, do the sexy cosplay and then get out? Because that's what everybody wants to see. The hard thing is that, like, it really just made me extremely unhappy. It made me extremely unhappy that I was trying to, like, capitalize off of, like, the next cool thing. I just can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I find no joy in that. I find joy in watching the next big thing, but I can't, like, create, like, oh, wow, this is the next big thing. I hate it. I really hate it. But when it comes to doing stuff that I actually really like doing, that necessarily isn't the most popular thing. So, that's my bad. Because, you know, it's not popular. You know, nobody, you know, you get, like, more niche and more niche and more niche of an audience, like, the more you kind of condense down the stuff that you like. So, eventually, I was just kind of like, brother, this is real. This is me. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be now. I am where I'm supposed to be. I really am.
it's a calculation where the video is not going to get that many views, but I delude myself into thinking it can because I like the topic so much. But usually what I have found is that if I'm interested enough in something and do a good job of covering it, of talking about it, then ultimately the video will do well regardless because my passion will shine through in the effort I put into the content. As far as specific topics that I haven't covered that I'd like to, there's definitely some true crime stuff that I'm planning to do next year. For example, I want to do a video about Elliot Rodger. I want to do a video about the individual who
Elliot
a lot of people on Twitter are praising right
Crimes.
now. You know,
Can we get
girls want
Coffee
to
House
be with
Crimes,
him, guys
brother?
want to be him. I think that Luigi guy would be an interesting subject. And another one would be more, I guess, like quote-unquote celebrity lolcows, but they're not really lolcows. Just people who have really interesting lives, who are maybe devious or maybe not so devious, that just would be really interesting subjects for main channel videos. A few names that come to mind would be Vince McMahon and Marlon Brando. So I'll probably do videos about those guys at some point in the future. I think they would be great. We've got LPC, the guy who
where's my thing? Vince McMahon. Has anybody... I can't. I feel really bad about this. I gotta feel really bad about this. Tom, okay, I gotta compare it. Tom went off on an entire rant in the Casey-tron video about, like, was it the Casey-tron one? No, it was in the dawg VA abroad in Japan, where they were talking about how, like, Logan Paul tased a dead rat, and he was like, I don't really care about that, and everybody in the chat was like, oh my god, I do care about that. I think that's disgusting. Either way, comparison. My thing is, the thing I'm about to say isn't that bad, so you can't be upset with me. Has anybody seen that Vince McMahon video where he, like, tore, what did he tear his lats or something? He's mad. Like, he tries to get up into the ring, and he's just sitting there. And I have shown this video to so many people, and yet nobody thinks it's as funny as I do. I think it's hilarious. What did he do? He did something.
Hello, my name is...
I'm sorry. Oh! It scared me. It scared me, brother. Okay, Vince, what happened to him? Vince McMahon crying, tears both quads. It's not funny. It's not funny. Vince McMahon shreds his quad. It's so hilarious. This is one of those videos that I'm afraid of. This is one of those videos where it's like, I really wanted to do, I've only ever done it once, where it's like a try not to laugh, where like, if I laugh, the stream ends or something. If somebody sent this video, I would be absolutely done. I don't get why it's so funny. He comes out, and he's absolutely pissed, right? And then he tries to jump into the ring, because he's about to, like point at people and get angry, and then he's just sitting there because he wrecked it. I'm sorry, I'm laughing thinking about it. He's so pissed. Oh yeah, get in there.
Holy shit! My legs! I can't feel my legs!
Mr. McMahon, are you okay?
My legs have betrayed me!
He's just he's thinking about his life. He's thinking about his life. He got it, and it looked like it hurt so bad. And everybody's talking to he falls like a fucking chair. Oh my god, I'm in tears. It's so funny to me. It's so funny. And it's I can't. I'm sorry. I gotta wipe my tears away. It's so funny. It's so stupid. He came out with such a passion. Just to, like, eat it. He did a really good job getting it. Sitting there. I can't live my life.
turtle from eating scented candles, and he just says,
Oh my
"Hey
God.
Alexa, open Google search bar." Thank God I don't have one of those demons in my house. How was meeting Wavy Web Surf at VidCon? I didn't expect you guys to meet up. I've actually been friends with Wavy Web Surf for a very long time.
Okay,
Around the time that I
good.
started getting a little bit of attention on YouTube, I became friends with him, Willie Mac Show, Justin Wang, a few other creators, and over time I kind of watched every one of us slowly get to a point where we were actually able to consistently do YouTube and make it our full-time job, which was really cool. But yeah, Wavy is a great guy. I've known him for a long time. He's one of the most stand-up guys in this, I don't know, genre of YouTube, whatever you want to call it, video essays, commentary videos. I'm personally a big fan of his content, and on top of that, it's great because he is a great guy behind the scenes, and yeah, I love the guy to death. No joke, no irony here. He's awesome. This video is brought to you by GamerSupps, the best energy drink to ever be created in the history of mankind, in the history of the Roman Empire, in the history of the American Empire ever.
Talk about the
it's got
waifu
zero
cups.
sugar, it's got zero
Waifu
carbs, it's less than
cups.
1 calorie, so
What?
you won't turn into Boogie 2988 when you
Waifu.
drink it. And
I
on
wish I
top
had
of
my
that,
own
it is
waifu
much
cup one day.
cheaper than soda
I like
and
the
other
waifu
energy
cups.
drinks. It is the best way to go. And most importantly, because who cares about any of that, right? It's delicious. It's fire. I've been drinking this lean flavor a lot, all right? It tastes really good. I'm personally a big fan of it. But if there are other flavors that you are partial to, they have something for everyone. Really helps me get through
I've
those
seen the
long
Shy
editing
Lily drop.
sessions
That
and
one
streaming
went hard.
sessions when I need my energy
And then they
levels to
did,
be
oh my
up,
gosh, they had a
tip-top,
Hatsune
on
Miku
top.
one, and I
Helps
wanted
me
to
out a
get the
lot.
Miku one.
And right now,
And
they're
the
running
Genshin
a
Impact
Christmas
one.
sale. With
I
every tub
didn't.
you purchase, you will get a free gift. That's right, a free gift with every tub you purchase. There are multiple tiers to this whole thing. First tub, you'll get a waifu or a pixel cup. With 2 tubs, you'll get a free shirt. With 3 of them, you'll get a sock. If you buy enough tubs, you can even
sock
get a
for
Christmas
Christmas?
sweater. Okay, why would you not want to wear this? Be
sweater.
honest, you want to wear it. There's no reason not to buy GamerSupps right now. So use my code TOM, gamersupps.gg/Tom.
Dude, I had to explain it to my mom, right? Because somebody had gotten the merch, right? They were wearing a hoodie out in public. And I saw them. And this was such a hot minute ago. And I was like, look at their hoodie. And she's like, what? And she goes, is that like an anime or something? And I go, no. So I basically explained to her the whole thing about VTubers and about how he was basically out wearing the merch of like the VTuber, like Ahigo, you know, like double titted up lady. And I'm like, he's not only outing himself for liking VTubers, but also liking gamers. Like, it's not, it was a very niche specific thing. Like, you know, some people are really proud to wear YouTuber merch and stuff like that, but I never see it out in public. You can see it at anime conventions and stuff. You see it in those, like, enclosed events and spaces. But I mean, like, we were at a gas station. And I was like, I've never in my life, like, he outed himself. And I was like, should I go say something to him? Because I know what's happening. I was also on the bus, and I was sitting behind somebody who had a Cinder Wolf wallpaper, and I also wanted to say something because I saw the VTuber thing, and I was like, I should say something. I wonder if people see me out wearing my freaking anime graphic tees, and they're like, should I say something? I don't, because I wouldn't want somebody to say something to me. I'm scared.
For 10% off your order on top of this Christmas sale that's going on right now. You don't want to miss it. You're going to want to get in there right now and give me money.
Merry Christmas.
I want it. Thank you. What does the gym progress look like, bro? I feel like it looks pretty good. All right. I've been working on it. All right. I've been pretty consistent with it. I have plateaued a little.
I can't look at talk because I'm gonna get out of pocket. I literally talked about I was gonna stop talking about how cute you. I can't get out of pocket, dude. I don't remember Tom like this. Mans is getting jacked off on the side. Hidden.
A little bit at this point, but I think I honestly did a little
Sir,
bit of
stop!
overtraining.
Did you guys?
I
Okay.
went to the gym.
Did anybody see those streams? Or I remember being in those streams. There were a couple of streams where people would like pay Tom to show his abs. It was so funny. Like, it became like a Twitch kind of thing where they would pay girls to like take items of clothing. It was so funny. And Tom was like, I'm gonna stop doing it. It looked like he felt kind of uncomfortable at one point. He was like, you guys need to stop. Everybody was really thirsty. It's so funny. He would just, if people would pay him to take his shirt off, it was so funny.
A little too much, which, you know, sounds like a humble brag, but it's actually real. I think I've been going a little bit too much this year, and it's been preventing me from putting a lot of weight on. So right now,
I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say it. I was gonna comment. I'm not gonna say it.
Now
Never
I'm
mind.
like
Nope, I'm not gonna
185,
say
and I've
anything.
kind of plateaued around that, you know, struggling weight of like 182 to 187. I've been unable to break the 190 thing. At one point, I got up to like 188 pounds one day that I ate a lot of food, but then I wasn't able to really maintain it. So
Dude, I
I'm
would love
hoping
to weigh
that,
the
you know,
same
in
amount as
2025,
Tom.
I'll be able to get up to like 195 or 200 and just be an.
I'm eating food. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. I would love to weigh the same amount as Tom. I think I mentioned before that I had gained so much weight. I was honestly a bit over Tom's weight before I had started my new medication, and I gained like 50 pounds. I didn't talk about that. My mom got me like an exercise equipment thing for Christmas. So I was thinking for New Year's we could do exercise where instead of like the top down, you see like me on the exercise machine. It's like a treadmill, like walking pad or whatever. But I was thinking we can do that, and like for certain things, like I could raise the speed of it. I'm still trying to figure that out. I was thinking that like I don't like looking at the viewers. I really don't like looking if somebody comes in. But I was thinking of basing it off of that, like at a certain point, if I ever have like, let's say 2 or 3 people watching, that I would up the speed by the amount of like people were and then I would continue to do that. But for now I was just mess around and do whatever. I'll just mess around and do whatever speed I want to. But seriously, I would love to be Tom's weight. And I'm so upset with how much weight I was talking to my doctor because I went through a couple of different medications in an attempt to lose the weight because I had gained so much weight where I'm still in the state of I'm eating as much as I was back when I was like a little over Tom's weight, right? I'm eating as much as I was before. So I'm not increasing. I'm not increasing the amount I'm eating, right? It's not like I'm eating, okay, I did show that I ate like that entire bowl of cereal. It's just a side effect of medication and not being hungry, and then suddenly I'm like, I haven't eaten all day, I'm super hungry. Either way, in the grand scheme of how much I am eating over the course of the entire day, I'm not eating enough to even maintain the weight that I currently have. It's like a strange anomaly. Although I did start taking a new medication, so I have stopped gaining weight. I think. Oh my god, let me go weigh myself. I'm so scared now. Last time I checked, I had stopped gaining. But like, I swear to God, if I am still gaining. I'm checking. It's not looking good. Yeah. All right, I just checked. So in the process of everything, I have stopped gaining at the speed I was. Like, it was literally like over the time span of like a month, I had gained 30 pounds. It was insane. It was insane. So in switching all of the medication, it has slowed down the process of me gaining weight, the side effect that I've had to the medication, which is just unbelievable. Either way, though, now that I'm going into like halting it, it's so close to stopping. Like, I'm still fluctuating between like a good 6 pounds. Like, I haven't fully stopped, or I have gone to a losing state, but it doesn't seem like I fully halted. It's like kind of like a little bit strange, but I'm so close. Like, it is slowing down. It's slowing down immensely, which I'm so excited about. But now I'm like, sis, I gotta kick it up. Like, get that shit back down, because I feel disgusting. I feel disgusting. I'm gonna be completely honest. I was talking to somebody about this offline, and I was like, dude, I feel nasty. Like, I'm the fattest fat. And they were like, you're not fat. You're not fat. I'm very dense. Okay, it's not like my measurements have changed that much. My measurements have changed maybe like an inch or two over the course of this, but it's just I'm very dense. I've always been extremely dense, where I weigh a lot more than I look like I weigh. Like, if you look at me, you would guess my weight, and I guaranteed I weigh 30 more pounds than what you think I weigh visually. I'm a very dense human being. It's just a lot of like unused muscle, honestly. I'm just thick. Can I just be honest? I'm thick. Can I say I'm big boned? Is that okay? That's such a stupid thing to say. I'm big boned. I'm not fat. I'm Cartman. I'm big boned. No, I honestly I think it's just because of my height. It's because of my height. I have very broad shoulders and I have a very where's the game? Where's the game? I have a very wide pelvis. I have a very wide pelvis. It's kind of insane. Because when I was in that spot where I was losing weight, I could see my rib cage. Like, I could see it, but I was like, wow, I have a massive fucking rib cage. Like, I mean, like, I have just a very large bone structure, but yet I was like, damn, I still weigh a lot. Like, I can feel, like, the, you know, what is a pelvis shaped like? It's shaped like this, you know, like a pelvis, and then there's like those bones at the top. So on the front of me, I could feel those like bones through my skin, right at the bottom, like under your belly button, above your thighs, like that bone. Like I could feel that, and I was like, oh damn, like that bone is like kind of displaying itself to the world, you know. So I was like, there's only so much I can go down to be like a healthy, you know. So what's kind of a bummer is that if I don't want to go all like bones and stuff, I would still need to be, for the BMI of my height, I would still technically be overweight. But I don't know. I haven't gotten to it. I've never figured out how to like replace the muscle or how to like replace the muscle with fat, because muscle is heavier than fat. I've never gotten to the stage where I can like deplete the amount of like muscle tissue I have. This is such a weird thing. I'm sorry.
An absolute beast, but I think I'm going to have to change the workouts up a little bit. I'm going to have to go every other day instead of going like 5-6 days a week, basically. I know I joke about the parasocial stuff a lot, and I also talk about how I don't want to have too close of a connection to the audience, which is true. But I will say one thing that does warm my heart a little bit is to see that since I started going to the gym and it became a big deal for me in the past 2 years, I've seen a lot of people commenting that they started going to the gym as well and having good progress. And that is good to see, that people saw what I was doing and decided that it would be good for them too. So that is one of the things where I'll be like, okay, that makes me glad to see that I get emails from people being like, I started going to the gym. It's good. It's good. It makes me happy. Why are you coming to my house every 14th of the month at 2:43 a.m. to try and come in? And are you related to the creature that comes out of the woods in the particularly dark nights? I don't know anything about that, but if I did, I would say that if you're still gooning after I told you to stop, then it's very likely that some kind of demonic force could be harassing you in an effort to get you to
start gooning.
So maybe if you were to just stop gooning for 10 minutes, maybe you'd finally stop being visited by the demon. On the other hand, if you want to go deeper into the goon hole, that's all up to you, but I wouldn't be surprised if Pinhead from Hellraiser comes out of your floor and decides to torture you to goon death. It is what it is.
Who you calling Pinhead?
Primink just says the word gay. No, you.
Primink!
I've learned over the years watching how we're almost the same age, and I've always wondered what you plan on doing once you've reached the settling down age. Whatever you think that may be for you, because I would find it hard for myself to do YouTube and take care of my family, though obviously you would have better experience knowing how that would go since you already do the YouTube part. And it may sound super parasocial, but I wouldn't mind in the future seeing you eventually leave the platform happy with everything you've done. The thing is, I really like YouTube, so it's hard for me to imagine myself leaving YouTube entirely, but I will say I do have plans to start a family probably by the age of 30. I would like to, you know, settle down, have a wife, have a bunch of kids. I think that'd be cool for sure. I think that it would bring a lot of meaning to my life. I know it brought meaning to my dad's life, and he's always talked about how having kids is one of the best decisions he's ever made. So, if not the best one. So I think that is something that I want to do in the future for sure. But when I do it, I probably won't tell anyone on YouTube about it. You'll probably never know. Diesel Patches just says delete your channel. You know, frankly, I think the harassment from Diesel Patches needs to stop. I've endured a lot of trauma throughout the past few months from him harassing me, bullying me, calling me stupid, calling me cringe, and based on that kind of metric, I think that I'm probably entitled to some kind of reparations. You know, if you look at the pigment of my skin, I think it's clear that I deserve something in that vein. So
unfortunately, Turkey Tom sucks eggs, so that's a -15 penalty for him.
What do you mean I suck eggs? I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know when I'm going to, you know, go through with trying to request some kind of reparation through this United States Supreme Court, but when it does happen, I'm glad that he's still contributing to the harassment fund so I can have a good case against him. What is your favorite movie? It's hard to say. There's a lot of movies I really, really like. Probably The Social Network is up there. I know that's kind of a cringe answer.
God. I have never finished The Social Network. I'm gonna be so honest. I have never finished that. I fucking hate that movie. Okay. I feel like it's kind of harsh to say that I hate it. Even though I've never finished it, I don't know what was happening, but I can't get through the movie. I've tried to watch the movie twice, and for some reason, I can't get through it. Like, the amount of the cringe I feel through the screen, and, like, the awkwardness is so hard. It's so hard to watch the movie. I can't. I think how far do I get through the movie? Dude, okay, so the first time I got when the dude, I believe where is he? He's at a party, right? And he's talking to a bunch of girls, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is so cringe, I can't get through this. And then the second time I made it past that, and then I was like, the cringe doesn't stop. And I'll go, maybe it's just the party scene that's like really awkward and weird. Maybe it's just me. I think I can get through this. Like, let me try to like keep going. I couldn't. The thing is, that's my own volition. I have a weird curse with the first Harry Potter movie where I can never finish that movie. I have shockingly seen all of the Harry Potter movies in some way or form, not of my own will. But for some reason, I have never, ever finished the first Harry Potter movie. Everybody talks about how great it is. Everybody talks about how amazing it is. I have a curse, right? Every sleepover the movie was played, somebody throws up, somebody's parents start fighting, somebody needs to go home, somebody gets in trouble, right? I'm hanging out with my family, something happens, we need to leave, somebody needs to go to the hospital. Like, for some reason, it's just a wild curse that I cannot finish the first Harry Potter movie. And I'm so afraid to start it alone because I'm afraid something's gonna happen to me. You know? I don't want something to happen to me alone, you know? I don't want that.
I think a lot of people see that as like a male manipulator movie, which I am a manipulative male for sure. There's no doubt about it. That being said, I do think that David Fincher, a lot of his stuff is really good. I think that my top few movies have kind of oscillated between The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I really, really like that movie, and a few others. Did I ever think I'd be doing YouTube as a full-time job? No, not early on. Once I was in college and I realized how much I hated college, I decided basically that was the only option for me. To be honest, no. When I started YouTube, I would sometimes make videos when I was younger in high school, and I would talk about how I never thought YouTube would be my full-time job, and it wasn't something I was aspiring to. In my mind, it would always be kind of in the background, but now that I'm in that position, it's certainly not something I have any complaints about in a major way. Have you ever thought about a more personal channel where you just talk about regular life stuff? I love the honest conversation era on Tom Dark Live we had for a little bit there, where you just rambled on about shit that wasn't drama. Could call it Tom Talks or something equally as gay. I think I've got enough channels at this point. I think probably I don't need to make another channel, but I definitely, do like having, more candid conversations with the audience now and then, but it's not something I'm gonna force. It's not something I'm gonna force on the audience. I'm not gonna like make a new channel for it. I'm not gonna like go out of my way to do it, but if it happens, it happens. And if you watch the live streams on the Tom Dark Live channel, and if you're a member, there are definitely more personal conversations that I have with the audience now and then, where I just talk about, random life shit, or I talk about whatever's on my mind, and that's kind of the place for that kind of content, I think, the live streams. Where do you see yourself 10 years from now? Probably right here, but hopefully with a lot more money and a faster car. What is your opinion on life right now in general? Honestly, it's pretty good. I'm tired. I'll be honest. I am tired. Not like I need to sleep right now. I'm just tired, as in I definitely feel a little bit burnt out, just to an extent, a little bit. But it's one of those things where I would rather just push through and kind of slowly acclimate my life a little bit to make it easier to deal with the quote-unquote burnout, rather than take some like 3-month-long break, because I always thought that was cringe, a cringe thing YouTubers do. So lately what I've been doing is I have been playing Batman on my Xbox. That's what I've been doing. This game is really great. Batman Arkham Asylum, all right, one of the best games ever made, I would argue, but also maybe not. Maybe it's not that good, but I think it's really good. I really like it. I like Batman.
Flipped?
I think the gameplay is great. The combat is great.
Flipped.
The mystery solving.
What does that mean? Does that mean the tree is on this side? Is this camera? It's flipped. I can't express the level of disgust I feel. He's living on a different plane than what I'm used to. That's so disgusting. His camera's flipped. Ew. Why did he flip it? Why did he flip it? Why does he want it like that? Wait, does that mean that his face is...
Aspects of it are a lot of fun.
What? Wait, does that mean that that his face is, his whole face is his shirt flipped? Did I not notice that? Oh my god! Everything's flipped! Everything's flipped. Oh, ew. Oh, ew. Hold on. Can I get a photo of him? No, that looks like it's flipped. No, wait. No, wait. Yeah! No, wait, yeah! Yeah, because that mark on his face is right there, right? It's not that one, it's the one that's closer to his mouth. Oh, ew, it's all flipped. I'm so threatened. I'm so threatened by that. Oh, ugh. I hate that. I hate that so much. I know it's so weird. I make great points to not flip my camera to make sure that I'm looking in the right direction. Like when I was doing face cam stuff, I made it a point to like place certain screens over to the side. That way, like, see, that's why I hate that I'm looking over here, right? Because the video's over here. So when I look up, it kind of shows me like more dead center. When the camera's right here, I'm looking at the camera, but the thing is over there. Oh, so I gave up today. I honestly gave up on that. Let's just be for real. I gave up on that. Either way though, I wanted to like make sure that if my monitor had the thing over here, that my body was tilted and looking towards the open room. Like that's, okay, this is beef I have with fucking Moist Critical. Because like people were like, oh wow, he has great stream. Manda's always like this. Always like this on the side of the screen. When everything's over here. Everything's over here. And I want to be like, brother, just flip the camera. Like at that point, then just flip the camera. If you're that much of at an angle, you know, flip the camera. I wonder if he ever flipped it. I wasn't there for that. This I'm shook about. I'm shook about it. He's on another plane.
And it holds your hand enough that people with Down syndrome like me can actually play the game and get something out of it. During your streams, I hear
But
your
now I'm
cheeks
bothered
jiggle
now that
and
I
clap
pointed
very
it out. I wanna
often.
fix
You have
it.
a cheek clenching technique you use, or is it natural? It's all natural, okay? But I will say, doing the good girl, bad girl machines at the gym have definitely enhanced my clapping abilities. What would you do if YouTube hits its downpour? What would be a job you would go for? Sorry for my English. Yeah, obviously, you know, I don't like people who don't speak English, foreigners, not really my thing, but based on the fact that you watch my videos, I'll give you a pass this one time. To be honest, if everything somehow didn't work out, I would probably just join the army or something. I don't know.
Good riddance. I wish you just died in the army.
I think that it would be a decent career path. You know, there's a lot of
Oh,
benefits to
fudge,
joining
I
the
think I
military.
fixed
And on
it.
top of that, you know, I did have a dream when I was a child where I was wearing Fallout power armor and I was destroying Chinese
think I fixed
families. I was burning down villages. And that seems like a lifelong fantasy of mine that I would like to have fulfilled, at least at some point, if I have the opportunity. So I think I would join the military and wear power armor and do that. Do you wish you could change your username or regret naming yourself Turkey Tom? If so, what else would you pick? The thing is, like, I did make the YouTube channel name when I was like 13. You know, looking back, was it the greatest decision? Maybe not, but it is memorable.
Gobble, gobble, Turkey Tom.
And if nothing else, I'm thankful for the fact that it is a memorable name. You're probably not going to get me confused with anyone else. Maybe you'll get me confused with a sandwich here and there, but you probably are going to be like, you know, it's a somewhat memorable name.
And why is your name Turkey Tom, but you're not a turkey? All right, if you really want to pull this off and brand it right, you'd be a turkey.
Have you ever considered branching out from covering 95% terminally online brain rot drama? You're funny and likable, which is why I watch the Tom Dark and Tom IRL content, but I don't give a fuck about Jake Doolittle's autism. I mean, there's definitely stuff that I've thought about branching out to. I mean, on the Tom Dark live channel, I've done gaming videos. On this channel, I've done other stuff that isn't brain rot drama. You know, I've done the Reddit videos. I've done videos where I talk about more current events that aren't like, you know, totally brain rot drama stuff. So there's definitely stuff that I have done and stuff that I would like to branch out to do as well. Definitely one thing I've been thinking about recently is I watch a lot of movies I've been watching and I've just been like, this movie sucks and I need to communicate it somehow. Somehow I need to talk about how it's bad. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some more media analysis videos in the future too. Spice things up a little bit. Think it will be fun. What's your favorite Lego set and how much existential dread do you get when you remember that your childhood will always be in the past? I think my favorite set that I personally own is the Lion Knight's Castle. Okay, that's a really great set. It's big. It's got all the battlements. It's got all the turrets. It came with a lot of cool minifigures. I think the artistic approach they took to it to make it very aesthetic.
What the hell? You know what I've always wanted to do? You know what I've always wanted to do for like a really long time? When I was thinking about like fun videos to do, I've always wanted to get that Lego Star Wars. It's like the biggest, it's like the Star Destroyer. I don't know what it's just a massive fucking ship. And I have always wanted to get that Lego set, but get 2 of them. And then have somebody else on stream and do like a Lego like build off to see who can finish the set first. And then whoever finishes the set first gets to smash the other person's set. like a prize. I always wanted to do this. Like I did. Okay, I think I did it once, and I realized it's so awkward. It's so awkward. When I first started streaming on Twitch, right? I wasn't like primarily like gaming. I was gonna do drawing streams and I was gonna do animation. I'm getting back to my roots, okay? I'm doing craft stuff now, but this is what I wanted to be doing. And eventually I kind of got into like more gaming and gaming and gaming and gaming and gaming. Like I'm gaming right now. I'm gaming right now. I just need to do these things. I just need to do these things. Right? But I miss doing all of that artsy type stuff. I used to do puzzle streams. I used to do puzzle streams where I would play, right, non-copyrighted music, and I would do an 1,000-piece puzzle. I do puzzle streams. These are no longer up on YouTube. Like, I used to have all of these saved and stuff. But yeah, I do puzzle streams. I wanted to get Lego sets, right, where I would do the Lego sets. I did the Lego Iron Man head because my dad got me that for Christmas. I've also made other various Legos. I got the flower set. I think there's one other Lego thing that I'm not remembering that I did on stream. But I also, yeah, Legos and puzzles. I was like, this is so great. I've also wanted to do the opening card packs. But the thing is, everybody likes Pokemon card packs, and I want to open Y Schwartz card packs. They just came out. Dude, they dropped the freaking Nikke Goddess of Victory Y Schwartz cards, and I want those cards so badly. And I would love to do a card opening stream. But like, dude, that's just a lot of money. Like, when it comes to doing, like, YouTube and Twitch, like, I feel like all the ideas I have, like, can only be executed by having people be able to, like, to pick what you're doing. And that's my own fault of, like, relying on that type of, like, outside perspective or outside influence to kind of, like, pick what I'm doing or kind of commentate on what I'm doing or to be able to get the supplies to do something. Like, that's just the killer. That's just the killer of everything. And I feel like on Twitch, I've had fucking 5 separate people ask me to help set their like streaming setup up because I figured it out, and it's so I get so pissy about it because it took me so long to do it, and it's like, can you help me? Can you help me set up OBS? I've helped so many people set up their freaking OBS stuff. I'm gonna be for real. I've helped so many people set up their OBS stuff, and what's hard is that, like, they're asking me, like, they're like, I'm basically talking to nobody. I'm like, yes, that's it. You're basically talking to nobody. That's the point. And a lot of people really, really, like, hate that aspect of being a small streamer and talking to that's it. You're literally going to be talking to nobody. And people are like, well, I want to be talking to people. Dude, when you get at a certain point, when, like, people get really, really big, it's like, yeah, you're talking to the people, but it's like, you can't read everything that everybody says. You know, you're going to be, again, talking to yourself. So, and they just have such a problem with that. So they never end up, like, continuing on. So I'm like, well, what the fuck? I hope you set up your fucking OBS. You know? What the fuck? I get so upset by that because I'm like, why was I even here? Like, did you want, you know, it's just so difficult. It's so difficult setting up everything, especially for somebody like me who's shit at tech stuff. I suck at tech stuff. I always have a tech issue. It's just my curse, you know? It's just my burden to bear that I'm so bad at it. But the fault of, like, someone like me, like, dude, you gotta have a job. I don't have a job. I have not had a job since 2018. And I know it's crazy. I know it's really stupid, right? That I haven't had a job since then. It's for my own personal health thing, but autism related, and even greater than all of the other stuff that I've been diagnosed with. I do not have a job, and I have been told by by multiple professionals that I should not have a job. So I don't have a job. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I cannot. But in my place, I realized that I couldn't afford to keep up with all the ideas that I had. Like, especially when it came to YouTube. Like, I couldn't afford to keep making the type of content that I wanted to be making. And I was like, shit, what do I do? Like, what do I do? If I want to do this, and I think that this is so great and so fun, and this is something that I want to do, you know, outside of what it seems like, what's the, like, hot topic, like, I can't afford to be doing that, you know? sometimes I really pushed it, sometimes trying to be able to afford, and then like it just hit, you know? I'm just tired. I'm just tired.
Aesthetically pleasing is nice. It's a great display piece. Now, as far as my childhood and existential dread, to be honest, I don't feel a lot of existential dread. I don't really think about my childhood a lot. I don't think about the past a lot. I don't know why that is, but I have noticed that a lot of people very much dwell on the fact that like they're getting older and they'll never relive their childhood. And I get it to an extent, but at the same time, like no amount of thinking about it will allow you to relive your childhood. So all you can really do is move forward and move past those events and enjoy your life as much as you can now. Because what you may not realize is that eventually you'll be in a time period when you're thinking back on the time you have right now and thinking, man, that was such a great time to be alive. That was so dope. You'll have rose.
No, I'm pissed. I'm forever pissed. I think I was in the DM talking to somebody about this. I'm forever pissed, especially with certain things. But it's just based off of my life. It's just based off of like how late I was like diagnosed with autism and my other slew of issues. Like how late it kind of took me to kind of be like, I don't want to be treated like this, you know. So yeah, I look back on my past and I'm like, man, I wish I could really go back and like relive those moments, not having to have like bear the burden of the other things in my life during that time. And I think that I kind of like didn't get the full experience that other people have. Like I get that other people look back and they're like, oh man, like I feel like I greatly feel like I missed out on a lot of things just based off of like my social anxiety and how like severe it was back then, being around people and being in school and crowds of people. Like yeah, I look back on it a lot because I'm like, damn, I want to be, mostly because I want to be a different person now and I want to be better at talking to people now than I was back then. But I do wish I could like go back and have those experiences again, because I feel like I didn't, not only like I didn't make the most out of the experience, but I didn't get to have like a majority of the experiences that other people got to have. Like it's not even like, oh man, like I wish I had made the most out of this. Like I didn't even have the opportunity to be in that moment to make the most out of it. So I'm like, shit. So yeah, I look back on it a lot. And I guess when it comes to the whole, I think I talked about this, like skill regression and age regression. Like I find myself remembering so many more things from back then than I do now. Than I do in the later years, you know? Where I feel like at an intelligence level, like I'm right back at that point. Just a girl.
Tinted glasses about it. So I just try to enjoy the moment, enjoy the day-to-day as much as possible. And you know, I'll think about reminiscing when I'm like in retirement age. I think I'm a little young to be reminiscing, and frankly so are all of you, so shut up about it. Get over it. Anyway, that's about it for this video. Be sure to leave a like if you liked it, leave a dislike if you disliked it, subscribe to the Turkey Tom channel for more YouTube documentaries, subscribe to the Tom Dark channel here for more YouTube slop, subscribe to the Tom Dark live channel for even more YouTube slop, subscribe to the Tom IRL channel for the greatest in real life videos of all time when I actually do them. And be sure to use code Tom at gamersubs.gg for 10% off every single order that you could possibly get. Oh my god. Thank you very much. And seriously, thank you guys for watching my videos. It's been a pretty good year for me. I had a fun time. Hope you guys had a fun time too. And I'm looking forward to 2025. I've got a lot of tricks up my sleeve, all right? There's no sleeves on this shirt, but there's a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Promise.
Man's clickbaited the title. It's called it the Tom Dark situation. I thought something horrible happened. I thought he was gonna be like, I got canceled. I thought, dude, I'm worried. Like all these commentator people are having like these issues, and why is it that they're commentary people? Why do they gotta be commentary people? Can I just get a break? Can I get a break, please? Jake Doolittle, brother. Jake Doolittle. Holy shit. Come on. And then the whole Mudahar thing, and now okay, Bo Blacks. I can't remember the other person. I can't remember who the other person was, dude. I know it was somebody. Who was it? Who was the other person? I don't even remember. No fans. Alright, sick. Alright, okay. The worst soy boy on YouTube. Okay, I feel like we're caught up and we're finally gonna get to YouTube's most degenerate brony. We're finally caught up. I think it's because now I was watching the videos offline, so I'm kind of caught up on Nicholas Diorio. And brain rot content. Ooh, that's me. Alright, sick. Let me check what's happening. Oh my god, I have like 7 messages. Why do I have so many messages? What's happening? Why is it that every time I'm busy, a bunch of people want to talk to me? Okay, the worst soy boy on YouTube. Is he gonna recap everything? Oh, sick. He's gonna recap everything. Let's go.
Tom, and today we're gonna talk about this guy. His name
Woo!
is Jake. Everyone say hi, Jake.
What's it like
Hi,
being
Jake.
5'1"?
Now, Jake is a commentary channel on YouTube, a guy
Hi,
who
Jake.
calls out other people for their misdeeds. But Jake is not just like any other commentary channel, no. Instead, he's a part of a very specific race of commentary creators, a specific phenotype.
Orange peanut. Now, I'm not talking about Donald Trump's testicles. Oh, yeah.
It's a group of people that all look the same, act the same, think the same,
No,
talk
stop.
the same.
Okay,
Fascist
he flashed a
propaganda
bunch of people.
and
No,
gamer
not this
streamer
dude.
should not be
Please.
saying the same thing.
Not this dude with the fucking, what was it? Oh my goodness, what was it? Fucking, Super Mega. I'm on it.
Propaganda, fascist propaganda.
I'm in
It's a
it.
stereotype that you guys know by now. The
I'm
sort
in
of
it.
inoffensive dude with no angles on their face. Sometimes they'll have like a weird
wanna
mullet.
be
Sometimes they'll have a
anybody
quiff.
else.
Sometimes they'll have a little bit of patchy facial
Dude,
hair.
I fucking hate the mullet. Oh no, no, it's okay. You're not like them. It's alright. You're not like them. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the mullet hairstyle, what is it? Was it Curtis Connor? And then Oompaville did the hairstyle, and now James Marriott and Willity did the hairstyle too. I've been going off watching their videos recently because I realized I haven't watched James Marriott in a really long time. Man's got freaking skinny, and he was unrecognizable. He was unrecognizable, and now I'm like, you look just like them. Like Curtis Connor. That freaking mullet hairstyle came out of nowhere, and I'm like, I'm disgusted, and I hate it. I can't emphasize how much enough I find it so unattractive.
But whatever the case, they always have the same exact opinions that you would think a guy that looks like that would have.
That the Boogaloo Boys are known for
Nope.
wearing Hawaiian shirts.
No.
And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt? Despite the fact that he
No,
publicly
please,
totally
no.
does not share in their beliefs, guys.
Everyone recently found out about
No.
Jake Doolittle because he uploaded an insane video where he demanded that people donate to his charity and then threatened to expose other commentary YouTubers for not donating to his charity.
I'll give a bunch of examples about how YouTubers have ghosted me and not wanted to help with Never Stop.
But one of the weirdest things that Jake let slip in this video was that he had a history of controversies, a history of past actions that have led other YouTubers to not want to associate with him.
And because I
Yeah.
made a video that wasn't received well a year ago, people don't want to work with me.
And it got me thinking, what the freak has Jake Doolittle been up to that's so bad? It's a story that involves stalking, blackmail, knee surgery, low testosterone, and most importantly, knee surgery.
No.
So today we're going to go into all
Okay, we did go through it. I love how we pointed that out. Like, man's really brought up his knee surgery a couple of times, and I can't emphasize enough how uncomfortable it made me. It is truly about the knee surgery that he had.
all of that in
I wonder if, okay, I did go through my general opinion about this, but I wonder if Tom has a different, because that's the thing is like, I love watching commentary videos, and I really like being able to talk about this stuff now. It makes me happy. Ooh, the freedom I have. Ooh, oh my god, I have so much freedom. But at a base level, I know that I'm not very good at articulating myself or finding a vast array, a vast vocabulary of words to be able to convey what I mean. The thing is, Tom and Nick are so, like, blunt with the way that they say it. I feel like I'm still, like, I'm trying to be really nice about things, like not to be a total dickhead, but I like the way that they say things. I just like the way that they say it. They say it so clear. Like, they can say what I'm trying to say in a sentence, and it takes me like about 10 minutes to like talk about it, and they're like, boom, it's just in a sentence. So beautiful. So clean, too. So clean.
much more as we
Ooh,
delve into the deep,
blazing.
dark depths
Wow.
of the Jake Doolittle iceberg.
Hell yeah.
Now, before Jake got into YouTube, he actually had a very different passion, and it was dancing.
Oh no.
He's a very esteemed, astute dancer. He does a great job at it. Frankly, I'm jealous. But he really got into the whole YouTube thing, doing this whole nice guy bread tuber shtick a few years ago. And his most popular video was doing a collab with Drew Gooden. And the content isn't really anything that special. It's mostly just boring. But if you sift
Sorry
through
for
the
my
videos,
aggressive
there is
clickies,
actually
I
a
know.
gold mine of stuff here. Like when he's talking about body positivity, and he ends up going into extreme detail about how bad his acne is.
I'm
and
sorry?
How he picks it. And how he just can't stop picking it.
I've been posting a video every single single day for almost 2 months. It stresses me out. I get acne, and then with my acne, when I get stressed out, I pick at it.
Like, there was no reason to give this rant. He just volunteered this information. I do not know why. Jake's actual content, though, is pretty formulaic in terms of its style. It's honestly boring, apart from when you find a classic clip of him just saying something or doing something embarrassing. Like taking comedians and looking at their past sets and being like, that aged like milk. That actually aged very badly.
It's fascinating to me that a comedian who bases all of his characters off of stereotypes, dangerous stereotypes if you will, is still one of the top-selling comedians of all time.
Kind of problematic, sweetie.
Fascist propaganda.
But one of the earliest beefs that he had, if you can even call it that, with Jake is, I think, a perfect representation of his content. There's another content creator guy named Orange Peanut, okay, also known as Tony.
I will oil up and do the thug shaker.
And he makes like drama, current events content, but at one point he made a video on the fat acceptance movement on TikTok, which is basically when really, really fat people cope about being fat and talk about how it's actually healthy. This is not like a normal fat, overweight person thing. This is like insane overweight person thing, delusional, online, insane. The people need to accept us blobs into society. Airlines need to make giant benches for us to sit on so we have space. And basically Tony would just roast these guys and tell them to go to the gym.
Okay, the airline thing has me shook. The airline thing has me so shook. I'm gonna, dude. Okay, I remember when that was going down and I was talking to my mom about it. And I would be as nice as possible here. My mom is a larger lady. And when I told her about this, she was like, what the fuck? And she was like, that's not me. And she literally said, she was like, if I get so big that I need to get two seats and that I can't fit into one seat, that I need to do something with my life and I need to get it together. And I was like, oh! So my mom, who is the same size, some of the people who are complaining about this, she's lost so much weight recently. She used to be the same size. I take it back. She lost so much weight recently. She used to be the same size as some of the people who are like, oh yeah, they should have like bigger seat, or they should do this, or like they should give you an extra seat. She was like, fuck that. She was like, they have to pay for that. And I was like, oh. So yeah, it is kind of strange. It is kind of strange. And the thing is, people keep talking about this. You start on brother. I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11". How is this a discussion? Where's the leg room? And you don't see me freaking out. Like, oh my god, I can't even fit my... Dude, I have to man spread. I have to man spread. Okay? It's not like... I've only been on a couple of times. But, like, that feeling of having to man spread just to fit my legs into the seat is insane. It hurts. I am extremely uncomfortable. But I'm not like, frick, the plane and frick this and this and this and that, you know? I'm like, dog, it's just built the way it's built, dude. I don't know. Like, they'll probably change it eventually. I don't like manspreading, dude. I hate it. I was in somebody else's space. Let me just say, I got hit. I got hit. Because I was on the aisle seat and I had my leg out into the aisle. Because there was no other way that I could fit my leg out there. Like, I couldn't fit them straight on. And the thing was, the other leg was already kind of like in between the two seats, because the person sitting in the middle was like short, so like their legs fit fine. So I think they were fine with it. But I literally had to adjust my entire seating position and practically like put my butt up on the back of the seat to get both of my legs in there for when the lady with the cart squat, and I didn't see her coming one way and I got hit. I didn't fucking see her. Got my leg hit. My leg got hit. I was like, fuck. Someone's out in the aisle. I was like, shit.
But Jake saw this video and he had a huge problem. No one was going to roast his fat queens like that, not even Tony, alright? So he made a response video titled "Fat Acceptance is a Bad Thing," trying to call out Tony for being fat phobic, which a lot of you probably don't know is a real term, but it is, and it's actually recognized by the Boston Medical Center, so the West has truly fallen.
And I'm back with
I do get it in a set. I get it in the base.
Now I'm not talking about
I
Donald
get that
Trump's
in the base
testicles.
sets, I would be honest.
Oh, yeah.
In this video, Jake calls out Tony for just generally being a big meanie, and then he tries to roast him back by talking about his icky arm.
I went off on such a spurg out. Over a Discord call, because I was talking to this guy, right? And he was asking me if I had like a type. And I was like, it's not like I have a type. It's more like I have a type that I don't like. And he was asking me questions, and I didn't want to be like, I don't like obese men. But I went off on such a rant because I was like, I'm just fat phobic. And I was freaking out because I felt bad because I was like, I'm not trying to be fat phobic. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I get it. I get it in the base level sense, right? I understand it. But I was like, dude, I'm coming off as so fat phobic and this isn't what I mean. I'm like, I'm genuinely scared. And he didn't seem to understand me. And I was like, dude, it's not like I'm gonna try to explain it and nobody's gonna believe me. Nobody's gonna believe me when I try to explain this. I am genuinely scared of large stomachs. I have a and I tried to look this up because a dude once asked me if I had like an issue. Like it was like, are you like, you know, kind of like people who like a general like what's the name of the phobia you have? And the phobia that came up is a fear of belly buttons, which is not what I mean. I mean, I have a fear, a genuine fear of large bellies. Of large bellies. My mom and I have gone deep within this conversation talk because I told her about it and she was like, yeah, I'm not surprised with like the way that you grew up because my mom has had a couple of surgeries due to her weight and she's a lot scared and she's like, I'm not surprised. I think you're just scared. And I was like, yeah. So I don't mean like, I do mean that I do find it revolting. I find it very scary. I find it genuinely scary. I'd say like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, you just like don't want to, you know, you just don't want to date somebody who's like bigger. Like that's so fucked up. I mean, I have dreams. I have horrifying dreams about being crushed under large stomachs. I was literally watching the video that I pulled up of the girl talking about the DeviantArt like fetish art. You know, this is a whole fetish art thing about having stomachs inflate. That's my nightmare. I mean, I have like a genuine fear and nightmares about that. About being crushed underneath a man whose stomach is continually expanding. And it is so scary. Like, I will wake up crying. I'm so afraid of this. I'm so scared of this. I'm so scared of this. I can't. Dad bod? I am so scared of this. I'm so scared of this. And I was also referencing during my spurg out, I was going off about Santa Claus. I'm afraid of Santa Claus. Okay, it's kind of like being afraid of spiders or being afraid of snakes. I am afraid of Santa Claus. Santa Claus scares me. I mean like I will walk around an entire mall or store to avoid running in to Santa Claus. I'm scared of Santa Claus. I don't like getting heckled by Santa Claus. I don't like getting talked to from Santa Claus. It scares me. I am afraid of Santa Claus, and the correlation between his stomach and other people's stomach. I'm getting upset talking about this. I'm literally getting upset. But the thing is that the guy I was talking to was a larger gentleman, and I didn't want to make it seem like I didn't like him because you know I like a lot of people based off of personality and not really like physical appearance. But it was more like I was like I can't touch you. I can't touch you at all. Like I'm scared of stomachs. And that's such a weird thing to talk about. Because I get that some people are like, oh my god, I would never date like a fat dude. I would never date that kind of guy. Ew. I don't mean like, I'm like, ew. It's not like, ew. I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared. And I have nightmares about it. Like, I'm scared that I also have nightmares of touching a large stomach and having my hand be engulfed by it. I am so scared. I'm scared of it. And I was talking to my mom about how much weight I had gained, and I was like, dude, I'm scared. I'm scared that I'm just gonna keep increasing my weight, and I was like, I'm so horrified. It sounds so stupid. And I'm hoping that, like, somebody will understand. Because, like, while I was explaining this, I'm like, I feel like the most fat-phobic person that's ever existed. I'm not trying to be a dick. But I feel like I sound like the biggest dickhead that has ever existed to try to explain as to why I'm afraid of stomachs. And it sounds fake. It sounds so stupid. The only thing I can compare it to is people being afraid of spiders. Like, if you're afraid of jumps or clowns, it's like that. But the thing that makes me feel so ashamed and I feel so guilty of is that it's somebody's physical attribute. And the thing is, some people, yes, some people can, you know, exercise and they can get hardcore, but some people who have medical issues, obviously they can't really control that physical attribute. So it's so I feel so bad. I can't emphasize how bad I feel that this is a fear of mine. I feel really bad about that. Either way, though, thank you for letting me be vulnerable for a little bit and talk about my trauma.
Armpit stretch marks.
Like, I understand what this guy's accepting of his, I don't know, armpit bruises.
To which Tony responded by saying, LOL, you are fat.
He's got some chunk to him. He is definitely a bit chunky. Jake Doolittle. Cardio.
But easily the most insane thing that Jake did in this video was when he out of nowhere accuses Tony of like not respecting girls' consent.
Yeah, but I would
for some
never,
reason.
like, I would never want somebody to, I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that. I just want to be so for real about it. I would never want somebody to change for the sake of like appeasing me. Like, if somebody's like, yeah, I'm larger, I would never want somebody to change for the sake of appeasing me. And at no point have I ever like gone after people. I think I talked about this. I talked about this in a past stream where I was like, man, I've usually gone for like a vast majority of guys, but the guys who I've genuinely been talking to are like larger gentlemen. You know? I go based off of personality, but I was going off on a rant. What was it, the other stream? And I was like, I should go for a buff man. I should just go for a really fit, buff dude. But I've never done that. Like, with my fear, I have never gone out of my way to go for somebody based off of appearance alone. It's always been off of personality, but I never want somebody to feel like they need to change their physical appearance to appease me. Like, no.
Bench an unconsenting girl, right, Orange Peanut? Bench an unconsenting girl. Bench an unconsenting girl. Bench an unconsenting girl. Bench an unconsenting girl.
Literally completely out of left field, he just drops that little nugget for no reason, no baseline, just assuming that because this guy is slightly buff, he must be a evil frat guy and doesn't care about girls consenting or something. I don't even know.
We went from nice, lighthearted roasts about appearances and background and content to all of a sudden you're accusing me of not caring about consent of girls.
Oh my God.
Now Tony obviously responded to that, and after this point in time, apparently Jake messaged him to apologize for the comment he made, where he kind of implied that
I didn't realize
the video is still
new
up
info.
to this day.
This is new information.
And I assume he used YouTube editor to trim that
this
part
is new
out
information. Holy shit.
But at this point in time, this controversy didn't really extend beyond these two people's audiences. Nobody was talking about it. But I do think, looking back, that little jab, that little twist of the knife that Jake pulled there is somewhat indicative of what his future content would hold.
Oh no.
Eventually, Rob's Media would upload The Fall of Jake Doolittle, where he documented a string of very weird drama between Jake and Ethan Klein that no one had really seen or talked about before outside of their audiences. Essentially, Jake had uploaded a hit piece on Ethan Klein titled Ethan Klein.
Alright, hold up. I realize that it's been a hot minute, so I am gonna go check on my cat and the bunnies. Mostly because I was waiting for the bunnies to sleep to close off the outside of their cage because they were having fun running around. But I realized that my cat has been in there for about an hour now. So let me just open up the door, see how the bunnies are doing. Let me just Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. Everybody's okay. Everybody. Hello! Psychodot! Hi. Why is it that every time I walk away, something happens? Alright, so I let my cat out of the room. The bunnies are doing okay. They did poop on the floor. So I closed them back up in the pen. Everything's fine. Everybody's fine. We're okay. And all I've had is the end of one of those protein bars. So thing is, I'm just not hungry. I'm just not hungry. And the thing is, in about an hour, I'm gonna be so hungry. Best girl is back. Thank you. Thank you. I am best girl. It's me. Thank God you weren't here to hear me talk about stomachs. My cat's sitting in my chair. Alright, I gotta kick you out. Alright, the bunnies are closed up. Talking about stomach. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to know. Nobody needs to know about my fear of Santa. Nobody needs to know. Alright? I'm gonna get into painting the giraffe soon. I was just finishing up my Zenlist stuff. We are 6 minutes in. About what? No, yeah, exactly. About what? Nothing. We're 6 minutes in on the worst soy boy on YouTube. Mans is literally recapping Jake Doolittle and gave new information. Santa. Yeah, I'm afraid of Santa. Santa scares me. Honestly, it makes me go back to like times where I was in the mall and Santa is like heckling you in the mall, like, come sit on my lap. Come sit on my lap. Hey, little girl, come sit on my lap. Why is it that Santas do that? I don't think Santas do that anymore, but it didn't matter. It was not the same Santa every time. This would happen at least twice a year to me. Where, like, Santas would heckle children to come and, like, talk to them and stuff. In the mall, in multiple Walmarts. Like, I can't. I'm scared of Santa. Like, do you have a phobia of, like, spiders or snakes? That's, like, Santa for me. I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared of Santa. I can't put into words how much I'm scared of Santa. And I was talking to my mom about this. They get paid to take photos. Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But, like, it's scary. Okay, it's scary. All right? So trick the kid, pressure the parent. Ew, I didn't know. Ew, no. Why? 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 I hate that. Ew. Santa is joy. That Santa is not joy. I'm scared of Santa. I'm so scared of Santa, dude. Yeah, I remember, so I was talking to my mom about this because she was like, why are you scared of Santa? Like, what is this? And she was like, is it because, like, when we told you Santa wasn't real? And I was like, yeah. Because I remember my mom told me, like, they broke the news to me, you know, that Santa wasn't real. And I had an absolute freak out. I was crying. I was freaking out. I was crying so badly because they told me Santa wasn't real. And the thing is at this point I had already seen Santas, right? But they were telling me that the concept of, like, Santa wasn't the... And you know what my first thought was? I did not connect the dots that they were the ones... At that point, that information wasn't broached to me, that they were the ones getting the gifts. I was freaking out so badly because I thought somebody was breaking in to our house. And I was so horrified because I was like, then who's coming into our house? And who's doing this? I was so upset. I was so upset. I really thought, I was like, who's coming into our house then? And who's doing this? Because that's not an okay thing to do. So who's breaking into our house? And I was like, then who ate those cookies? Like, I did not connect the dots that it was them. But in that moment, I had so much fear running through my soul. About who was breaking into the house. Because I was like, it's supposed to be the magical man who's not gonna harm us. And then I'm like, if you're telling me that those people are not Santa, like, who's coming into the house? I didn't get it. I really just didn't get it. I really didn't get it. And I'm still so upset about it. But yeah, I don't like Santa. And I still, it's so strange. I still have a feel like if I see somebody dressed up as Santa in the store, I still get scared. It's such like a weird, it's such a small thing to be so scared of. Bruh, what's coming into the house? It's such a baby thing to be scared about, but I'm still so scared. If I catch Santa out in public or at like a mall or in Walmart, I still walk around to try to like avoid seeing them because I'm still scared of them. I have never gotten over this fear of like Santa. And Santa, you're not supposed to be scared of Santa, but I'm so scared of Santa. I'm so scared of Santa, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some people are scared of the Easter Bunny. Like, come on.
Harmful or hypochondriac. Apparently on the H3 podcast, Ethan has been talking about how he thought he had lupus, which is an autoimmune disease where your immune system attacks healthy parts of your body.
I was talking about this. I'll protect you from Santa. Thank you. If you see Santa out in the streets, I need you to beat him up because I am scared of him. Get his ass out in the streets because I do not want to see him. I do not want to converse with him. I don't know. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Santa, dude, all he did was heckle me, brother. All he did was heckle me. That's it. All he did was be like, come sit on my lap. Come on, get over here. Come sit on my lap. And I was like, I've never been so upset in my entire life. I'm extremely offended and I'm sad. Thank you for protecting me from Santa.
I don't think this is lupus. So, it's infection, lupus, drugs, or cancer. No. I think lupus is way more likely. Treat him for lupus. That will get you fine.
But all jokes aside, lupus is a very serious disease. If you have it, it can be very life-ruining. And so, understandably, Ethan was pretty rattled about the prospect and wanted to talk about it. But it turns out that, thankfully, Ethan Klein did not actually have lupus, and he later joked about it on a live stream.
But if you look up all the ones that I'm abnormal for, it all is like, you have leukemia or lupus. I'll take lupus any day, bro. Hit me with that lupus.
And this is where Jake comes in, because apparently, if you didn't know, it was super wrong, and not only wrong, it was extremely problematic that Ethan would make light of such a serious condition after he thought that he actually had it.
Hit me with that lupus.
Okay, I'm being so silly in this. Yeah. Obviously, the premise of choosing one illness over another is silly and absurd.
How are you doing
today? Go ahead and explain why jokes aren't funny.
How are you doing? Not only undermines people who have lupus.
You know what undermines people? You
Whoa.
You're sitting there pretending to be a doctor.
This video from Jake is a hit piece on Ethan, make no mistake, and it really relies on the assertion that Ethan Klein claimed to have lupus. He then profited from it, and then after that point in time, when he profited, he admitted to fabricating everything because he self-diagnosed himself without experiencing serious symptoms.
If I were Ethan, I would feel terrible for receiving donations from people who have a confirmed diagnosis.
Now, Jake even insinuates here that Ethan is both sexist and racist, and his reasoning for that is that he cites data that lupus disproportionately affects women to a 90% factor versus 10% in men, and is also more prevalent in people of color. Therefore, Ethan is like hurting black women or something.
African American, Hispanic,
he's hurting
Asian
me
American,
specifically.
and other Pacific Islander women than among white women. With
How
all that
dare
being
he hurt
said,
me?
Now that you know a little bit about what lupus is, let's go back to someone who admittedly doesn't know what lupus is.
I don't even know what the fuck lupus is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you said it.
Checkmate.
What a liar.
Here I am being super transparent and upfront about everything.
While also at the same time,
Wow.
he had to bring out a real bread tuber thing here. He accused Ethan Klein of engaging in classist
I'm doing
behavior.
good. Was sick today.
And again, if we're going to take
Yeah.
Ethan's
Oh no,
word
you're
for
sick.
it, he had
I'm
gone
sorry.
through almost all the steps
no.
to verify everything. It was a genuine concern that he had. So he was essentially in the process of figuring out if he had lupus. He was very scared about the idea of having it.
The episode was going fine until Ethan said something unexpected.
This morning, it was going fine until Ethan started opening up, being vulnerable about his scary medical issues.
Damn.
And Jake just kind of accused him of lying about it intentionally to profit from donations, as if Ethan even needs more donations. I mean, look, this guy is very rich, all right? We know what he's been up to with Teddy Fresh. He's got a lot of money. I don't think he needs an extra couple $100 from fans donating to the H3 podcast. So obviously this video from Jake was very bad, and it received a very bad reaction, not only from his own audience, but also from those outside side of it. And so as a result, H3 would make an entire stream dedicated to making fun of Jake. Even other
Oh
fellow
my
bread
God.
tubers would see this video and they'd comment like, dude, you're grasping at straws right now. It's kind of embarrassing and cringe. Now, because Jake was in controversy and he is a commentary YouTuber, you would expect that he would, I don't know, at least have some kind of rebuttal. Maybe he would double down and he would have some kind of justification for why he said
his
what he said.
knee
Maybe
surgery.
he would apologize for it and be like, look, guys, I effed up. But instead, it took a very interesting route. I will do anything to make this stop. The death threats telling me to end myself and saying I was never sick in the first place is something I cannot handle. I was trying to make a video from the perspective of a sick person and it didn't connect with everyone. I was in the hospital last week after posting the video and I legitimately cannot handle anymore. I apologize to everyone involved. Crying about death threats and then talking about how you're...
Okay, I still can't. I get that. I get death threat. It's vile to send death threats, okay? Let's just say sending people hate, you know, is shitty as a base mark. But, like, come on. You questioned it. He literally said he didn't know. He was afraid of having it. And you're questioning whether or not he has it. And then you're upset that he's questioning whether or not you have all the medical stuff you say. And that's too far. That's too far. Like, this is, again, like, I think I was talking about this before. Like, you can't... like, it's matching energies. Like, if you don't want the same amount of energy put into you and searching up you, then, like, why do that for other people? Like, why even be a commentary person if people aren't gonna look at and commentate about you and you're like, that's uncalled for? Like, shit. Sorry if I'm slow with response. Half here, not gonna lie. It's okay. It's all good. It's okay. You chill. You're sick. Don't get me sick, dude. I swear, don't get me sick. I cannot get sick right now. I cannot get sick right now, dude.
Currently in the hospital is going to become a recurring trend whenever Jake is faced with the consequences of his actions. It feels like the idea of death threats is the go-to response for anybody who says something dumb and then it blows up in their face because they accused a big content creator of something that they were not guilty of, and then they get backlash and then they immediately are like,
yeah,
people are being so mean to me.
No,
like, obviously
seriously.
It's a bad thing to make a death threat towards anyone. I don't think you should do that, but you're making public commentary videos on the internet about popular
yes,
mean comments, and
let's
insane
go.
People are pretty much par for the course, and at the end of the day, for the most part, it's all just words on a screen you don't have to worry about. Undoubtedly, Jake had made videos about people that had gotten a few schizos from his audience to go make death threats towards those people. That's not Jake's fault, but when he is in controversy, he will immediately cry wolf.
You gotta resist the urge to kiss me then, or else you'll catch the... Dude, I get the ick so much. I can't believe how often I get the ick from men. I just continually get I get the ick from everybody. It can be just one behavior and I'm like, now I've got the ick. I forever have the ick. It's over. It's over. I've got the ick. Ew. Don't give me the ick, please. Do not get me sick. I cannot get sick right now.
And the funniest part about all of this is
Please
that the
do
entire
not.
reason Jake even made the video is because he was a scorned fan who wanted revenge. Once again, we have another syndrome situation,
Absolutely
right? It's pretty
seething.
nuts. Basically, Jake had been obsessed
Ew,
with H3 for years. He was a huge fan of him. And at one point, he managed to actually get in contact with Ethan. The reason why being that the D'Amelio sisters, who are some of the most popular people on TikTok, they apparently didn't pay Jake for some photos he took for them. They owed him $500 and they did not pay him. And so Ethan saw this and was like, oh, I feel bad for you. And he had him on his show. And he was like, I'll give you $500 because I feel bad for you.
Stay on the line. I'm going to send you $500 because the D'Amelio family didn't.
Stop it.
The D'Amelio family didn't pay you $500. I'm going to pay.
But in response, Jake said, no. I don't want the $500. I want a job.
If you look over my resume, can you keep your $500?
Stay on the line. Are you in LA?
He did say he was subscribed.
I'm not in LA. I'm remote, but love
You're
killing it out of
bro.
Sweden. I bet you I could kill it.
Okay, so stay on the line. I'm going to give you the $500. I'm going to give you the $500 to make you whole.
And Ethan said he would look at his resume, but Jake did not end up getting that job.
And also send your resume. Stay on the hold. We'll get both, okay?
And this is what began Jake's fan behavior arc, where he would basically nonstop message members of the H3 podcast, trying to get them to collab with him, almost all of which were ignored. Dear AB, come on my YouTube channel, please. I will not be ignored. My tip didn't show up on stream, but I did send a bribe. Hi, King. Hope you're good.
No!
AB Ayad is king. Make video with me. Come on my channel, please. This is me reminding you to come on my channel. Excuse me, are you doing videos with people now?
No, ignoring me. Ignoring me.
Now, eventually,
brother,
one of the
no.
crew members, AB, would bite the bullet and finally do a collab with Jake
Dude,
where they
stop.
looked at TikToks. And it's very funny how Jake opens the video by calling him his pal.
Hi, sisters. Today I'm
Look,
doing a video
I'm laying the
with
Riz
my
no ick
pal,
from me.
AB.
How's it going?
Is it Riz or is it ick? I think what it really depends on how the person perceives it, whether or not it's Riz or ick.
No, it's going great, man. I'm so happy to have you here.
This
I
is
wanted
so
to do a
awkward.
video with you for a while.
Look at this guy.
No.
He's my pal. We're friends. Didn't you
We're
know? Didn't you
buddies.
know
We're just
that I'm
buddies.
friends with one of the
What?
producers of the H3 podcast. I'm a part of the H3 fam now, guys. But this was simply
Ew.
not enough. According
I
to
don't like
AB,
this.
while at Creator Clash, Jake would approach him and ask to take photos of him, which he denied. Jake would then apparently find out where their hotel was,
What?
so he could go up to AB and incessantly once again ask him for a collab.
Oh
How did
no.
he find you at the hotel? That was the part that I found out.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh ew.
The first Creator Clash, because it
If
was a
you're
new
laughing, it's gotta be
thing,
Riz.
we
I
didn't have all the
no.
security
No,
there
no,
that
no,
we
no,
should have.
no,
And so
no,
fans
no,
and
no,
were
no,
finding
no,
out
no,
where
no,
we were
no.
staying. And
No,
like,
that's literally
waiting
like
there all night in the lobby just for people to walk by. And he
Yeah.
was one of the people.
People to watch. He was in the lobby of the hotel. Okay. I will say that I do laugh when I get I laugh when I think something's funny, and I also laugh when I get nervous. That's stalker. No, seriously. Stalker behavior. No, dude. No. But yeah, nobody ever knows whether or not I find something uncomfortable or not because I start laughing. I start laughing like a dick.
That I saw there.
Oh God, why are
Um,
you in the hotel
I
lobby,
don't-
brother?
I'm guessing he just found out that's where it was, or maybe he got a badge.
Gross.
AB apparently had no
Don't-
idea how he found their hotel, but he speculates
What?
that he could have used a fake press pass to get through, security or something
No,
like that. This is
dude,
honestly
no,
like
this is
stalker
not
territory.
good.
It's becoming dangerously
Not
close to like deranged
good.
fan seeks out YouTuber they like so that they can like have a relationship with them. He's like
This
in
is
love
not
with AB or something.
good.
Now all of this lore was
So
revealed on the
weird.
H3 podcast. Jake obviously was in a lot of hot water at the time, and he would end up apologizing for his insane video.
My intention was to stand up for a specific group of people, but instead I came across as an asshole.
The problem with his
Instead, I
apologies is very
came across
kind of
as an
nonspecific. He doesn't
asshole.
really
I
go into
love
what he really
the
did
way
wrong.
that he phrased it. Instead, I came across as an asshole. Like, no, it should have been instead, I was being an asshole. Like, you were being an asshole. It's not that you came across as an asshole, you're being an asshole. Like, what kind of... what... Oh, sorry, not trying to make you uncomfortable. Thank you. I can't get over that. It said I was coming across as an asshole. But that's why I didn't like the response of like kind of like, oh well, everybody kind of perceives it like this. Like I wasn't being you were being an asshole. It's so straight. Like, oh, people thought that I was blackmailing. You were blackmailing them. What does that mean, dude? What do you mean by this? What do you mean? What do you mean? It doesn't. Ugh. He always tries to distance himself from his own bad choices. No, seriously, as if it wasn't like, okay. See, this is the thing, right? Somebody could be like, I didn't do it out of malice, but the strange thing is that it was a shitty thing to do. So people can explain all they want that they didn't do something out of malice, all right? But like, you still did something shitty. So okay, I guess like, all right, I guess that's where we are. Like, fine. What?
But he did apologize, so
What
we gotta
do you
note that.
mean?
Now, when Rob's Media was covering all this stuff and the whole Jake Doolittle saga,
You need to
he
stop
also
singing
touched
Walsh.
on Jake's charity called Never Stop. And he
Here we
talks about how he
go.
sells these shirts, but out of the profits of the shirts, only 10% of
I
it
just
goes to
wanna
his charity. He
upgrade.
basically makes the point that it feels like
Upgrade.
Jake is kind of using this charity to shield himself from criticism so he looks good.
Seriously.
And looking back, it's honestly
Don't
impressive
criticize
how
me.
on the money he was
I
11
give
months
to
before Jake.
charity. Don't criticize me because I'm using my money for good, unlike other people. Brother needs his own money for his freaking knee surgery shit. So,
Dropped
sit
his
down,
most
dog.
infamous single video to date.
Not only did I go live thinking that I could clear everything up in the span of 20 minutes while waiting for results from knee scans of the inside of my knee,
Ew.
knee surgeries.
Ew.
It's also,
Stop
I
it.
believe, why
Nope.
my
Ew.
knees,
Nope.
arthritis
Ew.
of the knee,
Ew.
my
Nope.
knee
Ew.
scans,
Nope.
my
Again.
knee
No, no,
scans,
stop.
left
Ew.
knee surgeries.
Nope,
My
and he's going-
knee
he's going
screws
again.
in, left knee screws out, right knee screws in, right knee screws out.
Yeah.
Well, I showed you all
No.
my medical
Yeah.
files, and I've shown you the
Yeah.
inside of my knee.
Bringing up the knee thing. He would
So
not
recently,
give
as of
up
me
about the
recording this
knee
video,
thing, brother.
Jake dropped
Stop.
a new video, a new upload
You don't
that
need
I
to
was
talk
very
about your
excited to see
knee.
because I'm a big fan of him, titled "I'm Frustrated with Commentary YouTubers," with a thumbnail including
Oh,
I'm
it's
Alex
this.
and Cody Ko, who are both pretty big
Okay, dude, guy was I can't believe he tried to like evade that, like, oh yeah, I wasn't gonna name drop people or I wasn't gonna do that. Like, it wasn't about that. You clickbaited the thumbnail. So what did you actually mean? You clickbaited the thumbnail. You could say that you meant something else, but your behavior shows what you did because you added them into the thumbnail. So yeah, you were gonna do what you said you were gonna do, and people didn't like that, and now you're trying to backtrack and act like you weren't gonna do that, because if people had been praising you for it, then you would have done it. If people have been okay with it, then you would have done it. It's the fact that nobody was okay with it that now you're like, well, I guess I gotta apologize. The audacity of other people while I'm having my niece issues. Bro looks soy AF, dude, not gonna lie. I didn't like making fun of people's looks, but he acts exactly how you think he would based on his looks. Damn, so I cannot leg into somebody's appearance. I think it's free game to dog on somebody's appearance when he literally talked about how that other dude looked like he doesn't like give consent, or he doesn't take consent or something. He made that comment. I don't think you were here when he made that comment about that other guy. But like, if you're gonna make comments based off of other people's appearance, like, dude, again, you're free game. Like, if we're gonna get down and dirty, like, you're free game. And to act like you aren't free game or people aren't justified, like you're allowed to say whatever you want and people aren't allowed to look into you or criticize you and your behavior, is just so entitled. It's just so entitled. Like, dude, if I went off and was like Turkey Tom's disgusting, I hate his haircut, I hate the way that he looks, he's fat, he's gross, he's all of these things, and he came out and was like, well, you're nasty, and I was like, how could you say that? Like, of course, I'm free game then. Tom is absolute free game to say something. Like, you can't, fair enough. You know what I mean? If you're gonna shit on somebody's appearance, somebody's gonna shit on your appearance, and you can't be surprised. You can't act like you're like that's above that, and like people aren't allowed to do that. You're free game. Double standard again. He's double standard. He's such double standard about it, which is so crazy. And at the same time, like, okay, he went off an entire spiel about like the way that he grew up and stuff like that. And I literally talked about it, how I look back on the stuff that happened in my life. I talked about this earlier in stream where I was like, man, I really look back on that type of stuff back in my childhood because I feel like I didn't have those experiences, and obviously I feel slighted and stuff like that. But at the same time, that doesn't make I'm deserving of like any type of grace from the universe. Like, the reality is the reality of the world. You know what I mean? It's not like I deserve no criticism because of what happened in my life. You know, if you do something shitty, you're gonna get criticism. You are deserving of criticism. It's not like I'm undeserving of criticism for doing something shitty based off of what's happened in my life. So to like act like, well, like I got knee surgery and all of this stuff happened to me, you know, as if like you're undeserving of any type of criticism is insane to me. It's wild to me, really. Sorry, I'm playing my mobile game.
commentary creators that have been alleged to be involved with crimes against women. Now, the thumbnail was changed pretty soon after to remove these people, but the important thing to note here is that the video has nothing to do with those specific people, at least as far as I know.
Today is going to be a little bit of a different video because I am frustrated.
I wish you would get more grace, though. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I'm a woman, and you're supposed to relate to everything I say, and you should always support me if ever I say something shitty. Autism, so I'm gonna call the police on people if you don't agree with me. I'm gonna call the police for cyberbullying. Thank you, though, Psychonaut. I appreciate that. I feel the same, though. Growing up with a disability is hard. Yeah, it can be hard. You know, it can be really hard. And I had said that, especially for somebody like me who has gotten diagnosed so late in life. Like, things were rather difficult, and yeah, I really look back and think like, wow, I wish I had done certain things to get those opportunities that other kids have. And I feel like, based off of my like social anxiety and how difficult things were for me in school, that I just didn't get I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there to have the opportunity. Like, some people look back on their high school experience and they're like, man, I wish I had done this. But it's not like I wasn't even there to be able to pick whether or not I wish I had done something, you know? Like, the greater scheme of, like, kind of like people who were, like, let's say they were looking back on being at, like, prom or something, and they're like, man, I wish I had asked that girl to dance. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even at the prom. Like, I was, like, or when I look back on work experiences and it's like, oh wow, everybody went out to happy hour. Like, dude, I didn't even know. And they were like, man, I wish I had, like, connected with my coworker more. Or I wish I had done this. Like, I wasn't there. Dude, I wasn't there. So, like, I wish I could go back and, like, put myself out there more and actually be there. Because it's like, oh man, I wish I had had that, like, amazing movie high school experience. But the thing is, like, a lot of people were actually there. Like, yeah, they can look back and say, like, oh, I don't like the way I behaved in this situation. I wasn't even in the situation. I wasn't even in the situation. I wasn't there, brother. Nah, I feel that. I was left out a lot. Yeah? Oh, you were the Tism brothers. Oh man. But at the same time, like, I would not go out and be like, well, I am undeserving of criticism, and and like go off on a rant in the moment. Like, if I'm getting hate, I wouldn't in the moment start bringing up the way that my horrible experiences in life and what led to, like, the person that I am now and all of my personal issues, and be like, and bring that up within somebody criticizing me. That looks so bad. It makes you look so bad, like you're trying to get sympathy, or you're seeming like you're way too entitled, that you're undeserving of any type of criticism because of that. Like, I'm just so taken aback by that. I'm taken aback. I'm taken aback. I think it's disgusting.
With a lot of your favorite creators.
The premise of the video is essentially that Jake is very
Thank
frustrated
God, God somebody saved the video before it got taken down, because he literally what was the, oh my God, the thing that he said in the, I do remember it now, from the I'm Alex thing, the I'm Out and Cody was like, I thought nobody was gonna see it. I thought nobody, only except my core audience, was gonna see it. No, you didn't, because you clickbaited the thumbnail. You clickbaited the thumbnail, and you said that you were gonna start name dropping people, and you were like, I didn't think anybody was gonna see it but my core audience. Fuck off. No way. No way. You wanted people to see it. You wanted to start up a ruckus, and you wanted to be right. And when everybody told you that you were wrong, now you're upset.
Other YouTubers that he knows, because he asked them personally to donate to his non-profit charitable organization, and they did not donate.
There has been no YouTuber who has ever inquired or donated any money to Never Stop.
He basically says, like, I messaged all these people.
Your team in Zenless is just hot
some of them
people.
didn't donate
Exactly
to me. Some of them didn't give me money, which I found really
I
bad.
like looking at
I see how much
hotties.
money they're making on their closed
Dude,
friends
I want to
story
cosplay
on
Jane
Instagram,
so
and they're
badly.
making
This
a lot
is
of money,
Jane.
so
I
they need
love
to give
her.
me money.
A lot of these
Jane
YouTubers
looks
love
so
talking about
good in the
holding
way that
people
she, like,
accountable
snakes
for their
through that.
wrongdoings and all that kind of
She's
shit.
so
But when
sick with
I
it, though.
try to
I
say,
love
hey,
Jane.
if you have any extra money,
damn,
we are
they
giving
hot.
$500 a month. I know that
They
you
really
just put
are,
on your
though. They're
close
so
friend
good
story
looking.
that you're making 15 grand off this brand deal. Hey, I would love the help. My views are down, but you're getting, I don't
My
know,
views are down.
50,000 subs a month. What are we doing here?
Brother,
And
get
it gets
those
even
views
more
up. Maybe
insane
you
as
should be
Jake then
focused on
implies
that.
that he is going to expose some of
Yeah,
these
they are hot,
YouTubers,
though.
and one specific
Thank you.
one apparently, in the future, because they're not donating to his charity, and he's going to, like, try to nuke their career because they
I
don't
need to
give
get
him
up to
$500.
2,000.
Throughout this video,
I think
I'm not
I
going
saw
to
the
name
Yuri
names,
trailer with her in
but
it. Yeah.
I would like you to know that I am going to name names at some point, possibly
Yes, see?
next month or
And then
so.
to be like, I
if
didn't
my
think
following
anybody
up
would
with
see
these
it.
people amounts to nothing, and I keep getting ghosted.
So not only is he acting
Holy
extremely
shit.
entitled and
It's
demanding
so
that people
dumb.
donate to his specific charity, not only is he pocket watching them and being like, you make so much money, why don't you give it to me? But he's also essentially threatening to blackmail, or at least try to blackmail the people he
BRB
DM'd
smoke
by
break
threatening
and
to
feeding
reveal the
pets.
names of people
Yeah.
who ignored his message.
I want someone to tell me why U.S. senators and
Tell me
representatives are more
why.
likely to work with
People
me
gotta
than
stop
other
saying that.
influencers in the commentary space who I have talked
Same
to.
goes
Personally,
with
is
It's
a
Been a While.
sociopath, a
That gets
scholar of
me.
the 48 Laws of Power,
been a
and a member
while.
of the dark triad of psychology. I will say that I respect his attempt here, but it wasn't very effective. And when you see this controversy
2,000
recently, it really
within
makes you
this
think,
time
like,
limit? Jesus,
he's
I'm not
crying
gonna
about
do
people
that.
who ignored his messages. This seems to be a pattern of behavior.
Ooh, Drew Gooden custody.
This guy does not like when you ignore his texts, and if you do ignore his texts, he might try to ruin your life. Ignoring his message is like a mental trigger for him to fly off the handle and become a supervillain.
My views are down, but you're getting, I don't know, 50,000 subs a month. What are we doing here?
Just because
What are
people
we doing
are more
here? I don't know.
popular than you and
They're
have more
getting that
subscribers
bag and you're not?
doesn't mean they have to buy
What
one
are
of your
we
shitty
doing here?
Teespring
Not we,
shirts,
brother.
so
You're
10%
not
of the revenue
involved.
goes to charity. It doesn't matter how rich you are. It does not make you a good person if you donate to charity. If you have $1 billion and instead of donating that to St. Jude's Children's Hospital, you instead decide to blow a hole in the side of Mount Rushmore, build a beautiful gamer cave, and then move Ninja in there so his braless wife can bring him sandwiches while he drinks 90s. That is totally up to you, and you should not feel bad because you spend your money in a way that you like and want to. And YouTubers are also not obligated to respond to his messages or collab with him.
Because I'm petty and
this
isn't about supporting me, it's about supporting people who need the
It
support.
is about
I'll give a
supporting
bunch
you.
of
It's about
examples
directly supporting
about how
you. That's what
YouTubers
you
have
want. You're upset
ghosted
that we
me and
liked.
not wanted to help with Never Stop.
I don't even know why he would say this. Like, are
It
you
is
are you
about you.
okay?
And I'm not doing
Not
this
okay.
because I think that it's
Ooh,
going
I'm so
to
close to
light a
2,000,
fire
dude. Can I
under
clutch this?
influencers
Can I
to
clutch
donate
this,
to
brother?
Never Stop. Because it's
Can I
not going to
clutch
happen.
this?
This
Can I
video is
clutch
not
this,
going to do
dog? Oh,
anything.
no.
Then
No,
why
I
are you
cannot.
making this video? YouTube is not a therapist you can just rant out all your frustrations to and expect a positive result. This is a public platform and you are a commentary channel who makes a living off of criticizing other people. So admitting that this video will do nothing to me seems
I'm
very
not gonna
strange,
get
and
it.
to me also backs up the fact that this guy is so
Damn it.
bitter. Now, as I mentioned, Jake talked about one specific
Absolutely
influencer in
seething.
this video that he was really peeved at. Some guy that he was messaging about potentially donating
Dang
to
it,
his
I'm not gonna
charity,
get to
to which
2,000,
that
I'm
guy then
fricked.
ghosted him, I guess.
I give this person advice, and because they asked for it, right? And then after this call, I say, hey,
2,
I
1,
really
boom,
appreciate
end.
that I was able to give you
Shit.
advice, but I would love some advice on how to grow my nonprofit because I feel like you know a lot about
even
this
get
kind
to
of stuff. I
2,000,
would
dude.
love to talk. And I'm going to send a follow-up this week. But if there's no response, I don't know what to do.
Sigma rule number 14. Blackmail your friends.
And it's at this point we get to the part that made me make this whole video and do 7 live stream clips about him in the first place. He complains about the fact that because he made a video a year ago, which I assume was the Ethan Klein video, people don't want to work with him or do collabs with him anymore, as if he deserves to have a collab with them.
And because I made a
Seriously?
video that wasn't received well a year ago, people don't want to work with me. But the problem is, when you're putting out as much content as I am, there's going to be videos that aren't received well. I feel like that's simple math. Just in the last 6 months, I've posted 73 videos. Who else is doing that?
I'm going to take a step back from my hater
Brother.
arc here and say that I do believe that pretty much everyone has the opportunity to grow and change as a person, and I don't think that, you know, things like this, even what Jake has done here, I don't think that should be held against him for the rest of his life, okay? I don't. Everyone does have the capacity to change and become a better person. But just because you feel that you've changed doesn't mean you get to cry about the fact that other YouTubers don't want to associate with you. You don't get to call them evil because they
Seriously.
don't want to be involved with someone that tried to slander Ethan Klein and got blown out for it.
Who else is doing that?
When I was watching this for the first time, I thought he was trolling or something. I could not believe it.
Who
This
else posts that many videos? Dog, so many people post so many videos. Brother, I can't. Okay, I'm gonna X out. We're gonna X out Zenless. I'm gonna get into the painting. I'm gonna get into the painting. I ate this much. I ate the little bit. I ate 2 little bits. So I ate about this much since I woke up. Oh my god. And the thing is, I wanna like it is a sign of low appetite. And I really don't want to, because then I'm gonna start to feel sick. If I start forcing myself to eat, I'm gonna be for real. But like, I know I gotta eat that. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
video received a significant amount of
been a
backlash,
while.
even more than the H3 thing. It was almost universally hated, apart from a few glazers in his comment section trying to defend him, but really the majority of the
Dude.
consensus was that Jake made himself look like an entitled pussy, crying about people leaving him on red. And not only that, they also went on to criticize his charity. I'm not sure why someone would donate to Jake Doolittle. He helps a total of 12 people a year, half the buttons on his jank site don't work, and it's essentially a lottery to be chosen. Your money would be better spent literally anywhere else. I don't get it. Now, Jake did actually try to hide his video initially, because I watched it on live stream. I spent about, I don't know, an hour and 20 minutes watching the entire thing, and about half an hour later, the video was removed off of YouTube. But of course, that didn't stop some familiar faces from finding it and roasting him about it for 3 hours.
Who else is doing that? And
so many people, man. Again, this man is having delusions. Like, I don't know what's going on, but to be like, I'm posting 3 videos a week. Who else on YouTube is doing that? It's like a lot of
Who
everybody.
else?
Probably
close to 1 million people.
Yeah,
are
like a
doing it.
million.
Yeah. Also,
I mean, a lot of them are posting a lot more than you, man.
yeah, sure. I just realized, as a side note, he shouldn't be talking about being left on red, because he left me on red. The last thing I said to him when I said, "Is he serious about making a video about you?"
Right, you tried to talk him out of it.
That is insane. I go, as a viewer, I'm honestly shocked that you would take that seriously in any way possible.
Now, Jake was very aware that this live stream was happening, and as a result, he decided to type in the chat and say, "Hey, can this wait? I'm actively in the hospital.
This
I'm
wait?
actively in the as opposed to
I'm in the
passively,
hospital.
inactively in the
Shit,
hospital.
can
Like, what
this
does that
wait,
even mean?"
please?
But once again, this is the exact same thing that he
God.
cried about a year ago when Ethan called him out for trying to slander him. And obviously, Ethan ended
Insane.
up
Can this
responding
just
to
wait?
that message and had
Seriously,
some choice words.
guys,
Bro, are you
guys,
crazy? You think you're gonna?
seriously.
You think
Guys.
you're gonna fucking emotionally manipulate me into
Guys,
not watching
can
this?
this wait?
Are you crazy, bro?
Now, for the time being, Jake was radio silent on YouTube. He had removed the video. He was in Ethan's comment section, but he wasn't responding to any of the criticism directly. But in his infinite wisdom, he decided to fire up a live stream.
I love how he's recapping it so nicely. I've been on this for just a while. I love that he's recapping it. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Hold on. I gotta grab the toilet paper that's across the room. And throw away my weird thing of like strawberries. I had strawberries yesterday. Alright, let me grab toilet paper. I like to use it. Let me check. How are the buns doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody's okay. Bruce and the bunnies are all sleeping in the other room, which is super cute. It's so adorable, dude. It's so adorable. Ah, it's so cute. Ah, it's so cute. Okay. All right. Yep.
On Instagram while he was in the hospital to talk about what was happening.
Seriously.
Oh, I
so
released
weird.
like a video like 2 days ago that was really bitter.
So
and,
bitter.
Annoyed.
Brother's pissed.
So this is me just checking in, saying hello, apologizing.
He kind of tacitly acknowledges that it was a bad video, but he doesn't really get into why. He kind of makes it seem like he's getting unjustly canceled or called out. And a large majority of it is also him saying that H3 is evil for punching down
I'm happy
on
I'm
little
almost
Jake.
done
You
with
shouldn't
these
feel the need
giraffes,
to
dude.
delete
I'm so
videos that are
excited that I'm
important to
almost
you.
done.
Yeah, but
I'm so excited.
usually the videos that are important to me don't get, it's like a bad take usually. Like people don't like it. You should go on H3 and talk with them. That won't do anything.
And he also talks about his knee surgeries a lot, which spawned a lot of memes.
I'm about to schedule 2 more knee surgeries. I have no.
Now, this live stream only went out to a few people when it happened because Jake has a pretty small following on his Instagram. But people obviously heard of it because he was in controversy and they decided to screen record it and upload it. One of those preservers, one of those uploaders was RIZZ Media, who decided to archive both the original video from Jake and the live stream to his YouTube channel. Now, obviously, this content is 1000% Jake's, and legally he's within his right to take down archives of it if he wants, but I would say it's probably bad practice to take these things down. Firstly, because RIZZ Media is not making money off of his content, really. He's just re-uploading stuff that Jake posted so other people can access it. And on top of that, archives are extremely useful. A lot of media will be lost to time, either because of controversy, either because people just don't do a good job of preserving it, and RIZZ Media, as a lost media aficionado, wanted to preserve this content. But Jake had a different idea.
Racists.
Jake Doolittle put a copyright
The paint's
takedown
so
request
good.
and placed a strike on my second channel, RIZZ Media Archive. Obviously, it's his content, but it's an archive. He's not
There's
doing
still
this to
some wet
protect his
paint in here.
content, but
Okay.
instead
We can
to
do
hide
this.
his
We can do
mistakes
this.
instead of owning up to them.
Hi, sisters. It's Jake here, and I'm back with another
Hi,
video. And I'm
sisters.
here with my pal.
And another important thing to keep in mind here is when you take down content on YouTube, you can actually choose the way that it gets taken down. For example, when a YouTuber uses copyrighted music in a video, there are 2 options that usually go down. First off, they'll get a straight up copyright claim. And what that means is that the revenue from that video will be paid to the original copyright holder. So if you use a Foo Fighters song in your video, unedited in full, there's a high likelihood that the label will then claim your video and take money from it. But then there's another kind of claim, which is where a video will get blocked worldwide. Basically, the claimant has decided that they don't want want
What?
people to be able to use that
No.
content on YouTube, and as a result, if you use that Foo Fighters song, what's going to happen? Your video is not able to be seen by anyone. But then there is a third option, which is the strike. You can manually choose to add a strike to that person's channel to penalize their livelihood. And of course, Jake, because he's spiteful and bitter, had to go out of his way to make sure there was a strike on Rob's Media's archive channel.
They make YouTube videos sexualizing Minecraft characters.
And not only that, he did it a second time to Rob's Media, meaning Rob had 2 strikes. It's the epitome of the cry bully mentality. It's flip-flopping between victim mode and then aggressively censoring your critics. On one hand, he's crying in H3's chat about the harassment, and on the other, he's vehemently taking down archives and striking Rob's channel and crying about how Ethan is punching down. Now, with everyone talking about Jake's original video, with them talking about his past, with the strikes being a big point of discussion and people just going in on Jake, obviously, he definitely felt the pressure to respond, and eventually, he actually would.
My last video sucked, and the following live stream of me in the hospital trying to see what my audience thought of the video and if everybody hated me was also a really stupid fucking decision.
Off the bat, he acknowledges the controversy is happening. He acknowledges why it's happening. He doesn't seem to be making a lot of excuses for it.
There's a lot to address, and thinking that I could clear things up while on a vertical live stream holding the phone below my chin is clown behavior.
From here, Jake explains that he had just watched a video of another YouTuber ranting off the dome and then decided that he should do it himself about something he cared about. But he does willingly say multiple times, yes, my video was very bad. It was unscripted and I was ranting like a lunatic, but that's no excuse. He kind of does make a few excuses for himself, which, you know, they're probably true. This is probably the headspace he was in, but I just don't really care to hear about it.
But I thought that I could explain what was going on while in the ER, in a lot of pain, scans of the inside of my knee.
He talks about how during the time that this video was made, he had recently been denied insurance after multiple surgeries, and overall, he was in a very bad mood.
I was very upset recording that.
What is strange about this is that he says that he does stand by some of the stuff he said in the video.
You had to be there.
Kind of struggling to figure out what that would be. And
You
where
did
that
not
would
have to
make
be,
sense,
you
'cause
know,
I think the whole video
talking
was
about
like
it.
pretty bad. Like, it's rare you get a video where every second of it is bad, but
this is
Jake's video was that. Jake also talks about how he came across as extremely entitled, and he now realizes that he is not entitled to anyone's money, and that basically everything he said was wrong in that regard.
The attitude and the tone, everything was bad. I came
dog, I
across
didn't
as
finish painting the bottom
annoying
of the
and
thing.
entitled,
That's my
and I
bad.
apologize for making people feel pressured and like hinting at outing people who didn't
Hinting at
donate.
outing-
One
you
part of
said
the video
you were-
that I take a big issue with is when he tries to explain that he didn't expect this video to leave his target audience.
Seriously?
I posted that video genuinely not thinking anyone would see
Seriously,
it
dude.
because our website is not functioning at all. I thought that people would recognize my frustration as me trying or showing people that I care.
But his actions don't really reflect that. I mean, in the original video, the thumbnail has Cody Ko and I'm Alex.
Yes!
Two of the
Yes!
most
Pointed
popular
out- yes!
commentary
Thank you.
YouTubers
Thank you.
probably
Thank
ever.
you.
And on top of that, there are also 2 people who have been majorly exposed. So he gave it a very provocative title and a provocative thumbnail to get people to click it because he wanted
Seriously?
views on it.
I
This
didn't think
video
it
is
would leave my
tailor-made to get
core
as many people
audience.
watching as possible.
I didn't
If he
think it
wanted
would
to make a
leave,
video
like,
for his core
his
audience, which is a dumb
circle.
idea in the first place,
It's
because
so
like,
dumb.
you're uploading on a public platform where anyone can see your videos, but whatever. If he wanted to make a video for his core audience, it would just be like him in the thumbnail with like, let's chat about something dumb or let's talk about what I'm feeling today.
Seriously,
But
like,
instead, he
I'm
made a nice
upset.
thumbnail. He wanted to get it marketed to as many people as possible. Now, another really cringe part of Jake's original video is when he says that no commentary YouTuber works as hard as him.
Just in the last 6 months, I've posted 73 videos. Who else
Wow.
is doing that?
And in this follow-up, he seems to acknowledge that that's not really the case, and he's
That's,
being very weird here with that.
not
The
right,
majority
brother.
of the apology is him saying, yeah, I said this thing was really stupid, here's my thought process and why I said it, but it's still stupid. But even if you're willing to buy his explanations for that stuff, it doesn't excuse the copyright strikes.
When it comes to the copyright claims themselves, they were straight re-uploads of the live
I'm back.
stream
Hello.
and my original video that I took down at like 11,000 views. I retracted one of the strikes on the re-uploads because the person emailed me and asked me to retract it. I also felt bad because this person created a new YouTube account to try to re-upload archives, and they had already gotten like over 2,000 subs off of an archive channel.
Just because they were re-uploads does not mean that they shouldn't be re-uploaded for the sake of preservation. Jake even acknowledges that the purpose of it was for archiving, and he didn't really give a reason as to why he took these down, as far as like why he really did it or why he felt like it would be a good thing to do. He kind of just moves on after saying, yeah, I copyright strike those, they were re-uploads, which in my opinion is not a very good explanation for why you did that. And he then goes on a tirade about how people accused him of faking his illness, and he actually has the illness, and he
went so off, about why people thought he was
I've
faking.
shown you
Oh
the
my
inside of my
god.
knee tearing apart due to those diagnoses.
I don't need to see
I don't know what
the
else
knee.
I can give you.
I don't know what else I could give. Dude. Conclusion. Here
now,
we
at
go.
the end of the day, where does all of that leave us? What position are we in? Well, I think that regardless of
Where
if
are
this
we?
apology video is received positively or not by Jake's core fan base, his core audience, I think that this video will definitely discourage a lot of people from wanting to work with him again. Because making a
Seriously.
mistake once is one thing, and I can,
Bricked up all
have
of his
sympathy
future
for that. And at the
collabs,
same
dude.
time, making a mistake again is also something I can have sympathy for. But the problem is that Jake didn't just alienate a few little people out there who he doesn't really know. He didn't just alienate Orange Peanut or Rob's Media or Ethan Klein, which is 3 people that you probably don't want to alienate, but it wasn't just them. He also went out of his way to alienate himself from the very YouTubers he claims to respect and love so much. Jake Doolittle, at the end of the day, is not really even a commentary YouTuber. He is a commentary YouTube fan. He begs people for collab videos constantly.
Ugh.
When he doesn't get his way, he has a mental breakdown about it. He seeks out AB in real life to
Seriously.
take photos of him against his will. Frankly, I don't even want to imagine what his DMs are like with like Danny Gonzalez or Cody Ko. Who
I'm
knows
scared.
what he was like when he was asking them for collabs. At the end of the day, Jake to me seems like someone who just needs a friend. He just needs a hug. He just needs someone to respond to his DM. But I wouldn't count on that
Needs a
happening. In
friend.
fact, what I'd instead count on is the fact that no commentary YouTuber is going to want to collab with this guy inside of a 5-year period. But that's about all for today, folks. Hope you enjoyed this longer video. Had a lot to say in this
I
one,
loved
but
it.
tomorrow I'll be back to reading Nice Guys or something. But that
Yeah.
video got limited ads, so had to make up for it somehow. Bye.
I loved it. Alright, sick. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last of the layers. I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing okay. Ooh. I can't believe I literally let that palette dry out and I realized I didn't do the bottom of this. So whoopsies. Whoopsies. I didn't paint the bottom of the freaking, like the edges of the canvas on the bottom. I didn't realize I didn't do that. So I freaked myself. So I didn't paint the bottom of the canvas. You know, the edges. I'd want to paint the edges. I want to get the edges nice and crisp. I realized that I didn't do that because I was like, you know, merging the colors together. But it's happening. I'll figure it out. I'll just use the other colors, whatever. I'll just kind of merge them. I don't care. Looks fantastic still. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just doing another layer of the colors. I am going to do a white outline over all of the major parts. So hopefully that'll help kind of rope everything in. But now I just want to get the layers of everything kind of like slowly. What yellow is that? Dude, I also let the yellow dry out. Am I insane? I let the yellow dry out when I didn't finish doing this. Why did I forget about that? I just forgot about it. I'm gonna have to mix another freaking yellow. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why did I do this? Oh god. Okay. Well, let me just flip that around because now I'm gonna do this yellow and then I'll mix another yellow, dude. I'll just mix another one. Let's see. Where's my yellow? Yeah, I'll just mix another one. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just mix another one. I'll just mix another one over here. So I've got this lighter yellow, but I want it to be a mix between the light yellow and white. So I'll just mix another yellow, dude, whatever. Let me do yellow. And then white. All right. I believe we are all caught up. We are all caught up. Finally, unless something happened, unless something was posted in the meantime, I believe we're all freaking caught up finally. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Okay. We're caught up. I am finally, from 2 weeks ago, YouTube's most degenerate Brody. Finally, I am so late to this. He doesn't even have the tree in the background. This is so old. Finally, we're here.
To all cloppers, attention, all cloppers. We are
sorry.
coming for you, okay? The Turkey Squad has taken full advantage of the new president's drone
consider myself a
technology, and we
clopper.
will be targeting your location. So
Please don't.
get ready for us to bring the boom.
Boom! Here comes the boom!
Guys, I'm very pleased to say that today is a terrible day for bronies, which, honestly, what day isn't a terrible day for most bronies? Have most bronies ever even had a good day in their life? I think that literally almost every brony I've ever covered in my history on YouTube has been some kind of variant of freaky fella, has had some kind of allegations, opinions about the age of consent. Now, the one positive interaction I did have was when I actually went to a brony convention in a video, and, you know, that was mostly fine. Those guys were totally cool, but the ones you hear about on the internet, I mean, they're just not bringing their best here. I want you guys to close your eyes right now and picture a brony, but not just any ordinary brony, no. Picture what you think is the epitome of a degenerate brony. Do you have a clear picture in your head? Maybe exaggerate it just a bit. You think that's a little too crazy to be true? Your imagination is deceiving you? Well, my friends, it's time to meet Dan's Burst Studios, a brony that is so autistic and depraved. These things are unrelated, of course, but he's so autistic and depraved that frankly it's hard to believe this is a real person behind the cartoon avatar. Now, in addition to the usual brony traits that you guys have unfortunately come to expect, like obsessing over jerking off to pastel-colored horses meant for 14-year-olds, Dan's Burst actually believes himself to be a profound intellectual and revolutionary thinker who yearns to really share his wisdom with the masses. He's got a lot to say. Now, the Dan's Burst philosophy, the Dan's Burstian philosophy, as it were, ranges from defending the morality of zoophilia to defending pedophiles,
It's been a while. Been a while. I swear to God, are we gonna get to bathroom issues? Bathroom issues, okay? I'm gonna say this right now because this seems to be a recurring thing that we always get to with a lolcat, and I'm gonna call him a lolcat, having bathroom issues. Are we gonna get to it where we're talking about bathroom issues again? They bring up having I swear, brother, I swear to God, I swear. I'm nervous here, okay? Not
sexuality and engaging in being a massive fan of Shadman art, which he presents in poorly made videos that he shares to all 53 of his loyal subscribers on YouTube.com. So today we will in fact be punching down as the annoying people like to call it, but
I swear,
I just don't really care. Now,
I
Dan is
have
an
a
interesting
feeling,
case of someone who
I always have a
actually
feeling
uses
that we're gonna get into bathroom issues. This keeps happening. This keeps happening, and I always fear for this, that we're gonna get into, and then there's bathroom issues. Like, suddenly, it always happens. It always happens.
the website that primarily hates them and makes fun of them being Kiwi Farms. Dan's Burst even interacts with other notorious bronies that accidentally found their way onto the farms, such as the infamous, and this is not a made-up name by the way, Peppermint Swirl, also known as Foster U, who is a Mexican brony that Dan's Burst specifically came to Kiwi Farms to defend. He was on those demonic keyboard warrior hours righteously defending this individual from what he believed to be false accusations. Now, why did this guy think that going to a website that kind of hates his entire existence was a good idea? Frankly, I do not know, but from his own reasoning, he's not afraid of his enemies. He wants to confront them head on, especially by owning them with very well thought out, intellectual, objective, moral arguments that at the end of the day, just no one can really argue with.
I'm going to be arguing against two separate but related claims. First, that zoophilia is morally wrong.
Oh,
and that
it is.
That zoophilia should be illegal.
It should be.
Well, let's start with the
It should, excuse me? No.
Now, we don't know a lot about Dan's Burst's early life here, although we do know a few small key details. His first name is Timmy, and that's based on a YouTube video where he can be heard screaming with his transgender ex-girlfriend while playing The Binding of Isaac. The video itself almost sounds like a fake skit, but I assure all of you, the autism does in fact run very deep with this one, and it is very much real.
Michael, where did you put my Snickers bar?
Wait, what are you saying, Timmy?
Michael, you took my Snickers bar. You think I didn't see you think I don't see the fucking shit you do every day after Halloween?
Your Snickers bar.
I feel like this is fake.
I'm never gonna be with you again. I'm gonna break up with you, and you're never gonna see me again.
Is it not illegal?
Myself, Michael, and you will be the one. You will pay. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, fuck you! I'm gonna fucking hit you. you no matter what, you piece of fucking shit. You fucking talking like me. Like, don't talk like me. That again.
Now at this point, we kind of have to shift gears to Timmy's ex because the
Is it not illegal? I believe in some countries it's not illegal. I'm gonna be honest. I believe in some countries it's not illegal. I'm not sure about that, but in America I believe it's illegal. I'm not so sure on the legality of everything. Oh my just the background is insane.
descriptions on these videos and the comments
I'm
on this
so
now deleted
appalled by
YouTube
hearing
video
that.
from Timmy's ex, Michael's channel are pretty interesting to say the least. It's the holiday season, boys, which means it's time to grab a gift for the ones you pretend to love without breaking the bank. Thankfully, today's video was brought to you by Raycon. Raycons are the everyday earbuds that are a must-have for
sponsorship.
audiophiles. They've
Get
got
that
tens
bag,
of thousands
Tom.
of 5-star reviews online that people are raving for them.
Get
And their
that
latest
bag.
model is better than ever with 32 hours of battery life and multi-point connectivity, so you can use 2 devices at once with your Raycons. They've got active noise cancellation, so you can ignore your mom screaming at you when you're trying to listen to the Joe Rogan
People
podcast.
say noise
I've also been
cancellation,
loving
dude.
these
I don't
cool
believe
protective
noise
cases they have.
cancellation
You
is
just
a
take your
thing.
Raycons right
Like,
here,
it's just
pop it
not.
in,
You can
pop
hear
the other
people
side
talking to you in
and
the
you're good to go.
background,
Your
brother.
Raycons are protected
It's
for
just a
life.
lie.
I mean, first of all, check out this design. It complements the earbuds perfectly.
Maybe it's because
to give
I'm
a very
hypersensitive
cool,
to sound.
edgy, and even based aesthetic. I like eating my
Ew.
fingernails. And not only do they look great, but the protective case still
It is
supports wireless
disgusting.
charging, so you don't have to plug in a stupid cord. Raycons are so easy to pair, and once they're paired for life. You can walk up to 33 feet away from your phone, and the sound is still top-notch.
33
And unlike
feet?
other brands, Raycon comes in a
Shit,
variety of
okay.
fun colors. Carbon black, royal blue, lavender, forest green. Whatever matches
Pink?
your personality type, Raycon has
Pink?
got it. Raycon audio quality
Pink?
rivals some of the best, and for a
I've
fraction
had good
of the
noise
price. It's a
canceling.
great, affordable gift for the holiday
Oh,
season
yeah?
for your wife who you love
I'm
so
so-so.
much.
I always-
so click
noise
the link in the
canceling stuff doesn't
description
really
or
help
go to
me.
buyraycon.com/TomDark for up to 25% off the entire site. That's right, you'll get up to 25% off site-wide at
Get that bag,
buyraycon.com/TomDark.
Tom.
And thanks to Raycon for sponsoring today's video.
Hell yeah, get it. Get that bag,
One
Tom.
particular video was actually titled "Me and My Boyfriend Fighting," and apparently was uploaded by Dan's ex without his knowledge, because you can actually see his comment responding to them saying, "This is showing the telltale signs of an abusive relationship." Well, actually he said abusey there, but we're gonna fill in the blanks here a little bit for our friend. It's not right to scream and hold hate in your heart when a relationship is about love. Open up your heart and be
so
loving,
weird.
not hateful, like the rape-ublicans we both despise. He did in fact call them that is a direct quote. Now for another funny little detail, his ex's YouTube account is actually named Furry Gamers Against Trump, with a super cool
They
furry
sounded like the
trans
same
flag
person
YouTube
to me.
profile picture, which personally I'm on board with that message. I think it's nice to see someone finally, speaking truth to power against Donald Trump. Nobody's done it before. No one's criticized him, frankly. It's kind of a new thing. And on that note, I think it's very important that we have somebody who is a furry gamer who is fighting for this issue. Now, Timmy's main pony Sona is his pony named Dansburst. This is a wizard pony for those who are unfamiliar, for those who don't know the lore, and he's based off of an existing My Little Pony character called Sunburst, and he really takes this pony identity very seriously. This is not a casual fan. In fact, Timmy's so deep into it, he'll use horse terminology and horse anatomy when referring to himself or speaking, such as saying every pony instead of every one, referring to women as mares instead of women. You will never catch this guy saying the word women in any video he's ever made. He also refers to his own body parts, like his feet and hands, as hooves, and perhaps most disturbing of all, he refers to children as foals. I had to look this up. I didn't know what this was, but he calls them foals. Hey, that mare was all over my hooves, and she was just my side horse. I'm probably second only to L Money in terms of mares embedded dates ratio. We'll see how into it you are after. I'm done grazing you. I'm done grazing you. We've truly fallen down a horrible
It just
rabbit hole
has
today.
me.
Now, one
I
of
feel
my
like
favorite
somebody
terms that he uses
one-tuned
is
my
called
brain.
stallionsplaining,
That
which is
entire
obviously
statement
kind of a
has me
comparison
so.
to
I need a
mansplaining,
moment.
saying that you
That
shouldn't.
whole statement, and he read that out so easily. I would not be able to read that out so seriously. That statement. My hooves, brother. No. Oh no. Just straight up no. I can't. There's nothing more I can say. There's nothing more I can say. Just no. No.
stallions playing to different people. He is a feminist, which is nice to see. But the thing about it is that Timmy's philosophy when it comes to immersion and role-playing actually knows no bounds. He will go further than the average mare, as it were, or the average stallion, the average foal even. In one instance, he began demanding that foals, which is once again his code word for kids, he began demanding that they enter his harem, claiming that Equestria doesn't have the human world's draconian age of consent laws, claiming that he can portal there and he can sort of take his harem of foals there, which is on one hand funny, but at the same time also very disturbing. What kind of reply is that? Did you type it with one hand? I think you were supposed to say hoof there, buddy. Hey. Hey, say hoof. I don't understand why you think I can do anything about my full harem. Equestria doesn't have the same draconian age of consent laws in this dimension's human world. You'd know if you'd portaled there like I have. Now, Timmy's political views can sometimes be a very confusing mess because on one hand, he appears to be a typical kind of generic left-leaning guy. He's opposed to Donald Trump, you know, which kind of makes sense. There's a lot of left-leaning people in the furry community and the brony community. But at the same time, he also likes to employ terminology like alpha and beta, and seems to actually believe that mares are inferior to men, and so often equate them to beta males or dismiss arguments he doesn't like with reactions of extreme disgust towards this behavior as a typical female reaction. So just to be clear, if you're a woman he likes, you're a mare. If you're a woman he doesn't like, you are in fact a woman. You are in fact a female, a femoid even. He also doesn't seem to like black people very much. It's a very perplexing kind of situation. Here we go. Sorry, I don't date blacks. Not even the, oh my god. Sorry, I don't date blacks. Not even the R-wordable ones. That's how strong my willpower is.
My
willpower. Strong willpower.
Oh my god.
That's amazing. Typical female reaction. Emotional disgust at a social taboo thing with no logical foundation. Now, this is in reference to him expressing his ideas of being a map and the moral ethics of intercourse with animals, by the way, which of course is very logical and based of Timmy. I do appreciate seeing that from him. And just because he possibly hates women doesn't mean he can't get horny. I mean, like the rest of us, he's gonna have that kind of feeling once in a while. Timmy's expressed on numerous occasions his love and desire for the girl boss queen, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and frankly, who wouldn't after seeing this 100% real picture? He writes, I am utterly in love with AOC. I can't help it. Simply, there is no woman as based as her. This is why I poured out my heart in detailing a fan fiction about her. Something that I wish would just happen already. I cannot hold my feelings in. Now, Timmy's also a very proud NEET, or not in education, employment, or training. This is sort of the self-imposed terminology for those who are terminally online and have nothing going for them. But he has a lot of logical reasoning behind this. I mean, in his own words, having a job makes you a beta provider. And in fact, by him not working, he dedicates himself to his true life's calling, which is very cool. It is making very low quality YouTube videos where he defends having intercourse with animals. And that is good. That is a good thing that he's doing. That is a service. He also describes him secretly trying to hoof without his family catching him while he doesn't have a job as FNAF 2020 mode, which is a reference to the brutally hardest Five Nights at Freddy's difficulty that Markiplier once beat. That is how he references this. It's oh man, that's nothing. Hoofing as a grown NEET is FNAF 2020. 4 family member animatronics, 2 entrances to the room on both sides, and worst of all, my security cameras get disabled when the internet slows. How am I ever gonna make it to 6 a.m.? That is so true. That is honestly so true, man. I understand. I get it. I do get it. I get it. Now, if it hasn't become abundantly obvious to you, Timmy does fashion himself as an intellectual with a high IQ. He likes to respond to criticism by posting very long paragraphs of bullshit, incomprehensible text, pseudo-intellectual garbage. I mean, this guy is crazy. He also really likes to use the word axiom. I don't really know why he uses the word axiom all the time, but he does. I think that in his mind, it makes him sound smarter to use that word, even though he doesn't really know what it means. Now, another respectable thing about him is the fact that he'll always debate someone, okay? He believes that it is cowardly to not engage in debate, meaning he will respond to literally anything you say about him, and he won't back down. He claims banning him from a chat, from a Discord, from any kind of site is cowardly, and he also claims to have great rebuttals and counter arguments for anyone who calls him out on his ridiculous positions, like him arguing that you should be able to do bad things with dogs. You see, as an enlightened Redditor, he has a very high IQ.
You'd think it would be horses. Why
and as
dogs?
a result, he rightly points out the fact that all these people criticizing him are just stupid. They're just silly. I mean, for example, one of the greatest things he does is anybody who doesn't like what he has to say about doing things with animals, if anyone's disgusted by the topic of him doing something with an animal or with a child, he calls them conformists who limit themselves. Ah, yes, the kind of conformity where you don't have sex with children. Wow, that's so bad. According to Timmy, in order to be a proper progressive, you need to believe that doing things with animals is ethical, and you need to defend it. But unfortunately for Timmy, as we all know, he's a shining beacon in a world of NPCs, which is why a lot of stupid fools respond saying, dude, you literally want to fuck animals. What are you talking about?
Seriously, what are you saying? What's happening?
Yes. Another great example of this is Timmy getting upset on Twitter that someone posted an image of Sonic the Hedgehog saying kill all P words, to which Timmy replied that Sonic would never ever espouse those kinds of politics, and this must be Metal Sonic impersonating him. Clearly, Timmy isn't as much of a Sonic fan as he would like you to believe, because we all know how in the 1993 cartoon The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic famously states that's no good in regards to lowering the age of consent.
This shouldn't run. Can we get him? I don't know.
That's no good.
Now, Timmy, Dansverse, whatever you want to call him, his account is active to this day, but a few months ago, he somehow did the impossible and got a temporary ban from the Kiwi Farms for obviously being a PDF file. I don't think I've almost seen anyone get banned from that site in my years of browsing it, so this is probably the most impressive thing he's ever managed to do. My best guess as to why he was banned is because he's pretty much just digging himself into a hole by constantly posting on there, and anything he says serves up more and more evidence against him if he ever does some real life shit, so maybe they were just banning him because he was being annoying, but I think his response to this happening pretty much says it all. Just today, I was banned on the KF for some reason. Was it my Sonic tweet? Being a gay rights supporter doesn't make you gay. Same for map rights. Now, I just realized probably some of you don't know what a map is, but map is a Twitter term that came up a little bit ago, standing for minor attracted person, which obviously, you know, there's another word we call those people typically. There was a time period on Twitter and a few other sites where these maps were trying to worm their way into the LGBTQ community to kind of be accepted as an identity that could then be pushed broader for acceptance. Obviously, the kinds of people who were pushing for that acceptance were all trying to do weird things with kids themselves, and it was ultimately rejected by 99% of people within the LGBT community and outside of it. But yeah, it was a pretty dark situation for a bit there, and that ultimately is where Dansverse Studios is getting this definition. Now, a little bit of a side note, when I was trying to find a definition for map online, I found this Reddit thread of a guy trying to make maps a thing, and the first reply is, "I'm a non-offending map, and I don't think we should be affiliated with the LGBT community either." And Reddit is just a wonderful place. But anyway, back to Timmy. Ponytown is a My Little Pony MMORPG social game that a lot of bronies play, and Timmy, of course, was a constant frequenter of this game. Timmy created his pony-sonas called Dan's Burst and Fractured Shard in Ponytown's character creator, which frankly, they look really epic if I do say so myself. This is the kind of thing I would want to represent myself online with at all times. However, Timmy was ultimately banned from Ponytown, which he whines about and claims is unjust. So why was Timmy actually banned? Why was this injustice done to him? Well, he was apparently banned for being homophobic, transphobic, and a pro-shipper, and perhaps most disturbingly of all, trying to make platonic friends with foals, being children. Now, Timmy's response to the ban was not to take it lying down. No, instead he wrote an entire a whole-ass book rebuttal to this about how the mods are conspiring against him, the deep state, the media, they're all coming for him, CNN's coming for him, just like they came for Trump. Meanwhile, he was banned for being weird and asking to hang out with kids, so I think that's probably a better reason to ban him than anything else I can possibly imagine. One user that seems knowledgeable about Ponytown really stressed how hard it was to actually get banned, and that the mods needed actual evidence. If you got perma'd, you were doing something fucked. So that's twice now Timmy has managed to take on the Herculean task of being banned in two places that you would think you just can't get banned in. He is surpassing world records for being banned on sites that nobody gets banned on. And without further ado, I think it's time to get to his YouTube content, because this is where Timmy really starts to shine. You see, Dansverse Debunks is Timmy's main series of videos that he uploads on YouTube. They feature him attempting to debunk common misconceptions about taboo topics, such as whether PDF files should be thrown in wood chippers, or whether or not doing, having some kind of relationship type thing with a dog is ethical. These videos typically feature Timmy spewing some pretty crazy, incomprehensible word salad, or frankly just having a spur gout when he starts screaming very, very, very loudly.
This is what it leads to. You end up making a mockery of depression and social anxiety. I mean, look at this. Look at this.
Now, it's at this point in our story that we get to introduce a new character, and that character is Savanity Ale, who is Timmy's editor, who he actually describes as a man-child. Timmy describes his own editor as a man-child. But somehow, despite having this editor, the audio quality in Timmy's videos is literally dog shit. Like, there's one really notable issue where whenever music is played, it's way too loud and it completely drowns out his audio, so you can't even hear what he's saying, which on one hand makes the videos unwatchable, but at the same time, nobody should really be watching them anyway, frankly, so maybe he did us a favor. In his first video, he covered a little piece of brony drama, and in it, he gets very angry regarding people who want to throw PDF files and wood chippers, which he compares to senseless police brutality akin to George Floyd.
You got the most progressive person who advocates for the most progressive policies in the prison system. And they go like, what happens when you bring up minor attracted pedophilia, minor attracted people? They go like, no, base, death penalty, base, fruitless, senseless violence, police brutality, base, yeah. You call
what is he saying?
And you support this? What the hell are we
What is he
talking about?
saying?
Even a 5-year-old can see this. Doesn't make any sense at all.
What are you
Yeah,
saying? What are you
police brutality,
saying?
huh? So much for George Floyd's death.
What?
Yeah.
How did it
Thanks
land
a
here?
lot.
You could
have
take
no
any
clue. What are you
screenshot from
saying?
this video and it would look like a shit post. Like, just look at this dude. What is he talking about? He has a fat inflated
What
pony
is he
picture next to a
talking
fat
about?
black Lizzo impersonator with the title Fat Phobia. And it's so hard
How
to hear
did
what
we
he's
get
saying
here?
half the time. You could click at any random point in this video, and if
How
I
did
had
we
seen
get
this out of
here?
context, I would think that it's a troll channel that's parodying this kind of cartoon creature gives commentary on insane subject. But this is a real person that exists, okay? This is not a troll. This guy is a real guy. Here we can also see Timmy utilizing the Wojak as a core base to his logical and objective
The
arguments. which I
hell?
think
No,
is pretty
seriously.
good
Could
and
you?
valid.
I didn't understand a single thing that was said.
This is awful right here. This is what you. You still got pictures. Weird. Weird. Ew. That's so weird.
This is not the worst of his videos.
What
though.
is he
You see,
saying?
Timmy's epic
What are you
intellectual
saying,
magnum opus
brother?
is in fact a 25-minute
Please.
video where he defends zoophilia and attempts to argue that it is moral. This is the video that Timmy is the most proud of, in
No.
fact. The video was made in response to a furry called Tibbles Yorkie, which is just a great name. But Tibbles Yorkie blocked him on Twitter after he tried to debate that zoophilia was ethical with her after she said that defending it makes you a bad person. And I think, you know, to give
Yeah, it
Tibbles
does.
Yorkie some credit here, Tibbles Yorkie, I think that she was right. Now, the thumbnail here even contains a very interesting image where it appears that a dog is licking peanut butter off of a female. So, yeah.
I'm going to be arguing against two separate but related claims. First, that zoophilia is morally wrong. And next, that zoophilia should be illegal. Well, let's start with the first.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
Obviously, we don't have to do a play-by-play of this video to epically
Ew.
debunk it or explain his claims, because I think it's obvious that inherently this is the most insane and retarded thing imaginable, but here are a few of the greatest hits. The first epic argument he makes is if you're willing to eat animals, then you should also be willing to put yourself inside of them.
No,
Which, you know, he's going
no,
for a
whoa,
very kind of
whoa,
Reddit
no,
debate bro
whoa.
argument here, and
I'm
I
sorry?
understand if you're falling down some rabbit holes, you might want to make this comparison, but I do think the important thing to
I'm
remember,
sorry?
of course, is that eating animals is kind of part of the food chain naturally. That is,
But
you know,
he
what
was
we're supposed
interested
to
in
do. We're
dogs. So what do you
omnivores. We
mean?
eat
Are
all
you
kinds of
eating
things, including
dogs?
animals.
This
But we're
place is-
actually not
wait,
supposed
what?
to breed with another species, and we can do a
Then
lot
what
of
about
harm to that
dogs?
animal while it's still
What the-
alive.
what
We
the
do that.
hell?
So I
No,
think
for
that
real.
Timmy
What
should
about the
probably
dogs?
maybe
He was talking
explore
about
that wood
being
chipper
with
option.
dogs
If I
at
was
one
to be
point.
honest, he might have a kind of brain worm. I don't know if we can fix that. Perhaps he's got kind of an RFK type problem. So I think we need to help him out and get that brain worm out.
Here's my main claim. Even if all humans had readily available 100% nutritious bland tofu, it wouldn't be wrong or immoral for a human to hunt and kill an ostrich, either because they like the taste of its meat,
Like if we're
or because
talking
they
about
enjoy
the
the thrill
three
of the
main
hunt.
pig, cow,
Turns out
chicken,
that
like
this
are you
is all
talking
we
about
need to
being
deduce that
with
zoophilia is not immoral.
them?
Now, the rest of this video has a lot of funny moments as well, like him comparing regular people who own iPhones to people who do things with dogs and saying these things are morally comparable. All that fun kind of
Whoa.
Redditor lingo that you're used to
Do you
seeing
have an
online.
iPhone?
And unsurprisingly, given the fact that it defended the
You're a
act of doing
zoophile.
weird things with animals, Timmy's video wasn't exactly the best received.
have an
This is
iPhone?
pretty evident from the likes and dislikes. You know, even though this video has pretty low
over
amount of
for you.
views, he wasn't viewed the most favorably. It kind of left his target audience a
laugh,
little bit.
thank you.
But in the comment section, Timmy claims he would rather be a weirdo than a conformist. Well, eventually, on August 22nd, 2024, Timmy would end up debating a pretty familiar face if you've been in political YouTube named Hunter Avalone on the morality of doing things with animals. And unsurprisingly,
Oh my
Hunter
God.
would
Why
actually
are
have a
you
pretty good
putting
win
yourself
here,
to
and he
debate
really came
this?
out as the
This is
clear
so
winner of this
weird.
debate, whereas
Why
Timmy
die
came
on
off
this
as a
hill,
very
brother?
spastic,
Why are we
insane
dying
person to
on
all
this
of
hill?
Hunter's audience. There was also a really great moment here where they were debating and, you know, on the topic of doing things with animals, and Hunter's dog appeared in frame, and the dog honestly looked pretty scared, like almost like he knew what was going on here.
Engage in some kind of sex with like a dog or something, you could
Why would you do that to Kilmer?
why would you do that to
Why would you do that to Kilmer?
Oh my God, that's
sorry, she's please don't f my dog.
Now, following this conversation, Timmy would make massive coke posts about it on his YouTube community page that I'm not going to read all of it because it's mostly boring bullshit, but he did do it for obvious reasons. And a few days ago, Dansburg Studios actually made a video responding to his own Kiwi Farms posts, and similar to the past two, this one is also a pretty good gem. Timmy only reads one half of his OP. He screeches about transphobia, homophobia, cultural appropriation, and Indians, or Native Americans rather, being given casinos, to name a few weird things. He also does a dedicated segment berating the spoiled Kiwis for giving him a pink triangle, saying, "Did you even concentrate? Maybe you're the one who belongs in a concentration camp," which is crazy.
Concentration camps. Concentration camps.
I'm sorry?
Are you guys even concentrating at all?
I'm sorry.
Have you thought about the moral and ethical implications of putting something like this on your website? Maybe you guys need to be sent to a concentration camp for your ADHD.
But my personal favorite segment is when he declares that he is not a new male. He is not a beta male. Okay, he is in fact a based male. And his reasoning why is because he actively surrounds himself with beautiful mares and actively cucks his one true sweetheart, who is named Starlight Glimmer. And apparently she's okay with this. Starlight Glimmer is okay with him running around on her because she knows he is an alpha.
I'm being surrounded by 2 mares. I'm literally cuckolding Starlight, even though she's my soulmate. I'm able
Are these
to
real
cuckold her a
people?
little, and she
These
likes
are. I don't
it.
think these are real
And
people.
She likes it because she knows that I'm her soulmate. She knows that I'm the only one who could bring a spirit of intellectual vigor into her life. So much so that I'm able to, let's say, horse around with a little friend of mine, and it's still a good deal for her.
I think he's living vicariously through the My Little
appreciate
Pony,
it in its
like,
entirety. But
the
after this
show?
response, obviously a lot of people wanted to hear more about what he had to say. They thought he was a good intellectual guy. And as a result, he did a very lengthy interview with some random guy on YouTube where they debated his beliefs as well as went into his very weird Discord server
I know
and the
I'm
actions that Dan was tolerating there, such as a 25-year-old man telling a 13-year-old that they're both the same age because he's mentally 13. That is one of the things happening in his Discord that he was chill and cool with. Dan even gets his mom at one point to try convincing him that there are no minors in the server, which is just crazy.
I could even get my mom. I could even get my mom to talk to you on.
You're gonna get your mom on the. You're gonna get your mom on the phone.
My
Why are you gonna get your mom on the
mom.
phone? Can you not answer for yourself? You're gonna get your mom.
Mom, just
You're gonna get your mom on the line.
there are no minors. Please, just tell me.
You're gonna get your mom on the line.
Wow.
Please don't get your mom.
I
on the
can get
line,
my
dude.
mom.
I'm being real, man.
I gotta go get my mom to defend me.
Mom,
what's going on?
What's going on?
Please.
I gotta get my mom. Let me get my mom. She's gonna defend me. There's no minors.
Timothy, stop.
Just please confirm, yes or no.
No.
There's
You have
no one
nobody coming for a play date. Why would you have minors coming?
What
Why does your
the
mom having to
hell?
confirm this?
Okay, so just that.
But does your mom? Hey.
Now, after the interview, Dan would end up saying that he deleted his Discord server, and that's pretty much it for that kind of situation. Frankly, I think Dan is a great example of what happens when your brain gets rotten to the core with what I like to call a certain aspect of autism, but really Reddit and really like just being a fucking idiot.
When
You know,
the
I think there
tism
can be
storm
merits to
goes too
discussing
hard,
these
dude,
topics,
this
but when you
happens.
get to the point where you're arguing against the age of consent, I think it's probably time to go outside and maybe just do literally anything else. So yeah, that's
I don't
about it
think
for
these
today's
people
video,
should be
but
outside.
thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Bye.
That was the video. Oh my god, it's over. Hey, at least we didn't get into bathroom issues. I was worried. I was scared that we were gonna get into, you know, somebody having bathroom issues again. But we didn't. I think we're safe now. We're safe. We're doing pretty good, really. Oh god, the cringe. I'm getting his mom. I'm getting his mom. I can't. In the middle of a debate is just insane to me. How do we get here? Where your mom needs to be like talking about in the debate, dude. Why? Why is your mom? So weird. It's just so weird, dude. I can't. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Plot twist, it was you. I was the mom? Ew, no. Plot twist, it was me in the background. Wait, what? What? No. No. Ew. I think the green's coming out nicely. I'm really excited to do the white line on this one. I think it's gonna look really great. I'm so close to being done with this specific one. The other one still is gonna need a lot more layers of the gray. But this one, no bathroom issues. Yep. No bathroom issues. I'm winning, brother. I'm straight up winning. Okay, the rise of Zach. Okay, I'm excited. This is a re-edit. Old video was nuked rip, so please enjoy this new improved version. Alright. Okay. Well, oh, I did not mean to full screen that. Ew. No full screen, that's gross. Alright, here we go. We're gonna watch this video. I'm excited. We're actually making it. I'm actually fixing my thing. We're almost out of it. We've almost made it out. We've almost made it out. No, the twist was you had bathroom issues. No! Don't even say that. Don't even put some respect on my name. Don't even say that, dude. Don't even say that. We're almost here, though. And then we're gonna watch this video, and then we're gonna finally watch the fucking Narcissa video. This has full documentary. I'm gonna be so picky about this. Like, I'm just gonna be for real. I'm gonna be so picky about it. To think that Tom drew, I can't believe it. I do not have bathroom issues. I will die on this
We've
hill.
come to a point where the internet has now matured enough that we're beginning to see a convergence between mainstream
this
celebrities
sped
and
up?
figures that rose to stardom via the avenues
Shit,
of the
this is
internet.
quick.
Most of these individuals typically fill
I
the
thought
role
this
of
was
traditional
sped up. It's
celebrities
quick.
who burn bright and loud and are viewed with a mix of fascination and disgust by the general population, as they do whatever's necessary to stay in the limelight and prolong the inevitable fall into obscurity. But the internet has also spawned some genuine creatives. One such individual is Zach Hadel, who in recent years has been elevated from notable but still niche online personality to one of the most recognizable names currently involved in adult animation.
for Adult
Am I
Swim.
saying Zach Hadel is the new Seth MacFarlane? No.
Is this Scooby-Doo? Is this Scooby-Doo? Am I Scooby-Doo? Oh no!
Zach
Oh, I
Hadel,
touched
better
it.
known
Okay.
as Psychic Pebbles, is an American voice actor slash animator.
Then it
who,
must
over
be
the past
me.
2
Oh,
decades,
no!
rose to prominence on the internet as a comedian and
No!
animator, before eventually breaking into mainstream adult comedy and becoming a quotation mark household name among the mainstream entertainment sphere. I mean, look, these people are talking about him.
Smiling Friends has changed everything.
Whilst most
Oh
on the
my
website
God.
are familiar with his YouTube and later Adult Swim TV shows, today I'll be looking at his career through the internet and transition to established showrunner and comedy personality. Now, actual information on Zach's life
Jesus.
pre-internet is fairly sparse. I mean, sparse in comparison to other YouTube figures who willingly reveal their entire life story for sympathy. Like a normal amount of information exists. Zach has clearly been careful in keeping his private life private, and as such there will be some gaps, and dates and times may be slightly off. This won't be a complete year-to-year retrospective of every single Newgrounds project he appeared
Alright.
in, or just me going through a timeline of his most notable online activities, stretching from his early
Okay.
days on Newgrounds through to the present.
Alright. Okay, that's alright.
Zachariah Hadel was born March 4th,
Knows more than I do.
1993, and he would then spend his childhood in Kansas, where he presumably had a fairly regular childhood, whilst consuming animated shows such as SpongeBob and Dragon Ball Z. In this environment, he developed a love for art and animation, and by the time he reached high school, this was
And
his
what is it?
primary
It's
pastime and
the
dream
rise
career
of
for when
him.
he
It's
finally
the
graduated.
rise of him.
By his own
Okay.
account, his high school career was
Not the
nothing
rise and
exceptional,
fall, the
with
rise.
his passions not really lying in the academic world, making him far from suited to the American education system.
Yeah, very similar to me. Like I started drawing at a young age, and by the time I was out of high school,
Dude, it's the voice is insane. I
I'm
hear
okay
it.
at drawing, and I'm not good at anything else. So if I don't do this, I'll be flipping French fries forever. So really, it was probably my
Hearing
whole
his
academic
voice
brain,
is
that's probably
just the
only
same as the guy in
turnaround
Smiling
shit.
Friends. Like, I really thought he was
Zach would
doing a
first rise to
voice. That's
prominence
just his
not on
voice.
YouTube,
It's
but on the
just
lesser-known
wild.
art/video game hosting website Newgrounds. Creating his account in April of 2008 when he was around 15 years old. Newgrounds would see the beginning of most notable YouTube animators' careers, with there actually being a brief period of competition between Newgrounds and YouTube as the premier website for hosting indie animation. I'm sure everyone fondly remembers the period where every creator would go tell their audience to watch the animation on Newgrounds instead.
To check out more awesome movies, head to newgrounds.com or egoraptor.net.
Whilst Newgrounds inevitably lost out to YouTube in the race for content hosting dominance, it had a sense of community and collaborative spirit that the latter would never truly be able to match. It was far more common for notable users to simply lend vocal talent or help with animation, and the only way to tell they were involved would be a credit in the description or the signature style of their animation or voice. This environment of earnest collaboration would build the teenage Zach a network of other creators that would span across the internet and the world, and at the same time cement himself as a big player in the niche world of internet animation. Currently, his official Newgrounds page hosts most of his original videos, many of which were never posted elsewhere, making them especially rare and unknown. But I'm sure you're wondering what the oldest available video of Zach's is. Well, rest assured it's as funny and edgy as early internet
Dude,
animation
I
could ever
know
be.
these. I know these.
Behold, the Cock Kick collab.
I don't
Feast
know that.
your eyes.
Yeah, really recognizable. No, seriously. Like, I recognize his animation. This I do not recognize, but yeah. And his voice.
It's me, Mario.
In all seriousness, looking at the relatively high quality of the animation, this is quite impressive for a 16-year-old high schooler. This video is also the earliest available recording of his iconic voice. This is what most people
Right.
recognize when they hear him for the first time.
No, seriously.
Everybody, welcome to the Minecraft.
Is that your like?
Redbubble.com and buy our shirts.
Oh my god.
and it certainly sets him apart from other voice actors. According to IMDb,
really
it's his
does.
only trademark. The cause for this voice is something of a mystery, with Zach himself playing into the speculation by giving differing explanations, varying it from it being just how his natural voice sounds to a more explosive tale of him breaking his nose as a child.
Zach, who we love more than anything in this world, but who fucks with us constantly.
Voice.
Can we tell that story?
Sure.
Yeah.
I was just like,
he has an interesting manner of speech.
Yeah. And I was like, why do you talk like that, Zach? And he was like, oh man, one day my mom and my dad, I got into a car accident. And I was like, oh really? No.
In 2011, Zach would create his YouTube channel, Psychic Pebbles, and would simultaneously post his animations on both sites. However, the harsher censorship of YouTube would leave some animations only available on Newgrounds. The first video on his YouTube that parodies Ray William Johnson was privated sometime later. Man, what is this? 1984? But hey, the YouTube channel is the only place where you can watch the classic Osama bin Laden death footage.
What? I did not know about this. I did not know about this.
In these early projects, Zach would typically be credited with the animation. Oh, but hey look, in Special Cop he receives top billing as the primary vocal talent.
It's Special Cop. Everybody stand back. I'm a dinosaur.
Oh my gosh. I think that's why I recognize him so much. It's just based off of his voice.
As
like,
time passed, the channel would become
shit.
less of a home for long-form animations and more as a shitposting depository, alongside the occasional episodes of his podcast. In 2011, Zach's animation would be seen on television for the first time. His first moment of exposure to the TV industry, where his content would be viewed by people who would otherwise have no knowledge or interest in online animation. Where was this television appearance, you may ask?
Is it Tosh.0?
Hold on to your socks.
What was it? The One Show? Wait, what?
So evidently Tomska, most known for his ASDF series, was invited to do an interview on The One Show. Whilst at the BBC, they put together a skit in his classic fast-paced and random style, starring Tom and one of the hosts. In the skit, the studio was taken over by a multitude of animated bears, and lo and behold, those bears were animated courtesy of one Zach Hadel.
Oh no, bears!
Oh. Well then. Alright. The bears.
Chill out, TV. I got this.
This is the funniest and most unexpected crossover of media I think I could ever
sorry, is
imagine.
that green?
For all you non-Brits, The One Show is without
There's
a doubt
green
the
over
most
here.
Caucasian thing on TV.
Oh, there's green. There's some green right there. When did I do that? Right there. Right here. There's a thing of green. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, it's the most watered down,
no.
background noise, basic, vapid talk show you could imagine. But here's Zach Hadel, or at least his iconic animated bears, featured on the BBC YouTube channel. Maybe someday Zach will become a washed-up English celebrity, and then he can actually be on the show in person.
Oh, the Tories are terrible. I hate them so much.
At the very end of 2011, Zach would upload Arrow to the Knee, that became immensely popular on Newgrounds and made him known as one of the premier funny men on the website. A day later, on the 30th, he would post the video to YouTube, much to the same effect, with the video now sitting at 21 million views.
Jeez!
26 millionth person to type this fucking joke into the internet! Do you think people care? No, you dumbass!
Jesus.
And what would you want them to? You want to be friends with the shit-smeared mongoloids that like this stupid fucking meme garbage?
This success bled into all his other videos, and Arrow to the Knee would become his most popular cartoon all the way up until 2017's
Really?
Get
I
Out
don't
of My
even-
Car.
Okay,
Would
I've
utterly
seen Get Out of
eclipse
My
it
Car.
in terms of views.
I've
Zach's
seen Get Out of
notoriety
My
on the
Car.
site would come with a variety of perks,
So
such as
funny.
him being invited to the Newgrounds office for Pico Day, an annual event to celebrate the website, where he would get to meet and network with other site creators, and live large for a weekend before presumably returning to his rotten bedroom to work on more cartoons. After high school, Zach would find himself at a crossroads. He could either go down the standard route of going to college and getting a degree, or take the far riskier option of attempting to become a full-time content creator in the wake of his recent successes. Whilst his passion firmly rested in the realm of internet animation, this was undeniably the riskier option. Hence, Zach would apply for a course in graphic design, but would make a personal agreement that if he was making a certain amount of money prior to the start of the degree, he would cancel his university plans and fully dedicate himself to his various online endeavors.
My story, I think I told before, my
story is basically.
Brother's voice.
But I made a promise to myself. I said if I make a certain amount of money per month on YouTube and
I'm
through
trying
other places,
right here.
if I make a certain amount.
So this is just recently.
A couple years.
Yeah, a couple years ago. What were you going to college for?
I was gonna go for graphic design.
Okay.
Which, by the way, horrible. But anyways.
Yeah, I did that.
I had all my courses enrolled. I had a room. I had everything.
Fuck fonts.
Dude, I need this on the floor. I need this canvas on the floor so I can just paint that and just so I can paint
I met that cat.
Yep.
The day, so I said,
I need it
fuck
on the
this.
floor.
I went, and it was the best
So
way I ever made
weird.
my
I
life.
went between my
because
legs.
I would have not been able to. I wouldn't have made choices that would have allowed me to do what I do now.
Who are you? Who you are now?
Sometime after this decision, Zach would move to Philadelphia, where he would live with other notable Newgrounds animators, Chris O'Neill and Corey Delamingus, as well as multiple other unknown tenants. From this house, they would produce animations for YouTube and Newgrounds full-time, their proximity to one another allowing them to easily work together and collaborate on various projects.
Alright, I
The
almost
most
got it.
notable
I'm
of these
almost done.
projects would be Hellbenders, created by Zach and Chris. From stories
Yes.
recounting their time at the house, it would seem like the place was less than sanitary.
Cereal out, and then maggots got into it, and then moths started appearing all over the house. And every night I'd hear Corey fucking smashing them against the wall, going, fuck!
And one time he had like a Blue Moon bottle of beer in his room.
Dude, I still can't get it. I still,
Dude,
now I'm
it was like a trap. They would all fly into there and die.
And the three would frequently find themselves in opposition to other tenants who were not involved in internet animation.
You remember that one time she got really bitter and pissed off because she had to go to...
She got really fucking mad.
She had a day job. She had to go to her day job. She was like, why do you guys get to fucking sit around all day?
Yeah, we're all working in the office. It's like making cartoons.
Yeah, it's because like this is our job.
Yeah, it's like, she was mad. You guys are drawing like a fucking 1,000 pictures a minute, so.
We were all sitting in the living room watching a movie, and she got really mad that she had to go to work at fucking wherever the fuck she worked.
In 2014, Zach and a handful of other Newgrounds animators would create the Sleepy Cabin podcast, in which the participants would shoot the shit and answer audience questions. For the most part, it's a highly conventional podcast, albeit with a slightly higher production value seen in the animated background and intro segment.
I'm thinking of an A. I hear A. Is it Adam? Is it an
I'm trying.
Ashley?
It was also conceived prior to the podcast explosion that's in effect now, making it feel 90% more organic than the shit farted out today. You know, it's a good podcast when not one but two members went on to allegedly become meth addicts. Honestly, if the rise and fall of Node Armstrong doesn't end with meth addiction, I'll be disappointed.
Oh my god, I got it. I got it.
The podcast
I
is
got
also
it.
what's responsible for the majority of controversy related to Zach today. To say the podcast is a 101 in advanced slur usage would be an understatement, and as such, you'll frequently see, did you know Zach Hadel said this? Pop up every few months, met by the same response of,
I have no clue
yeah,
what he said.
Zach's use of such a language has waned dramatically over recent years, but
What
even
kind of
then,
language?
Like, clearly he doesn't hold any hatred for such groups. Like, it's not a big deal, alright? I mean, I still use those words today. As slurs. Concurrent to all this, Zach had at some time been looking for ways to break into mainstream television. With his already extensive library of original animated projects, all having potential to be adapted into full-scale animated series. The most notable of these shows was the aforementioned joint project with Chris, Hellbenders. The brief animated series had seen incredible success on Newgrounds and YouTube, with only a couple of episodes. And at some stage in the early 2010s, Adult Swim would express interest in turning the project into a full series. News outlets would catch wind of this, and it seemed for a while like a full-scale Hellbenders show was on the horizon. However, as the decade progressed and less information would emerge about its progress, it would eventually be confirmed that the whole project had been scrapped, and the two would refocus their efforts into other creative ventures.
Look, Jeff, me and Zach went to a Hollywood meeting.
Yes.
And we walked in, and we practically pissed all over ourselves, and they kicked us out because we were so bad at pitching.
You were young and naive, and you know better now, though.
We literally walked in with our dicks between our legs and shat ourselves.
It was like...
And the guy literally said, that was the worst pitch I've ever heard.
We like you.
We like you.
Come back tomorrow. we were like, well, it was good coming to Hollywood. Better go home with our hands up. Hold on, dude.
It was around this time that Zach would begin to appear on Chris's premier gaming channel, Smosh Games. And it was via this avenue most people would be introduced to his unique style of random access humor and zany hypotheticals.
You die, you're 90 years old, you family around you. When you get to the place that decides whether you're going to heaven or hell, they say if you want to get to heaven, you have to eat this live mouse. This is like a field mouse.
I would eat the mouse. It's a stupid mouse. But you gotta admit, it sounds like a freaking weird test where you eat the mouse and he goes, you're willing to murder something else just so you can get into heaven. You don't deserve to be in heaven.
I'm not gonna go to fucking hell over a mouse.
This is
you eat the mouse?
This is how I mostly
I'll eat the mouse. Why not?
You do it, he's like, you're like a psycho. You should have argued
Is
against
this Odie? Like, I feel like it was
His
Odie
presence on the
Plays,
gaming
right?
channel also
Am I
introduced him
wrong?
to an audience separate from the relatively niche animation crowd, the gamers. Here, his personality
Gamers.
was able to shine, proving that even separate from his animations, he had the comedic chops to keep an audience captive.
I think somebody got like PO'd and pushed it over.
Got really PO'd.
He got in a fight with his roommate and pushed that over the angle.
And as such, he would begin to appear in more non-animated comedy skits, such as voicing Yoda on JonTron's Star Wars themed game review series, Starcade.
Your eyes bulge out because you see that long weed sitting there, and you start licking your lip, and you think you can just take it and start smoking it, dude. It's like I say, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Suffer leads to back to anger again. It's a big thing.
Around 2016, the group based out of Philadelphia would gradually move across the country to LA, following the trend of many other YouTubers at the time. This was mainly due to the city having far better filmmaking resources to support larger YouTube projects. The setting of LA would allow Zach to collaborate with other notable YouTube personalities who didn't have a background in animation, such as H3H3, with whom Zach would become a semi-reoccurring guest on the early episodes of his podcast, where he would call into the show under the guise of a comedic character such as Donald Trump or a disgruntled Logan Paul fan, resulting in him and Ethan bantering back and forth.
What's your name?
It's okay. My name is Jordan. I'm from Ohio, about 11 and a half years old. And I've been watching your live telecast here, and I think you've been saying a lot of slanderous, borderline libelous things about Logan Paul.
Well, I don't think that I've slandered him. Why do you think I've slandered him?
Well, I don't give a fuck what you say.
For Zach, however, the move to LA also put him closer to the heart of the television industry, where it would be far easier to build a network within the filmmaking world and attempt to break into mainstream animation. For the next few years, this is likely what took up a significant portion of his time. He still made frequent appearances on the channels and projects of his friends, as well as the occasional solo animation project on his channel. But behind the scenes, he had his sights set on something larger. In January of 2017, Zach would debut Schmucks, a new podcast where he alone would act as host and interview a variety of guests, typically with some kind of YouTube background, such as Vsauce, JonTron, and H3H3. However, he would also branch out to include celebrities from the actual real world, such as Nick Wolfhard and his brother Stranger Things.
The reason why I'm doing a podcast, and more specifically why I'm doing a podcast on this channel, is because YouTube is fucking dead. And they don't favor actual content anymore. They haven't for a while. They favor 5 Nights at Freddy's Let's Plays and Casey Neistat flying a fucking drone around New York City. That's what they favor.
Speaking of JonTron, 2017 would also see the most notable controversy Zach would find himself involved in. In mid-May of 2017, only a few months after appearing on Zach's podcast, Jonathan Jafari would appear on famous debate man Destiny's stream, where he would confess to harboring some pretty racy beliefs.
They do. Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than poor whites. That's a fact.
Wait, what?
The internet at large was quick to jump on JonTron for these takes, but some of those closer to John didn't defend him, but didn't openly denounce him either. People will sometimes bring this up as Zach standing by the opinions spouted by John here, but I think it's worth bearing in mind that your willingness to throw someone under the bus may vary when you're actually IRL friends with someone, and have to weigh personal experience of them against dumb shit they said online. John himself would go on to denounce the things he said.
The second I went into that stream, it was an instant bum moment, you know, Curb Your Enthusiasm. I was thinking to myself, would it be weird if I just was like, sorry, Mike's breaking up. Yeah, no, I don't like reliving it now.
And his friends would later gradually begin to mention the event as an out-of-character blunder on behalf of John.
I couldn't help but notice that your middle name is Aryan. Is that owing to
I'm
your
just mostly
pure
listening
white
to this.
heritage?
I'm liking this.
I'm
just listening.
Right?
But the real drama concerning Zach
Sorry?
would come in the aftermath of the original stream. Zach would briefly begin to interact directly with Destiny, where he would remark that friends he knew who worked blue-collar jobs were actually quite satisfied with their work. To which Destiny called him a coddled indoorsy animator who didn't have any experience with manual labor. The debate heated up, with Zach apparently showing certain personal details of Destiny, whilst Destiny took a look at Zach's finances and showed off his income as a signifier for why he was unqualified to talk about blue-collar work. Unsurprisingly, the drama didn't really go anywhere, but since then, Zach's been incredibly private when it comes to expressing sincere political beliefs. He still frequently references current political issues, but generally seems to take the stance of universal mockery, poking fun at anyone on either side of the political spectrum who takes themselves too seriously.
It's not good optics to say your group eats bugs.
I don't know. I guess when you're like literal white supremacists, is that slightly better optics?
Eating bugs?
Circling back to the Schmucks podcast, the most recent episode dropped at the beginning of 2019, so it's unlikely the podcast will see any new episodes. However, this is most likely due to Zach committing to a new podcast type show, The Very Positive Stream, with Australian animator Michael Cusack, where the two would discuss random topics whilst drawing comedic characters.
And if their role is very specific, like they're not like your co-writer or anything, they're just more there to
note take or get your ideas and put them into some kind of form, then you can just world build and talk about all your concepts, and they can jot them down, and it can make some sense.
During this time, Cusack would travel to California, where he and Zach would meet and discuss future animation projects over dinner. Whilst eating at Gus's Chicken Restaurant, no, not that one, in Burbank, the two would devise the basic premise for a show set in a nonsensical animated world that centered on two animated characters working for a company whose purpose was to spread joy by whatever means necessary. The idea would evolve into a solid premise for a pilot that the two would quietly work on during the pandemic, keeping the entire production under pretty tight wraps. As mentioned, Zach was quietly making a name for himself in the LA animation scene, and it wouldn't be before long Zach would find himself involved in some pretty high-profile projects, such as being a storyboarder for an episode of SpongeBob.
The grill is gone!
And also collaborating with iconic child messenger Justin Roiland in an animated short to accompany Seth Rogen's 2018 charity comedy special. As for the content of the short, it's probably easier if I just show it.
Without further ado, here's our short, The Apple Stand Caper, all the way back from 1998.
Yo!
Roll the clip.
Yo! Oh my god. Dude! I cannot believe so long. Jesus. No, you can stop the clip! Stop the
On the
clip!
1st of April 2020, the final episode of the Very Positive stream would release, branded as a special episode. The stream would continue as usual up until the final minutes, where the two would draw a pair of characters and discuss how they would interact with each other in the setting of a hypothetical show.
Let's do the final TV show right now.
Smiling? I'm thinking something smiling, something cool like that.
Yeah. Now, what should the characters look like?
I think one should be basically based on the. Can we
Dude,
kind of base it on
it's
you and I in a
happening.
way we focus
It's
on our
happening.
faults, but we're
You're the
also
goat. Thank you. I am the
acknowledging
goat.
both of
Thank
each other's
you.
faults and putting in each
That's my
other.
pitch for one. I mean, that's just hypothetically what a head could look like. I don't know if that would work.
I don't know about that. That could never
Yeah,
be
there
like
he
Bart Simpson.
Let's go.
And this could never be his comrade / companion right there.
There it is.
Oh wait, it is. And it's gonna be on Adult Swim in 15 minutes, and it's called.
There it is.
Michael, you want to say the freaking name of this epic little?
Brinkleberry.
This would serve as the official announcement for the
There it
project the two
is.
had been working
It's
on,
happening.
named Smiling Friends. With the pilot airing on Adult Swim just minutes after said announcement,
I
I'm sure
watched
many
this.
thought this was just an elaborate April Fool's joke, but alas, on the evening of April 1st, 2020, the Smiling Friends pilot would air on Adult Swim. Following its initial airing, the pilot would soon find its way onto YouTube through various re-uploads and official postings, where the majority of the internet would get a chance to see it for the first time. Fans were introduced to the characters and world of the show, as well as the unique style of humor that made frequent use of animation-based sight gags and references
honestly,
to internet culture. The
I
influence
can't
of the
believe how
internet
much I
was
found
also
this
seen in the
so
voice
funny.
cast, with the pilot featuring cameos from Tom Fulp, the creator of Newgrounds.
This is really going well.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I ruined it. I'm sorry.
And Mike Sakasa, famous for his reviews of the MCU.
Okay, but if you can't help me,
Okay, not sure about that, but yay!
In May of 2021, it would be announced that Adult Swim had officially picked up the show and ordered a full season of quarter-hour episodes to air later that year.
Adult Swim is proud to announce Smiling Friends. Coming
I thought
later
it was
this year.
honestly thought it was funny.
However,
it was
production would push
creepy,
the release back
but
into early 2022
Damn.
owing to the pandemic. Because of the lockdown, most of the first
All
season
right,
was
I'm
produced
almost done with
remotely,
the
with the creators
purple.
writing and recording
I
the
am the
majority of the
goat
episodes
here,
from
honestly.
home, with even
You can't
improvised
take that away
pieces of
from me.
dialogue recorded via voice call.
We should say too that season 1 was made during the COVID-19 pandemic during 2020 to 2021.
Alright, I should do the,
So that means it was made remotely. So Zach and I didn't see each other for about 2 years. So any improv
let
moment
me
like that was
finish up
done
the green.
over the internet. We just
I love this show. Yeah.
Due to the
Dude,
significant
I was
workload,
talking about
Melbourne
this
based
last year. I was talking about this last year. I have to tell you, I didn't even know if you were here when I was talking about this. Smiling Friends came out and everybody was talking about how great it was. You know when like people get hyped about something, you can't tell whether or not they're genuine. Either way, from the clips that I had seen, I was like, I think I'm gonna like this, and I think this is gonna be funny. I think it'll be funny. I want to watch this. So the guy I was talking to at the time, I was like, let's watch this. Let's watch this. And he was so against watching it. He didn't want to watch it. He was like, this is great. I had to really like lock him down to watch it. It was so much against his will. The whole time we're watching it, right? We're over a Discord call and he's making these going, Because he was like, I don't like the animation, it's making me want to throw up. Vomit. He was like, we can't be eating while we watch this. We can't do this while we watch it. He was so upset by the show and did not want to watch it because he thought it was so disgusting and was so upset that I wanted to watch this show. He was like, can we please stop watching it? I don't want to watch this anymore. It's so gross. And I'm like, it's kind of funny. Like, it's kind of funny. We should watch it. It was so bad. It was so bad. He really did not want to watch it. I made him watch it, dude. I can't. I made him watch it. I had to. I wanted to see it. I made him watch it.
Animation studio Princess Bento would be.
I thought some of that stuff was. I'd watch it with you. What a bum!
With various other pieces of non-traditional animation being produced externally by friends of the creators or
No,
other independent
I think it was
studios.
just a difference
Now we
in
should
taste,
talk about
but like
the Snip
seriously, I thought it
animation.
was
This is
funny.
Harry Partridge.
I thought it was
the
funny.
great-
And the second, okay.
Harry Partridge and his team.
So I have not seen the second season, but the second season freaking dropped, right? And I was like, we should watch it since we watched the first season. And he's like, no, we're not gonna watch it. I was like, okay, fine. Okay, we're not gonna watch it. But no joke, like we were seeing each other in person. So we meet in person, right? And on cable, they were gonna run the entire first season, like marathon it on Adult Swim, and then play the first episode of the second season. So I was like, hey, look, it's on. We should watch it. He was so against it. He would have I didn't make him watch it. We didn't watch the second season. I haven't seen the second season. And I really had to like force him to finish watching even the first season. It was just makes me sound like a freak, dude. It makes me sound like such a freak.
They did a fantastic job emulating the Ralph Bashki.
That was an insane episode. It was
how crazy it is that he was able to get this done on the time and the budget he was.
So
if he didn't do it, and if he wasn't able to make it look like this, I don't think the episode would have worked.
No.
On the 10th of January 2022, the entire first season would premiere on Adult Swim, starting with the pilot through to the Christmas special.
Smiling Friends, premiering January 9th at midnight.
Immediately upon release, the series was received incredibly well by longtime fans of the creators, and in the weeks that followed, the wider viewing audience would reach a similar consensus that the show was a refreshing change of tone from what was currently shat out by adult animation.
They stopped
Oh my gosh.
brainwashing my daughter, that girl.
Turkey Tom went live and it's called Big Drama Tonight. Dude, no, I swear, I finally got to a point where we're pretty much caught up on all of the current stuff that Tom and Nick are talking about, you know? And now it's like, big drama time! It's happening. Something new is happening, and, you know...
Girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
I haven't seen the second season yet either.
For a second season. Around Halloween of the same year, Zach and Justin Roiland would reprise their respective roles from the Seth Rogen special for a one-off Halloween-themed production exclusive to Hulu+.
Hey everybody, we're the Polonies.
Oh my god.
To make the best Halloween special ever.
The special took the form of a
They're
comedy
there
variety
together.
show
That's
with various
cute.
animators contributing segments, all of differing animation style, with the loose
Cute.
connective theme of Halloween, with the Zach and Justin segments tying everything together.
Cute.
The
We
special
should
would
watch it
receive
together.
generally mixed reviews, with many citing the
So
clash in comedy
cute.
styles
Smiling
between the two
Friends
feeling
Day.
off. But many also
Adorable.
praised the special for the balls it took to give so many unique creators
What do
the
I wanna
reins to
do
tell their
here?
own stories, and then broadcast them on a major
you?
streaming platform.
And
The collaboration
I'm so
between the two continued when
sorry.
Zach was given a brief speaking role in the
What's Smiling
2022
Friends
game
with me?
High on Life.
Hey, what
Yo,
you
the
guys
gun.
doing? You promised. Hey, thanks for coming back.
Are you really dying? You sound fine now.
Oh, jeez.
No, I'm dying. No, I'm actually, not for real this time, though. Oh, my
As with most things in the game, the bit wasn't very funny. Oh, zing. Just like this video.
I just
See, I
laughed.
covered my
I
ass, you can't
just
say it
laughed.
now.
No.
Following all the Justin Roiland controversy,
Not that
it's
funny. I
unlikely the
literally
two will
laughed,
collaborate
dog.
again. But it's worth mentioning there's been a recent wave of people proclaiming Zach to be the new Justin Roiland, in reference to his growth in popularity and position as premier Adult Swim
sorry?
auteur. In March of 2024, the second season of Smiling Friends released and arguably reached a wider audience than the entire first season within a single episode. This is the stage I would argue the show crossed into the true mainstream, with everyone and their mum posting a Smiling Friends related video to cash in on the wave of popularity. There was now a lot of TikTok sounds using bits from the show.
Seriously?
You should have a scrumptious piece of hard candy for the journey, Charlie. Here you go.
Oh, no, thank you, Grandma. I'm fine. Thank you, though.
More for
Oh,
me.
man. I wish I had seen the second season so I could get what's happening.
also now see people getting a little bit hipsterish about the style of comedy and the internet origins of the showrunners. You could almost argue some people were saying you have to have a very high IQ. Likewise, it's now not uncommon to see discourse on Twitter and TikTok over past actions of the showrunners, primarily Zach. Unlike past instances of digging up people's past on Twitter, the majority of the show's fan base appears to be made up of people who were either fans of Zach prior to or during that period and as a result don't care, or people who have recently become fans of the show and also just don't care. Looks like the aftermath of Zach Hadel will have to come later, but I'll be ready.
I have no clue what happened.
Mark my words. In June of 2024, it was announced the show had been greenlit for a third season. Assuming production
third
smoothly,
season, brother,
it would be
let's
set
go.
to release sometime in late 2025. Will they be able to keep up the momentum they built during the first 2 seasons? Will Zach branch into other projects and continue his career in Hollywood? How much Smiling Friends yaoi can I show here without getting demonetized? Who knows? Truly a mystery for the ages. It would seem the future looks bright for Zach. Because of his unique approach to comedy and the unconventional way he presents himself, it could be hard to take away any concrete lesson from his story. But without sounding too cliche, it is one of perseverance. Animation isn't easy and it's thankless, but by sticking to it and fostering a community of like-minded individuals online, he was able to carve his own path all the way from a niche website for Sonic fan animations, all the way to the most popular show among the demographic of 11 to 17. I guess you could say you really should follow your dream.
Hell yeah. I swear, if Tom is alive right now talking about freaking Jake Doolittle, I swear, if that's still happening, I would be shook. Like, man should really just stop. Yowie, yeah, boy, yowie. All my yowie friends out there. I have seen, dude, it's come up on my timeline. It really has, where I'm like, oh wow, that's so cool. Dude, the shipping. The shipping goes so aggressively. The shipping. It's insane how quick some people are. What is it, Rule 34, that site? It's insane how quick people are. Honestly, I was really worried because they came out with the, what is it, the anime girl that's based off of, like, Christianity, the Vatican anime girl with the galoshes and the raincoat. I was so scared. Because I saw it and I was like, she's really cute, and my first thought was like, did they already get her? That was the first thought that came through my mind. I was like, is she okay? Did they already get her? And I feel like they did. And I can't check to confirm it. Nothing has come up on my timeline, because I feel like if they got her so badly, it would have already, like, crossed my path in the sense of, like, meme, you know? But nothing has crossed my path yet, so I hope she's doing okay. She's a pure princess flower, and I love her. I want her to be happy in life, you know? I want her to be happy in life with her fucking galoshes, and she literally looks like Raya Ayanami from... Oh no. Oh no. I just have a genuine fear. Like, I really hope she's okay, dude. Oh my god, okay. Alright, so what happened? This was the rise of the guy, but now we're watching the aftermath. Okay, so he talks about this. Stamper was haunting the internet for almost 3 decades now, with his manic online activities being the subject of ridiculing on onlookers. So what does this have to do with the other guy is the thing. What does this have to do with the other dude? Like, I don't know if this is the same guy or if it's just a different guy or if he's like, I don't know.
And the circle of Newgrounds animators who found success and fame online or on television. However, there are some Newgrounds alumni who weren't so fortunate, and in recent years we've seen their careers steadily decline into alcoholism, drug abuse, and run-ins with the law. One such case study is Stamper TV, who a decade ago could be pointed to as one of the premium up-and-coming content creators alongside the likes of OniNG and Psychic Pebbles. But sadly, his story doesn't have a happy ending like that of his colleagues, and that's why he's edited with distorted glitches and static effects. Today we'll be looking through his life and career, an attempt to understand what exactly happened to Stamper, where it all went wrong, and if there is any, albeit slim, chance at redemption.
Why do I feel like I know who he is and I'm just not remembering? I need to hear his voice.
William Andrew Stamper was born March 8, 1983 in Bethesda, Maryland, to veteran parents who now worked in law enforcement. Stamper's own accounts of his childhood seem to vary dramatically, with him in recent years framing his father as absent or abusive, yet this is seemingly contradicted by recordings of the two interacting.
Graham Bell. No, that was the phone. He invented those crackers for Which crackers? The graham crackers.
Oh my god.
For sake.
I feel like that's how I recognize him, is just hearing him variously.
His parents would divorce when he was young, and his mother would get a new boyfriend whom Stamper would talk fondly of. From what we know of his early life, he would often struggle to fit in, owing to his family's poor finances, getting bullied for being poor and overweight. With so much turbulence in his home life and also at school, Will would never even get as far as a high school diploma, dropping out without any formal academic qualifications to speak of. After leaving school, he would work multiple odd jobs, presumably trying to find a foothold from where he could start to build a sustainable career. Owing to the military background of his parents, one might think Stamper was brought up in a heavily disciplined environment. But through neglect or a deliberate effort to rebel against the pressures of his parents, Will Stamper would begin to engage in various sub-legal activities in his late teenage years, with him recounting firsthand an event where he walked into a game store and walked out with multiple Dreamcasts whilst the employees were on a smoke break. This is one of many anecdotes he's given concerning his late teenage misadventures.
Paulo went back to my dad's house, and there was cops all over the place.
Like several?
Yeah, and then they interviewed us separately, and they interviewed him first, and they were like, and then he came out and he was like, "Don't tell him fucking anything." And I was like, "Yeah, man, I got your back." And then I went in there and I was like, "It's a fake gun. We got it at Walmart and we already got rid of it." Actually, that was the last story.
On top of this, it was likely during this time he began to engage with alcohol and drugs, signaling the start of a lifelong vice that will frequently rear its ugly head throughout this story. I'm not trying to frame this as evidence for him being a criminal before he joined the internet. I think crime in your late teens is cracking character building, but it should illustrate that at a time in one's life where stability and a strong support network are essential for the transition to adult life, he was, from what it seems, pretty alone. In February of 2000, Stamper would create an account on the video/art hosting site Newgrounds. And here he would put his artistic talents to use by making a series of brief animations that he would upload together a few months later. I mean, I think he uploaded them together. Like, the listed time of uploads is minutes apart. Let's take a look at them.
What? What?
Interesting. Oh crap, quick side note. I should mention his early cartoons aren't actually standard Newgrounds videos. They're actually running in Flash, hence they have an integrated restart and terrible audio sync. But he did actually make a full Flash game, and let me say, this is possibly the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like a cross between Sleeping Dogs and Zelda CDI, let me present Street Life.
The following is rated R.
To the game's credit, Stamper would have made the game when he was 17 years old, and technically speaking, this is pretty damn impressive. I will also say though, this probably is what a 17-year-old imagines life as a gangster is like.
So what's going on? Hey motherfucker, don't talk to my So what's up? Man, I warned your punk ass.
What just happened?
I would call these early projects endearingly 2000s internet, and I don't mean that as an insult. You have to bear in mind the environment in which these projects were made. This wasn't just before YouTube or the Newgrounds animators famous today, but modern internet culture as we know it. There was no standard for what was funny, no in-jokes to reference, and certainly no promise that these animations would be seen by anyone beyond the small reach of Newgrounds. To put it in perspective, it would be 5 years until the first Ego Raptor video, and 8 years before the first Troll Face, and 1 year before...
Oh my god.
You know. He would move away from his parents, ending up in Florida. At this time, he would take up various entry-level jobs, including but not limited to working in a warehouse, a delivery driver, a salesman, and a douchebag. What? After working odd jobs for some time, he would begin to branch out into professional website design and online media, with him working for a handful of larger companies to establish their digital presence in the rapidly evolving internet. Some of these companies apparently included porn sites. He apparently made a lot of porn sites. So next time you decide to smack off, just remember among those brave pioneers who built the infrastructure necessary for JAV Volume 3, there was William Stamper. God bless you. In his free time, he would actually assist Newgrounds staff by redesigning elements of the site pro bono. So it's only understandable that at the earliest possibility, he was hired by Newgrounds in 2003 as lead media designer, with his first action being to totally redesign the front page. and then slowly working through the rest of the site, modernizing the entire experience for users. In 2004, he would move to the
is my
Philadelphia
paint dry?
area so
Did
he
it
could
dry?
be closer to the Newgrounds
looks
offices,
wet. What
and increase the
happened?
speed at which he could update the website.
No, my
the official
paint's
wiki
dry.
on Newgrounds
Is this
goes so
one wet?
far as to call
This
the
one's
entire
wet? What
site
the F?
Stamperized, as he continued to update the look, and even refresh previous redesigns done by himself months before. It really can't be emphasized how crucial Stamper was to the development of Newgrounds as an experience. Considering his changes came in the years just before the site saw its golden age, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say he was responsible in part for the success of the
this
site.
canvas
His gig
art,
at
like,
Newgrounds is
damn.
likely what put him into contact with many of his later collaborators,
my thing
such as
down,
Aaron
flip it and
Grump and Chris
reverse
O'Neill.
it.
He would of
Let me
course
do it.
continue to create solo animations for his Newgrounds page, and I should probably talk about the content of some of these. I'll preface by saying
me.
edge in early internet cartoons is pretty much to be expected. It was simply just socially acceptable at the time, and people found it funny. Blame the culture of the internet and not those supplying the appetite, etc, etc. But Stamper's cartoons, shall we say, I'll just show it.
Were you working here last night at 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Explain.
Now again, you only have to look at the comments to see that people found this funny. Stamper wasn't just going AWOL, but some of his other cartoons were explicitly pornographic in nature, and obviously
Mans was responsible. He was You're correct. He created it. He is the start of it. He created that. He said that. I mean, you're not wrong. He did it. He's the reason why this happened. Tom is trying to stop this from the world
I can't
because
show
of
those
this
ones.
man.
There are so many levels of irony now in place, it's hard to
Damn.
tell if this was a joke or just genuinely porn. But regardless, it's clear he enjoyed shocking people with his animations.
No, stop.
Oh,
No!
come on. Where's your sense of humor?
Whilst on Newgrounds, these type of videos were allowed and actively lauded by the community, this type of
Where's my
animation
sense
would
of
eventually
humor?
come around to bite him in the ass. He would go on to become one of the more well-known creators on the site, winning various fan awards as well as organising countless collaborative projects. If you can think of an iconic
Yeah,
Newgrounds
my
video,
dark,
statistically
red
Stamper was
dried
involved
out,
in some
so,
way, usually as a voice actor, also sometimes helping out behind the scenes with
My
animation.
dark red dried out. It's over for me.
I love clowns.
In
I
2003,
recognise
the
that.
higher-ups
Oh,
at
God.
Newgrounds would form The Behemoth,
It
a
is
video
a-
game
when I
company
get
based out of San
into it,
Diego,
like,
built
is
upon
it
the creative
wet
spirit of
underneath
Newgrounds
it?
and Flash
Come
games
on.
in general. Stamper would begin lending his talents to the company, creating music and voice acting in the 2008 game Castle Crashers, and would eventually be brought on board as an official member of the studio. In 2012, Stamper would officially leave
Yeah, it's,
Newgrounds
like,
in order to
completely
focus
dried
full-time
out
on his
now.
role at The Behemoth. With this move coinciding with the mass exodus to YouTube that was occurring at the time, it's possible he saw this taking place and rationalized that working for The Behemoth would have more longevity than a position at the now declining Newgrounds website. In 2013, The Behemoth
And my
would release
pink-
Battle
this
Block
dark
Theater,
pink
in
is
which
dried out
Stamper had his
too.
most notable role within the game project,
I didn't do this
voicing the
fast enough,
narrator.
brother.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
This
look at
isn't
that.
jail.
The
This
whole
is
thing
prison.
peeled out. The
That's
whole
just as
thing just
bad.
peeled out. Yep.
If not worse. Oh, happy day. It's Hattie. And look, he's made some wonderful new friends. Ooh, and they got
Not
him
to
a
mix it
present.
again.
How thoughtful. Hey, wait a second. I don't think that was a present. Ha! Those guys
there
aren't
for
wonderful
now.
new friends, are they?
I wonder what the game's actually like. Shame I don't have a computer. Oh, but look, it's on Xbox Live Arcade. In 2014, Stamper would appear on the iconic Game Grumps YouTube channel alongside fellow Newgrounds personality
I
Spaz
fricked
Kid
it up.
in a special episode named Table Flip, where the participants would play board games rather than the typical video game format of the channel. More
Oh my
importantly, in
gosh,
2014, however, would be the
dude.
founding of Sleepy Cabin, a production company from under which the founders could produce content with the help of an actual studio and obviously the assistance of the other members.
Oh no, the
primary output
right,
of the
my
studio,
red
however,
dried
would
out,
be the
dude.
Sleepy Cast, a podcast in which the Sleepy Cabin members would answer fan questions and do all
Man.
the standard podcast stuff.
And I still needed it too. I thought I was preserving it enough, but it's my fault for not painting fast enough. Like, I've been painting for weeks now.
And in that cabin is a bunch of guys. He's a bunch of bullshitter.
Welcome to Sleepycast, home of Corey's father's vagina.
No, really, is it time?
Today's topic
I'm
is
just
Corey's
peeling off the
father's
aesthetically.
According to the other
Let's
members,
just have
Stamper
satisfying
was
moment. Let's
integral
peel
to its
paint
production,
off of
especially in the
this-
early years,
off
being
of
the
this
one who
palette.
edited all the episodes as well as
'Cause I haven't
coding and
done it yet,
designing the
might as well.
entirety of the official Sleepy Cabin website. That presumably was to
Oh,
serve as a
dude, look
backup
at
of all the
this.
episodes, as well
Just
as a
cut
hub for
this
potential
coming
new
off.
viewers to receive a crash course in its members. The website is now abandoned and many elements are now non-functional, but it still hosts all the
Yo.
episodes as well as a selection of fan
Yo.
animations, and also quite a sweet, if poor poorly aged message from the creators. It's from this podcast where a majority of information concerning Will Stamper's life comes from, and the community that formed around Sleepy Cabin quickly grew to adore Stamper for his oddball sense of humor, occasional impassioned rants, and frequent butting of heads with the other hosts in the name of comedy. One only needs to look at the promotional video for the channel where Stamper is credited first to understand how important he was to the channel and its fanbase. For dramatic purposes, you could consider this the height of his career. But nestled in between all the success, cracks could sometimes be seen in his online persona, highlighting that he hadn't quite left his morally dubious streak behind in his teenage years. The most blatant example of this was a story he gladly recounts on the podcast of him being pulled over for speeding whilst well over the drinking limit.
Look at this.
But then he asked you if you had been drinking. Yeah. And you said you were sweating
bullets.
Dude,
So good.
Yeah, because if it, I mean, that would have been your license.
About the limit, I was above and beyond.
Yeah, you would have been done. You wouldn't have
I was
a license.
Denzel Washington flight limit.
You said you admitted them. You're like, yeah, I'm drinking.
Oh, so it's gonna be rough, dude. This one, because I got to the bottom.
Something to them that you told.
The version of events as told on the podcast is a hilarious instance of Stamper's luck and happy-go-lucky charm, but as we'll see later on, his luck with the police wouldn't last. Following 30 episodes, the podcast would go on hiatus, with the creators citing the primary reason as wanting to overhaul the production so they could make higher quality projects at a faster pace. In August of 2015, Stamper would announce that he was leaving Sleepy Cabin and the Sleepycast podcast. Following this announcement, viewers began theorizing as to why he had reached this decision, varying from a falling out with the other members to him having an 18th century incurable infection that meant he could no longer carry on. Another podcast member would make an extensive post on Reddit confirming that Stamper was indeed leaving, but that his departure was an amicable one, and he was still on good terms with the other hosts.
And look at the
this version of
colors that
events
did the
evidently
mixing
was
at the
not whole
bottom.
truth. As years later, other hosts would claim that his departure was more akin to him abandoning the company, with him dropping all responsibility for finances and projects still in production on the laps of his co-workers without due warning. This also doesn't really give answers as to why he left, but a possible reason could be due to his role at the Behemoth, as he moved to San Diego where the studio headquarters was located. Now, living in San Diego is already a terrible situation to be in, and from what it sounds like, his sudden departure had inadvertently strained the friendships he had back in Philly, leaving him alone in a new city without the support of those he was closest to only months ago. In the months following his move, little was heard from Will that would raise
This
any
is why I
alarms,
left
and
it to
most people
dry
simply
out in the
assumed he
open,
was
dude.
contently
So
working on
good.
projects with the Behemoth. And offhand mentions of him during this time likewise showed no sign of hostility or
Yes.
mental decline on his part.
I know there's still
And there was like this
speckles,
lady
but
in
like
this in
overall,
aisle looking at
so
cereal,
clean,
and then
dude,
Stamper
so
was like,
clean.
"Oh, that one's good." And she was just like totally weirded out.
Yeah, of course she was weirded out. It's a weird thing to do.
But he was all bummed out because he's like...
What was unknown at the time, however, was Stamper's life in San Diego was
I'm gonna
slowly
need a new
beginning to
red.
unravel,
Oh no, my
both
baddies.
financially and mentally. No, stop. We're not doing this bit, okay? So in the years following his move, his online activities remained fairly unremarkable. That is to say, he maintained a consistent online presence so that he didn't draw any attention to himself beyond his already established fan.
I'm gonna be honest, I recognize this guy's voice, and I'm not sure why I recognize his voice. This dude's voice.
In today's video, I'm going to look at the lives.
Why do I recognize his voice? Have I seen him before? Most pop. Dude, I have. I've seen this video and this video. Oh, fudge. I've seen this one too. Okay. Alright. Does he do anything else? No. Do you do anything else? Why do I know his voice? I think it's just because of those. Shit. No. No! Alright.
Base. But 2016 would end up being the final year of normalcy for Will, as soon
Yeah, I
things
need to
would
make
begin to
another,
come apart.
red.
As mentioned, he had
That's my
previously
bad for
struggled with
freaking
drugs
this
and
up.
alcohol, and going off some stories told
But,
on
you know, I
Sleepy
wouldn't
Cabin,
want
he possibly
him
never
to
truly
go
overcame them to begin with. But in San Diego, likely spurred on by a lack of socialization or just general anxiety
I'm
about
just
his
gonna
new
make another
situation,
red,
he would begin
'cause
to
I
indulge
fricked
in both
myself,
devices
brother.
again, and it wouldn't take long for this fact to become known to the internet. Starting in 2017, his online activity would begin to grow noticeably more erratic. Twitter was the platform on which he was most active, and it's where his mental decline would become most apparent. He would begin to tweet frequently, sometimes just a few times per hour, and sometimes an explosion of posts within the space of a couple minutes.
Damn, I gotta
the
go.
subject
Good luck,
matter of these
rest of
tweets would
streaming.
vary
Thank
dramatically
you.
and
Bye
would
bye.
rarely read
Thank
his
you for
cohesive
coming
thoughts,
in.
with
I
it seeming more like a
appreciate
string
it.
of mental diarrhea
Hope you
now
have a
being
good
broadcast to the
rest of your
world thanks to
day.
the miracle
So
of the
nice of
internet.
you.
He would
Coming
also
to say hi
post a
to
series
me.
of troubling videos to the
Thank
website,
you.
most notably an incident with a police officer that took place within his apartment, where he was acting uncooperatively and generally just being a nuisance.
Oh no.
I mean, come on, dude. Give me a
break already, man. I'm trying to relax
Oh
and
no.
sleep.
We have bye-bye Psychonaut. Here's a kissy. Goodbye. Mwah.
How tall am I?
Goodbye.
I don't know, like 5 foot. Fuck you.
Oh.
Come on, man.
Oh
Come
no.
on, man. You're not in trouble. I'm as tall as you are, dude. 6 foot? Yeah, you're not 6 foot, dude.
These videos and tweets are
Whoa.
sadly now unavailable, owing to his later ban. Fortunately, detailed accounts and discussions of his ramblings still exist, and man, there are some gems. I'd like to shout out Kiwi Farms user Latent Appliance Fetish, whose documentation of his socials and associated screenshots were invaluable when making this. 2017 would see his last
got a
major
new
voice
red,
role
we're
within a game,
fine.
that being
Fine,
2017's
whatever.
Pit People.
Whatever, just a new red.
Yes.
Shut up.
Here, have some teeny tiny iced creams. I know you
Oh.
love them.
Teeny tiny ice cream, so
By
cute.
2018, Stamper's decline didn't so much appear as a slow descent into madness, but more closely resembled Oblivion at Alton Towers, if it shot down directly into Broadmoor.
Hopefully
That's a
this
little
is the
visual
right
guide for my
shade
British
of red
fans.
that I made.
What about the Americans?
If not,
it's like a
shit.
space mountain shot you straight
pretty
into
close.
Crazy Town. So that wasn't even funny. His tweets
That's
would now
pretty
often
close. It should be
concern
fine. It
blatantly
should be
illegal
fine for just
activities,
going over
most
the
commonly him
layers.
asking for drugs from anyone in the San Diego area, as well as thinly masked threats directed towards
Oh.
anyone who would cross him. These were both literal
Oh
threats,
my
implying
God,
he had
no.
a 2-inch blade and could kill if you crossed him, and also threats
Oh
of
my
blackmail,
gosh,
with him
no.
claiming he had files
Oh
on top
no.
of files of dirt on his old colleagues, ready to release if they dared ever cross him. His finances were
Wow,
also
this
seemingly
guy
put in
was
jeopardy
so
when he ran
aggressive.
into issues concerning taxes,
This
with
guy's
him
so
getting audited
aggressive.
and being left to pay thousands to the IRS. Not paying taxes? Is this the rare based Stamper moment? So in 2018,
so
in 2018, Stamper would pop up again like a gopher in this Dan Bull Fortnite rap, where he spat a few bars before swiftly returning to Twitter.
I don't even know what Fortnite is, but it sounds like a bunch of lame kids having a slumber party and building forts with the couch cushions. I'm just playing. It's a game with a bunch of lucky button pushes.
I'm actually looking at this video closer. So some of these people have fewer subs than me. I want to rap about Fortnite. The rest of 2018 followed much in the same way as the previous couple of years, with him tweeting quickly and furiously. His Twitter would receive its first suspension following a public argument with another user over the semantics of empathy, and whether it was more appropriate to offer solutions to those struggling rather than just comfort them with warm words. Obviously, Stamper was in the warm words corner, rather than being given a practical solution in the face of adversity. He called the other user the F-slur, and a suspension soon followed. With Stamper lingering on the argument days after the other party had lost interest, and claimed to have life-ruining dirt on it that conveniently never saw the light of day and was swiftly forgotten about. In January of 2019, Stamper would be let go by the Behemoth. The reasoning for this is still not conclusively known, but the reason given by Stamper was that it was a bureaucratic necessity owing to state work laws. But it also couldn't have helped that Stamper was involved in a sexual harassment suit within the company, as well as his pretty conspicuous online antics. He was in a Fortnite rap battle, how could they possibly keep him on? So without stable employment to keep him afloat,
Alright,
Stamper
well-
was now left to look to the internet to
well
provide financial stability. The internet and financial stability are two words that rarely go together. His YouTube was still active at the time, and in 2019, likely spurred by his departure from the Behemoth, he would start to infrequently produce video content for YouTube once again. Of this content was a bizarre genre of videos involving puppets and grotesque subject matter, formed by himself and friends he evidently had in San Diego. Judging by some of his
Okay.
tweets, his drug usage was now beginning to escalate. Whilst before he had a pretty strong
No.
moral code about sticking to weed and cocaine, you know, the cool ones, he was now implying via Twitter he bought heroin, although upon returning
Okay.
home, flushed it down the toilet in an act of moral
Not doing
superiority.
alright.
I don't think it takes
Bad
a genius
things
to
are
see that being a
happening. He's
frequent
not
drug user
okay.
and buying heroin is a pretty big indicator that you're probably going to try heroin. And much later, he would openly admit to trying meth.
Like I see it,
All
like
right.
you go there to like, have you ever had crack or meth?
Have you?
Yes, I have.
2019 would
Okay.
also see Stamper insert himself directly into gang activity
This-
when he harbored an unknown homeless woman who came to seek shelter in his apartment.
What's happening? Why are you
Alright, so
doing
what the
these
fuck is the
things,
problem?
sir?
Go.
Problem is, I'm sorry.
Oh,
one of those
no.
People are trying to kill me, and my husband put something on me to make me fuck, and he's been doing it for 3
This
years.
is not good.
She would
This
come to
sounds
his
really
multiple times,
unsafe.
with groups of men showing up in force looking for her soon after, and posting up outside his front door.
He's coming to
Oh,
fucking
God.
kill me now, like right now, literally fucking kill me.
If I give you information, you don't pick your phone up. These are people that will have my head. These are people that roll for the Bloods. You can't name names when I tell you something. Yeah, fucking.
You're putting my fucking life in jeopardy. You
Jeez.
literally have motherfucking
I'm not. You're here. You're in his house.
Geez, meth and the cartel. There's also an alternate universe where Stamper became the Walter White of YouTube. I think you and I could draw a furry porn together. His most notable creative venture in 2019 would come in the form of a voice acting role in this show I'm told everybody loves.
I will seize control of the entire west side of the pentagram by day's end.
I still need to watch that. I
things
haven't.
were arguably at their very worst. His dwindling finances led him to cut down on more and more necessities, including his phone bill, meaning he could no longer be contacted nor attempt to communicate with anyone outside San Diego, leaving Twitter and other public forums as his only means of being contacted. Something that emerged during this time and is very present in how Stamper treated others was an inflated sense of importance, brought about, one assumes, by the popularity of his Twitter and the still active Sleepy Cabin podcast. Even at this stage in his life, it seems he truly did believe he was still as popular as he was a few years prior, and going forward he seems to carry himself with the same sense of importance befitting an A-tier YouTube celebrity, when in reality most have either lost interest or only follow him out of a morbid fascination with his activities. At this stage, Stamper was openly discussing contemplating on his Twitter. Seeing these distressing tweets, old friends would reach out in an attempt to ensure his safety and mental well-being. In response to these public expressions of worry and support, Stamper would grow openly hostile and lash out at those asking for him to talk. Now, lashing out when support is offered isn't exactly an uncommon phenomenon, especially when this support was offered on a public forum for everyone to see. So his vitriolic response to help is likely less Stamper just being an arse and more just a severely mentally distressed man grappling with how to open up and ask for support. Despite the public hostility on Twitter, Stamper would eventually become receptive to those trying to help him, and by the end of April 2019 he left San Diego to go and live with his sister in Houston, Texas. Here he would still publicly tweet asking for cocaine, but hey, it's a small improvement, okay? Sometimes a man just gotta hit the slopes.
Really
his sister, who he
sad.
was staying with, was also active on Twitter, and the two would frequently use the platform as a means to publicly argue whilst living under the same roof, airing their disagreements for the world to see. From what we can tell, over the course of this stay, the pair's relationship would begin to deteriorate, in no small part due to Stamper's irregular behavior and drug use, presumably not welcome in a house with children. Oh yeah, his sister had children, by the way. Man, imagine being a kid and finding out that your uncle is a cartoonist and makes video games, only to be shown cotton roots. Stamper would eventually move out from his sister's home to go and live with a longtime fan. From there, the two would promptly start a Twitch named Dick Planet, clearly attempting to create a similar vibe to Game Grumps type channels, with the two engaging in a mix of scripted and unscripted banter whilst playing together and getting mad at the game, etc, etc.
Favorite non-pornographic magazine to masturbate to? 1, 2, 3. Good Housekeeping. What?
Just watch this. I'm gonna fucking whip the shit out of this piece of bitch.
He looks like a broken, bald Guy Fieri.
I know.
Well, at
Whilst
least they're
these
having
streams
fun.
wouldn't see huge success, the chat seemed to be overwhelmingly
At least
supportive
they're
of the
having
two.
fun.
And from the looks of things, Dick Planet
least
did
he's
begin to
doing
gain a
better.
consistent fan base.
he
Call the
still doing
format
drugs at
derivative
this
if you
time?
want, but it
I
wasn't a
gotta know.
total failure by
Is he
any
doing
means.
alright?
For a while, it did look like Stamper may have finally found a new comedic outlet. Unfortunately, this would all come crashing down when Stamper tripped over his own penis and found himself in the center of a controversy involving unsolicited nudes, and him allegedly attempting to seduce multiple women at once. According to his version of events, women frequently just sent him nudes totally unsolicited because he's such a grade A alpha stud. And one of these superfans grew scornful when Stamper refused to start dating her.
I just said...
Last year, several women sent me personally unsolicited nudes after I, for the millionth time, made the joke suite of send nudes lol. I should have put a stop to it, but hey, your baby was lonely. One of the women involved has made it her personal mission to destroy me. In this statement, he also claims to be recovering from severe alcoholism, and as a result was frequently experiencing seizures that only added to the stress brought about from this situation. The female in question
You don't
released
like to
their
hear
private
it. You don't
DMs
like to
that
see it,
contradicted
dude.
what Stamper said, but Stamper then produced several documents that she confirmed came that back he with wasn't. another series of then posts. Stamper produced several Then documents.
Okay.
Came out
Oh,
with
well,
several
okay.
series of posts.
All right.
This is
Okay.
4-year-old drama, so I'm assuming we won't be getting a conclusive answer to what really went on. But regardless, Stamper would leave Houston and the Dick Planet studio.
Speaking of Stamper, he's likely going to be on Thursday and every stream after that, so long as his setup stays consistent. We just got to be patient with him and give him
Guess
his
who's
time to get
extremely
settled in
hungry
and get
now?
comfortable in his new
Me.
place. He's going
I'm
through a
now
lot right
hungry.
now, and I'm sure he misses the shit out of you guys.
I'm now hungry.
Just like you guys miss the shit out of him. Please, for the love of God, don't target anybody. There's just been some kind of like stalkery stuff kind of going on. Yeah, don't contact anybody. Don't message anybody. We just want to nip it in the bud before it becomes an issue.
Whether this truly was due to the drama or a personal decision, we don't know, but this marks an end to the Houston saga. Now clear of Texas, Stamper would decide to bring his life full circle by moving back in with his mum in Wyoming sometime in July of 2020. Okay, so Stamper's mum has a Twitter, and it's like, it's deranged.
I'm sorry?
Like the most 60-year-old Midwestern white woman type deranged, which is just brilliant. From his mum, Stamper would continue to occasionally stream with Dick Planet.
Twitter.
However, his appearances would grow more and more infrequent, until eventually he disappeared from their Twitch entirely. Dick Planet would gradually stream less and less, until eventually ceasing streaming entirely. As of writing, they've been inactive for half a year. Stamper would also participate in a long-form interview on the YouTube channel I'll Review Anything.
Like, I really don't have anything to hide, and 9.9 times out of 10, if I say something, then the grand majority of the world is gonna... It's like it's like, why'd you go on Twitter and tell people that you were jacking off? It's like, who gives a shit? They probably just finished jacking off.
That other guy on the other end is also jacking off, going, oh, look, Stamper's jacking off too.
Where for the most part, he seemed to give a pretty normal interview in comparison to the shit that he had been through over the past few months. He would actually open up a little bit on his problems with alcohol, but for the most part seemed pretty unbothered by his own lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody kind of assumes you have like a strong history with like anything like weird. So I think like if people are like, oh, what has Stamper done? People probably assume that you have like a lot of life experience and that you've probably tried
if you want to call it experience.
Yeah, I mean, it was an experience, all right.
I do have that one rules. Heroin. No.
Yeah, that's probably a good rule to have.
That's kind of my one bugaboo. Once this guy was like, he cut this shit up on the back of a CD case, and he was like, here you go, man. He passed it to me, and this little light bulb went off in my head, and I was like, you go first.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's something a little weird about that. Turns out it was meth.
You said you did something stupid, so I'm assuming you did it.
Yeah, meth is bad.
How long was
bad
that?
News.
Did you get fucking hooked and shit?
No, God, no. No, that was like one of those. I want to see what the big deal is about this with Breaking Bad and all that shit.
Yeah,
Like,
oh my god,
dude. I understand why people do it. When I did it, I woke up in my room, and I did it like truthfully, I did it like once or twice.
Yeah.
Twice-ish, maybe 3 times. I don't remember, but it wasn't enough to, whatever. I just remember I woke up in my bed and I felt like shit, and I tried to get out of bed and my legs didn't work, and I couldn't walk, and I was like, what the is going on, man? I was so groggy. I was like, man, I must have been asleep for like 18 hours. But from the time I did it to the time I woke up, I lost 4 days.
Jesus
Christ,
my God. Man.
In September of 2020, Stamper would announce he was preparing to set up a merchandise store for Sleepy Cabin, presumably trying to cash in on the last scraps of his fame. From the looks of things, the merch in question was just cheap red bubble tier print-on-demand designs of the company's logo, rather than deliberately designed apparel. It's also extra odd considering he hadn't been associated with the podcast or most of the other members for half a decade now. But surprisingly, it seems he was given the green light to go ahead by the other members. However, for tax reasons, he would need to state that this merch had no official affiliation to the Sleepy Cabin company that had formerly been dissolved the year before. The Stampy Mark Teespring is still up and running if you want to buy a piss bottle. Okay, that one is actually funny. $8 shipping? It seems at this time in his life, Stamper really was doing side quests, as in late October of 2020, he would announce he had been ordained as a minister. This was by the Universal Church of Life, so it's not exactly a hard qualification to get. Now hold on. If anyone wants to be married by Node Armstrong, I'm free most weekdays, and I will force everyone in attendance to watch the Ahsoka video. While staying with his mum would seem like the clear safest option for the now aging Stamper, he would only stay there for less than a year before he set off again for a new home, this time in Michigan to allegedly take up work on a small farm.
Okay. I want to go to that farm life, I guess. What? Why? Why?
Cool. Dropping the stresses of modern life and retreating to a small town to enjoy the simple pleasures of animal husbandry seems like the perfect antidote for someone who was ruined by the modern world. But not even here was he able to let his past go and turn over a new leaf. Soon after arriving at his new residence, Stamper would begin his most notable online beef to date, by lashing out against Chris O'Neill, aka OniNG. At this point in time, Chris had become the most well-known of the old Sleepy Cabin crew, with his gaming channel arguably being the closest thing to carrying on the spirit of the original podcast. Stamper would begin his tirade against against Chris, claiming once again to be in possession of career-ending secrets, openly taunting Chris, threatening him that if he stepped against Stamper, he would destroy him, whilst making liberal use of the N and F words. Holy shit, why does nobody just take this guy's phone? Like, despite Stamper's constant threats directed towards him, Chris would never actually engage with Stamper directly, only making a brief tweet where he confirms he wants nothing to do with Stamper and wishes he seek help. Following this incident, his Twitter would be banned again, robbing him of his most vital tool to stream his drivel into cyberspace. Stamper wouldn't remain at the farm for long, leaving to go and couch surf with fans who were willing to put up with him and his antics.
Oh my god.
Cold ass burger? Not anymore. Cause blip.
Oh my god.
Feel me, dog? You feel me, dog?
He would find himself living in Philadelphia once again, and it's also possible he was actually homeless for some time here. And in November, he posted a video of himself residing in a derelict building, presumably living on a diet of hard liquor and breakfast casserole. With few options left, Stamper would return once again to his mother, but his alcoholism was now proving to be too great to sustain a normal life. And in December of 2021, he would find himself spending a few months in prison after being caught behind the wheel whilst over the limit. After getting out, he seemed for a time to be making positive strides to improve his undesirable situation, with him living independently near his mum, and in early 2022 he posted a now deleted video claiming he was going to resume animation. However, as we'll see, this return to animation may not have been the best move. He would have another run-in with the police later that year, with him updating his followers via community posts that he had been arrested by a pair of cops and spent the night in jail. The whole account does read like a desperate attempt to make "I was drunk and got arrested" into an awesome one-liner filled tale of badassery, with the cops getting enraged by his witty japes and bamboozled by his ability to slip out of handcuffs. Going off an account of someone with knowledge of Stamper's doings around this time, Will was once again seeing his life break down around him. His ambition to resume his animation career never fully manifested, and he was now unable to pay rent, as well as growing increasingly paranoid about going to prison once again. He would flee Wyoming and go live with a friend. However, this arrangement quickly disintegrated.
Why do you keep moving? He keeps moving. Oh my goodness! Somebody needs to grab him. He keeps moving. Why are you moving around so much?
In another post that same year, Stamper would publicly request fans to stop harassing Oni. I'm not kidding. He literally drops the "sometimes friends just grow apart. We're doing different things but harbor no ill will." So in December of 2023, Stamper, for reasons known only to himself, decided to upload one of his own explicitly graphic animations to his YouTube. To this day, we've never had a solid explanation for why he did this, but it wouldn't be long before his YouTube account was permanently deleted. And so, another one of Stamper's key tools of communication was stripped, and for a while he went dark. However, eventually Stamper would make his way to Phoenix, Arizona.
What brung you to Arizona?
Believe it or not, like, I came to Arizona. I feel like most motherfuckers that live in Arizona, they're here because either they were born here or they just end up here and wake up one day like, oh, I'm in Arizona.
The exact purpose of this move is not known at this time, but it's likely he went to stay with a fan/friends, and without Twitter or YouTube to satiate his need to share every detail about himself, he turned to Instagram as a means of communication. In late January, Stamper would appear on the YouTube channel Young Igloo, where he would sit down for an actual IRL interview. This is without a doubt the most lucid I think he's been since Sleepy Cabin. However, that could just be down to the interviewer not asking anything even resembling a question. So it's just Stamper joking about seeing his dad's cock and mum's boobs whilst the host giggles along. Great interview, just great. The highlight of this interview is when Stamper addresses his relationship with the old Sleepy Cabin crew.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Everybody that you went to high school with, do you keep in touch with them?
No.
Why?
Because I don't care about
Why
them.
not?
I care about one person.
Tell me why. No, tell me why.
Because they don't care about me.
You used to hang out with a bunch of people at lunchtime in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Why don't you talk to them anymore?
Because they don't talk to me.
Why don't you talk to them? Why don't you hang out with them? Why don't you hang out for my benefit?
For my benefit?
I need you to be with the people that I know you with.
So there you have it, guys. Sometimes friend groups
I
just
get
grow
what
apart,
he means.
and
I get what
nothing
he
else
means.
happened, I swear.
It's so
What's worse
funny.
than openly denying the reason why his friends no longer want anything to do with him is attempting to paint curious fans as obsessed parasocial orbiters.
I get what
who
he
have no
means.
clue what's really going on and need to touch grass. It's not hard to deduce that he clearly regrets attacking his old castmates, but doesn't have the humility to admit he fucked up and just apologize. So instead he's attempting to rewrite history so that he just wants to crack on and live life. Why are so many fans obsessed with his private life? What, it was only months ago I was raving like a madman and uploading porn on my YouTube? So what, are you obsessed, bro? And that takes us up to now, pretty much. From what we can tell, he's just living in Mesa.
There's no
outside of
redemption?
Phoenix,
I was
and
hoping
how
there'd
he's
be
paying
like
the
a
bills and putting
redemption.
food on the table is anyone's guess. He claims to constantly be receiving voice work, but whether this is true is debatable. At least according to his IMDb, his voice roles decreased dramatically since leaving San Diego. These days he seems to be traveling around a lot and interacting with stray cats, as well as getting a sick fucking ring with an eyeball on it. I mean, you can go snoop his Instagram yourself, it's not terribly fascinating. And honestly, I think that's what Stamper needs. A life that's not terribly fascinating, at least for a while.
Aww.
If you couldn't tell from this story,
really
his
thought
life over
things
the
would
past
get
decade or so has been
better.
pretty
They
nuts.
did
He hasn't
it.
exactly settled down
They
anywhere,
didn't
and this
get better.
instability has acted as the perfect breeding ground for his bad habits to
Sit
manifest,
down.
resulting
You
in
need
a
to
downward
stay
spiral
put
that
someplace.
nobody seems to have the power to
Damn,
fix.
dude, just stay
Since
put.
just as soon as he arrives somewhere,
Just stay put.
he's off. Stamper is now 41 years of age, and
Ooh.
without any solid place to call home or concrete security for the future, his age combined
Brother
with a
just needs
lifetime
to
of drinking
stay
and
put
drugs mean he could soon
someplace,
start to
dog. Just
experience
stay
severe health
still.
issues. Since landing in
Stay
Arizona,
still,
his
says.
high-profile online antics have ceased.
Blip. This is my fucking hand. 5 servings my ass.
His Instagram, as mentioned, is pretty tame, and he seems to be traveling around the US doing what exactly, we don't know. Could be a Forrest Gump-esque side quest to discover himself, or he could just be bumming about from city to city, staying with fans and trying to stave off another homeless arc for as long as possible. There haven't been any reports of him using extensively, so it's possible he's actually on the mend and getting his life together, but we can only hope. But I think the most heartbreaking part of all this is how, unlike other lolcows, people don't seem to actively be preying on his demise. Like, people make fun of him, but making fun of and actively harassing and sabotaging are two separate things. I think it's because people, for the most part, remember Stamper as the energetic and wacky buddy type seen on Newgrounds and Sleepy Cabin. Seeing what he can be in contrast to what he's become is pretty heartbreaking. So it's natural for people to just want
I have
the
an
old
empty
Stamper
feeling,
back.
dude. I'm so
The old
empty
Stamper
about
that
this.
even when
Like,
things were at their
oh,
worst
wow.
would still sometimes break through with a genuinely witty remark or intentionally bizarre comment that couldn't help but make you smile.
Give me a second here. I'm gonna scan my crowbar.
So for the time being, we'll have to wait and see what becomes of Will. All we can do is hope for the best and wish him well.
Oh my god.
But Stamper, if you're going to be making more porn, I got this idea. So there's this character in Ahsoka.
That's such an expensive, like a copy machine can be so expensive. Dude, that was just depressing. That was so depressing. Now I'm nervous to get into the Narcissa stuff. Because I know so much about it. I know way too much about it. It's Narcissa stuff. It's only because of this hustle video. And then I went on and watched Narcissa's like old streams. Because I was like, is this real? And then I went to see the old streams and I was like, oh my god. This is real. I'm out of my fucking mind. Out of my fucking mind. Once upon a time, I was doing fine. But I'm hungry now, so I want to make some lunch. Dude, I'm literally gonna go to my fridge and grab a cheese pizza Lunchable. I'm gonna be for real. That's what I eat. It's literally what I eat. It sounds so sad. Yeah, I eat cheese pizza Lunchable. I like eating them. I choose to eat them. Choose to eat them. Alright, let me just finish up this, like, orange thing that I'm doing right now. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, these white lines. I feel like the white lines are gonna tie it in together, you know? I gotta do another, I feel like I'm gonna need to layer a bunch of times over this orange to kind of get it, because I can still see, like, the lines through it. Then we're gonna do this. I have to go over this part of the red again, and then I gotta do the pink and blue, and then I think, oh my gosh, we'll be done. I might do another layer of white over the kind of like the smudginess of where the eyeliner is gonna be, and then dude, then I can actually add the lines. Like, damn. Actually, I take it back. I still gotta do the tongue. Yeah, I take it back. I gotta do the tongue. But I am gonna take a moment to get a Lunchable and eat lunch and switch over my water. I should go check on the animals. I should go check on everybody. Oh my god. I haven't checked on everybody in a hot minute. And I have to pee. What's happening? Oh my god. I am so glad I finished the color on the other one. Like, I'm so glad I finished the color. I'm so glad I finished the color. My cat wants brushies. My cat, he came out. Everybody's doing fine. Brushies, brushies for the softest, tiniest of boys. Who's a tiny man? You are. Alright, give my cat brushies. Okay, so I'm excited to watch the Narcissa video, but I feel like I'm gonna have a frick ton of stuff to talk about just based off of what I already know. But I wonder if Tom has any, like, current information. Because I don't know any, like, current, like, new information about what's going on. I literally sat down. I did not replace my icky water. Fudge. Get back up. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how Tom tells the story, but I want to take a little bit of a snack break. I'm gonna eat. I'm literally gonna eat. I just want to eat. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go over to Tom Dark and we're gonna see if we can watch just like a 30-minute video while we're straight up chilling. Or should I save the Narcissa video for another time? It's like a whole hour. Should I save it? I don't know. Should I save it? Let me see. Let's work out Big Drongo time. No, no, no. Okay. Oh my god, that's a brutal title. Boblax, you will never be famous. Give up. That's such a brutal title. How is it doing, by the way? Alright, yeah. So let's we'll go to Tom Dark and let's see, we'll just backtrack a little bit. We'll just backtrack because I've seen a lot. I just watched that. We'll backtrack. See, I don't even know about Tectone. I never found out about this. So let's watch this. And then if I'm not feeling so tired, then we'll watch the Narcissa video. Because I'm kind of tired. Kind of getting a headache. Kind of sad.
Boys and girls, Thanksgiving is coming up, and everyone is thinking about, I don't know, spending time with their family, rekindling old relationships, and having a fun, wholesome time eating some turkey at the dinner table. But before you do all of that, before you do whatever it is you think is important with your family, we've got something very important to discuss. Like more allegations of abuse. Hooray! Yes, everybody, happy Thanksgiving. We got our priorities straight this year. This year has been like the year of allegations. I mean, we had Dr. Disrespect, we had Chris Tyson, we had The Do. We've had so many different allegations to varying levels of severity, varying levels of evidence, varying levels of proof, and some of them have also been false. And the most recent allegations are about Tectone. He's a huge streamer. You guys probably know him as being one of these, he plays these weird anime games, okay? It's not really my thing. It's like an anime game, but it's gambling.
Yeah!
I don't understand it. I don't really get it. I don't really like anime. You know, it's not my world, not my thing, but he does it, and he's very successful at it. And he's so big on Twitch that he is, or rather was until this happened, a member of OTK.
No, seriously, dude, I recognize this. I recognize this. He's conversed with a lot of people, a lot of like bigger Twitch people. Now I'm nervous.
Untrue King, which is basically like a streamer group, frat house sort of thing, where a bunch of popular streamers make a bunch of content together, and more often than not, they accuse each other of going gorilla mode on each other sometimes, now and then. I think this is like the third time there's been allegations about someone in this specific group, which in fairness, with any concentration of people put in one place, there's bound to be an allegation between each other, especially when they're all degenerate YouTube people, degenerate streamer people, right? Like way back in the day, we had the allegations that Adriana Lee made against Crazy Slick, who was Mizkif's best friend. Mizkif obviously being a very big streamer. He's also a member of OTK, and it caused a lot of strife, a lot of problems within the OTK organization. So needless to say, OTK has been in a lot of controversy, and a lot of tweets about the situation are like, it's always OTK, which it's not always OTK, but it has happened with OTK people before. Their rep is just destroyed. I feel like Mizkif at this point is probably like, man, what have I done? But what else could really get you guys in the Thanksgiving mood aside from discussing allegations of misconduct? I mean, come on, guys. I'm basically at the dinner table right now. I'll have some allegations with a side of cranberry sauce. Now, a little bit of a disclaimer here. I'm not a huge fan of Tectone or anything, but I have seen some of his content. I've seen some of his takes around, and I think he's pretty funny. Okay, I do think he's a funny guy, so there is a slight amount of bias here in terms of that, but I don't really have any stake in whether he's innocent or guilty. We're just gonna look over the allegations as they are and try to come to our own conclusion based on the evidence that we have, which in this case, well, we'll get to it. Now, this entire drama started from Tectone's former love interest. Maybe love is a strong word there, but former interest. Her name is Pinky Chu, and even prior to this situation, they actually made headlines in regards to their relationship. Earlier this year, Pinky defended Tectone after people online were speculating that he had divorced his ex-wife after having an affair with Pinky Chu. And so at the time, she was clearly defending him. She was on his side. She was like, no, Tectone's a good guy. That didn't happen. He followed the boundaries of the relationship. He followed the boundaries of good standing for content creators, okay? Because, hey, if you're a content creator and you have a bad thing happen in a relationship, well, I personally think that you're done. You're toast.
Was it cheating on her with Pinky before divorce?
And like I said, and I'm going to clear it up again, that's not true. Okay, I've already shown you my tweet, my first messages with Tectone, and as you can see, even with the cameras that she spied on, it was in December. Okay, December 18th is when we met in real life. December 16th is when we first ever spoke and had any kind of interaction, like online. And then here is a public divorce. The date of the filed divorce was November 21st, 2022. Okay, Freem had already moved out in September, and they're already talking about and trying to get paperwork together for divorce. She didn't file it till November. Okay, so there's no cheating.
Now, months after that incident, Pinky would also vaguely talk on stream about being cheated on.
Okay, weird question time. Has anyone here ever been cheated on? How do you react to something like that, by the way? Like, is it weird? Like, I know some people are like, oh, you'll crash out or something when you learn about that, like you got cheated on. But is it weird that for me, like, I just like, oh my God, I don't have to deal with this piece of shit anymore.
And this obviously led a lot of people to speculate that Tectone may have cheated on her in that relationship. There may have been some kind of situation there where maybe she was defending him and she didn't really mean it, or she was lying for him, she was covering for him. And then later on, maybe he got her back. Maybe he cheated on the wife and cheated on her. Like, there's just a lot of crazy speculation around this stuff. You guys know how it goes with any drama situation, especially with the personal lives of streamers who have some of the most parasocial audiences ever. It can get touchy. It can get very touchy. But at this point in time, Pinky Chu is not coming out against Tectone. She was avoiding going full Blazing Saddles, Blaze of Glory, Burn It to the Freaking Ground by Linkin Park. Okay, she was avoiding that. But in September, she would actually tweet something. Please stop talking about me on stream. Stop lying. I broke up with you because I suspected you were cheating on me. Stop taking pot shots at me on stream. The next day we got back together, I broke up with you on July 23rd. Didn't want to be your friends with benefits on July 26th. You wouldn't even let me ride in the car with you and Sophia, and I was outside the house drunk and alone. I'm not stupid, and I suspected cheating. Just stop. It wasn't good. It was a lot of bad. So it's obvious here that their relationship has fallen apart. They're no longer buddy-buddy. They're not getting along in the way that they used to, and so now she's coming out against him and making some allegations, but it's nothing too serious, right? It is obviously, I mean, cheating's not a good thing to do, cheating's not a good thing to do, but I will say that, realistically speaking, these are not like game-ending allegations. It's more like...
Cheating is not a good thing when man says, grow up.
Okay, well, he was kind of mean to me. I thought he might have been cheating on me, but I didn't really know. And she's mad, apparently, that he was taking pot shots at her on stream. I don't know if that's true, but it very well could be. You know, sometimes streamers will kind of make offhand comments about their personal lives and not really realize how much of an effect it can actually have in the real world. Or maybe just not realize that the person they're talking about may get mad at them and freak out. But I don't know. I haven't seen those clips, and I can't seem to find them anywhere. Now, there would also be several follow-up tweets of Pinky talking about potential victims, and she specifically used the word we when talking about them. He is not lying to protect me. He is lying because he doesn't want Sophia to know we were still together. I was told by someone else he told her this same lie. And here you have him saying, you ever just lied to protect someone, but they make it so hard. So clearly she's saying like, oh, he's not lying to protect me. This isn't for my benefit. This is because he doesn't want the truth to be exposed. Ooh. Now that same exact day, Pinky would tweet heavily insinuating that Tectone had forced his wife to sign an NDA about this abuse that allegedly happened, as well as showing pictures of what looks like plane tickets. So here she said, we both know how treated me and your ex-wife. I think she meant you, how you treated me and your ex-wife. We both know how he treated me and your ex. We both know how you treated me and your ex-wife. You had her sign an NDA to keep her quiet about the abuse, then told me specifically to go over the car clip on stream and lied to me and said it was the day you caught her cheating. But I later found out it was a lie. Just like your many lies. You used me and manipulated me to make you look like the victim when she was the victim all along. She didn't even know Cruz till a month later. As shown here, this is how he treated both of us. Our friends saw it, my family saw it, and I'm glad I'm out. So she's essentially just accusing him of of cheating here, but on top of that,
Okay.
she's also accusing him of abuse, which, to be clear, from what I know, it depends on what it is, but if it's like some kind of misconduct that crosses the legal boundaries, to my knowledge, you can't have someone sign an NDA for that, or if you do have them sign it, I don't think that's enforceable, because like a contract, a civil contract between two people doesn't supersede the law that the United States government has set, so it doesn't really make sense to me. Maybe she's misinformed, maybe she's outright lying. Who really knows? I don't know this girl, you don't know this girl, so probably not good to get too invested here, but regardless of that, this doesn't look to be completely as straightforward as she's making it. Now, this was all the way back in September, so this was months ago, but now that we have this background, it's time to get into the actual current allegations now that we've built the story a little bit. And another thing I want you to keep in mind here, I'm going to make a little bit of a disclaimer here before we go forward with this situation, okay? The important thing to remember is that there's zero actual evidence on either side when it comes to this. Now, that doesn't mean
zero
that
evidence?
is wrong, because she very well
He
could
said,
be
she
telling the
said.
truth, but it's ultimately up to the accuser to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt and not the accused. Unless the accused like admits to whatever, you know, they're being accused of, despite the absence of a preponderance of evidence. We want to go by the innocent until proven guilty mentality here. Just keep that in mind as we move forward. This case is very much a he said, she said type deal, and in the absence of having anything that I can prove what she said, I have to ultimately assume that what he said may be the case. So on November 20th, Pinky would tweet, "Why is it when victims try to come forward about sexual abuse, they get silenced by clout chasers and orbiters, and CEOs trying to line their pockets from advertisers? How many women with the same story have to say something till people realize they're protecting an abuser? It has baffled me how the streaming industry acts like a mini Hollywood, blacklisting victims so no one will hear them out, no one wants to support them publicly so victims are afraid to speak up, and millionaires that abuse women just continue to get away with it." Now, this is obviously a very loaded claim, and on one hand, you know, a lot of people have made similar allegations and speculations about OTK, One True King, as an organization because of what happened with Crazy Slick back in the day. There's a lot of info out there on the internet if you want to look it up, but essentially what happened was there was this girl named Adriana Lee. She was asleep, and some people allege that while she was asleep, a guy named Crazy Slick, who was a member of OTK and one of Ms. Gift's best buddies, had come over and touched her. And essentially, past that point of time, the allegation as far as Crazy Slick was not even the biggest part of it. The biggest allegation was this claim that Ms. Gift and Maya and these other members of OTK had tried to cover up the SA allegations. And so what Pinky is saying here is kind of alluding to that idea, alluding to that preconceived notion, which is that the streaming world is just like Hollywood with Harvey Weinstein and all those guys, and victims will never actually get their justice or being silenced or being blacklisted, stuff like that. But in all reality, this was just a prelude to what she would share later that day. And several comments would end up asking what exactly she was referring to, because they wanted her to elaborate on this statement, to be like, hey, you're making this very vague statement. Is this about Tectone? Is this about someone else? Is this, you know, what's going on here? Is this about your dad, Gerald? What's going on here? And at 6 p.m., she would actually validate their speculations. How are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive and makes you cry, then shoves your head on his crotch and demands you suck him off? And his excuse is, emotion just turns me on when you cry. The gorilla mode allegations
the super
are
mega
in
stuff?
full swing. Jeez.
Yo.
Or when you are asking that you don't feel comfortable doing something sexual and he records you and demands you stop making faces and pretend you like it. Or you say you don't want to do it anymore and he shoves your head down till you throw up. Guilt trips you into giving BJs and says, do your job, you don't pay rent. I took you to a water park so you owe me. And all you can do is sleep upstairs because you know what he's going to keep telling you to do. He doesn't touch you, doesn't have sex with you, just keeps you around as a BJ machine and degrades you. A BJ machine. Isn't that a thing you can buy? I know this is probably a bad time to bring this up, but can you buy that? Isn't that like a thing? Like a product? I've heard. So I've heard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about it. That's just what I've heard. Don't Google it. Makes you feel ugly. Don't wear baggy clothes. Straighten your hair. At least wear eyeliner around the house. Your self-worth totally crushed. I hate that people warned me. I didn't listen because I was so manipulated. I hate that I was lied to when another girl who went through worse was trying to come forward. Me and her are good now, but I should have listened. When you're in it, you feel blind to reason. I see some comments that are worrying, and I just want to let y'all know I am out and have my own place and I'm safe. Don't want to worry anyone. I've been taking it one day at a time since this. Now, while she didn't explicitly name Tectone, it was kind of obvious to people replying who she was referring to because of the prior knowledge that she had a kind of relationship with Tectone and something was going on there. She had defended him in the past, so people were like, all right, well, who else could it really be? I mean, it has to be this one obvious guy. Unless it's someone else, she's just not saying it. So all the replies would reach out in support of her, and Pinky would end up tweeting about this a few hours later, where she said, I feel so much better. Thank you for the love and support. I hope the next girl sees it and is able to stand up for herself. I think I needed to say my piece so I could move on. I don't care about things blowing up. I just wanted my side to be heard. Now, obviously, at this point, Tectone being a huge streamer, a lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of people who don't like him.
I didn't even
of,
know about
some
that,
political statements he's made that are kind of vague, but they kind of ascribe a certain belief system to it. There's people who don't like him because he's gotten in certain dramas and they feel he came out on the wrong end of it. So there's a lot of people out there who don't like him in general, who do exist. But then there's also people who do like him and want to defend him. He has a very loyal fan base. I'd say one of the more loyal fan bases on Twitch, especially in the gacha game community. And so with everyone talking about it, Tectone himself felt the need to respond respond, and he would actually do it on stream and on Twitter.
So if you're confused, you're going to stay confused because this shit is not about content for me. Okay?
Okay.
I know the person who needs to hear this is going to hear this. And I mean this genuinely. Okay? I did everything for you. I helped you with everything. I
Oh
fixed
my
everything
God.
for you. I was there for you like nobody else was there for you in your whole life. Your words, not mine. The fact that you're letting these people get into your ear. People, the same people who are talking behind my back illegally, by the way. The same people who placed me under an NDA where I cannot talk about them. I know they're talking to you right now behind the scenes. And they're getting you to believe in bullshit. You're talking to retard after retard, letting them get in your head and making you imagine problems that never happened. And it's insane how these things that have happened in your own mind, you are now coming at me.
Now, this NDA that Tectone mentions
my
makes me
God.
think that maybe his ex-wife somehow got into communication with Pinky and they started talking. Again, this is highly speculative. We don't really know what's going on here, but from the
Is there
information we
still
have
no
previously, I think
proof?
it's fair
There's
to
no
say that may
proof?
be the case. There's some behind-the-scenes action going on between these people who believe that they
Are
were
they, like,
abused, or maybe
forming
they don't
something?
believe they were abused and they just hate Tectone and want to
'Cause
get at
there's no
him. Once
update
again,
about
we don't really
this.
know. It's hard to really say definitively what's going on here with these people's intentions, especially with the absence of evidence. So it's really tough to say what's going on. I think when you watch the
Everybody's
clip, a lot of
talking
people took
behind
what
the
he said as like,
scenes?
oh, well, he's not denying the abuse, so he must have done it, right? But that's not really what's going on here. If anything, more of what he's saying is like, hey, it really hurts me that this person would say these things when I had done everything for them. Now, obviously, just because he said that doesn't mean he's innocent, but it also doesn't mean that he's guilty, and I think that's the important thing to remember. I just don't like the fact that a lot of people are jumping to conclusions about this when we have no evidence that he's done anything wrong, really. Now, with his response tweet, he went into far more detail, and there he said, as many of you are aware by now, Pinky Shoe, my ex-girlfriend, has accused me of a number of things that I can't let go unaddressed. I've been accused of sexual assault, potentially prostitution, and severe emotional abuse, among other things. I want to make this extremely clear. Everything she accuses me of in her statement is a complete lie. Nothing about these accusations is true. They are entirely made up. Out of respect for our previous relationship, I will give Pinky Chew 2 weeks to apologize for these statements and acknowledge that they are false and inaccurate. If this does not happen, I will pursue legal action against Pinky Chew and those who knowingly repeat her lies with a reckless disregard for the truth. I have preserved all text messages, videos, and additional evidence from the time during the relationship, and am more than willing to prove my innocence in a court of law. I am more than willing also to comply with any legal investigation into the truth of what actually happened. I am certain that when all the facts are laid out, my innocence will be unquestionable. As a victim of SA myself, I find it absolutely disgusting that someone would weaponize a lie on this scale. Using false claims of SA and our word as a weapon to achieve some sort of revenge for how a relationship ended does more damage to real victims than almost anything else. It's because of liars like Pinky Chew that weaponize trauma that legitimate victims are questioned and aren't trusted. Because of how serious these accusations are, I will not discuss them in any capacity until I am certain there is no other path forward and I'm forced to pursue legal action to clear my name of these malicious lies. Thank you to all of my community for sticking with me through this. Y'all's support means the world to me and I'm not going anywhere. My content will remain unchanged as I have done nothing wrong and I will never let a baseless lie stop me from doing what I love. So right off the bat, I mean, he is outright denying the allegations here. He's saying I didn't do anything. He's saying the relationship between me and Pinky Chew ended poorly, and as a result, she is trying to use our poor ending of a relationship to claim that she was assaulted, when in reality, nothing actually happened. That's his claim. Now, Twitter's reaction to this was somewhat mixed. Obviously, it's kind of along the lines of what you would expect for someone like Tectone, who has some controversy behind him. People who like him say he's innocent. People who don't like him say he's guilty. That's just the way it goes, right? That's the way that the human brain works, unfortunately. Evidence does not matter. Having anything dead to rights does not matter. It's just, if he is a guy I like, he is not guilty. If he's a guy I don't like, he is guilty. That's literally it. But one of the funniest replies was from Keemstar. He replied to Tectone's tweet saying, I have no idea why all you streamers date these OnlyFans clout demons. You guys always get wrecked in the end one way or another. Classic Keemstar coming in, had a good take. He had a good take. He doesn't always have a good take, but in this situation, I think he had a good take. Now, another guy here from the politics sphere of Twitch would also come out, a guy named Mike from PA. He's known for punching couches in the past. He's also known for making some death threats against other streamers, and he would say, the allegations against Tectone are horrifying. I hope Twitch does something quickly to keep this community safe. So here he's essentially encouraging that Tectone be censored over unproven allegations because of the fact that he doesn't really like him or doesn't like his political takes, basically. I feel like that's not a good way to go about it. I feel like, you know, if the allegations are proven to be true in a court of law and you want to ban him at that point,
people are upset.
But
immediately,
at this point, there's
people
literally
are
no
upset
evidence
about
that
the
he did
he
anything
said,
wrong.
she said.
She said he did
Is there
something
any
wrong. He
proof
said he didn't.
behind the
So
scenes
what the
that
truth
people
is
are
up in
getting?
the air. The only people who really know
And
truly
they're not
are
like
them.
out
But
there?
with no evidence, I have to assume he's innocent at this point. But Mike from PA is just like, all right, he's guilty, ban him now. And several people who also had beef with Tectone in the past would also tweet making fun of him, basically saying they're glad these allegations are happening. Like this guy, for example, named Canths. He
Does
said,
he
I am
know?
shocked by
Do
the
they
news that
know
Tectone
something
awarded
behind the
version of
scenes, though.
Asmongold is a piece of shit. Who could have seen this coming? And his evidence for this is that he said the word retard. Who cares? Who cares? How does this mean anything? How does this mean anything? Because he said the R word. He said the R word. Well, I guess anyone who says retard is just
a lot of people
touching women.
around
Apparently,
like,
apparently that's what this guy
like,
believes. He doesn't like the fact that he made a joke
it's
tweet that
just
said
part
it's
of
okay to be white. Which, to be clear, I don't think Tectone's doing anything weird there. I think people are making this out like it's some kind of white supremacist dog whistle. But like in current year, it's really not. He's just making a joke. They also don't like that he said he's going to make fun of fat people, as if that matters once again. And the final thing that really was a nail in the coffin for this guy was that he said Kamala Harris better be ready to start up an OnlyFans because her ass ain't going to be the president. That apparently was enough for him to think that there is verified evidence that this guy was potentially essaying someone because he made some tweets. Like, these people basically have no brain. They literally have no brain. It's just, guy I don't like must be guilty. Guy I do like can't be guilty. Literally every streamer has said the R word at some point in time. Does that mean they're all touching people? I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think so. Now, Tectone's community would respond majorly positively to these allegations. They saw there was no proof, so they were like, let's support him. They got him to a level 20 hype train, which went as far as getting 800 new subs in 10 minutes, which is pretty crazy, all things considered. God. You know, his community is very loyal. They're financially supporting him, so that's interesting to see. Now, one tweet would get almost 40,000 likes saying, depressing as F that we're at the point now where R-word allegations are helping men's careers. Now, I think to me, the weird thing about this is like, okay, obviously the R-word allegations, they're helping his career a little bit, but if it was proven that he had done that, it would not help his career. He would be blown off the face of the earth. He would be astro shot into space. He would be nuked from orbit, right? Like, that is what would happen. But the thing is here, there's no proof that he did anything. Like, there's no proof. So in the absence of proof, it makes sense that this audience would be supportive of him through a tough time when they believe he's innocent. Now, another familiar face here needs to come in. We saw Mike from PA. Now we get to go to Denims, who's a Hassan orbiter, and she would also talk about Tectone in a very negative light. I can't seem to find the original clip, but it doesn't really matter for this context because Tectone would respond on stream essentially shitting on her, and he made a joke that he only watches her with his pants off because she has an OnlyFans.
Denims talks about you? Dude, I only watch Denims clips offline.
Oh, no.
Yeah, with my pants off. Yeah, I can't watch those on stream. Yeah, it just shouldn't bother.
Now, Denims didn't like this very much, despite the fact she publicly has an OnlyFans. She said she was being harassed sexually because of this. She said, interesting move to sexually harass a streamer after trying to disprove your sexual allegations. But we can see what at Twitch support think. Like, it's so funny. These people just got banned for being crazy on Twitch for doing a rating panel where they rated Jews below Arabs on an official TwitchCon event. They all got banned for that. And they're already coming back. They're already like, all right, time to use the same censorship tools that we just complained about to censor the other side. Like, really? Is that really a good thing to do? I feel like it's probably not. Also, like, is this really sexual harassment? Like, you do have an OnlyFans where you publicly post your nude body, so like, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Like, I'm trying to stay neutral in this entire video because when it comes to allegations, there could be more proof that comes out that shows that Tectone is an asshole. You know, I don't know him. I don't have any personal ties to him, so that could be the case, and if that happens, I'm gonna have to cover it, and you know, I will. But I'm just gonna straight up say, like, this shit is retarded. Shit talking someone on live stream is not sexual harassment when you have an OnlyFans. Like, should that be something you're proud of? It's not like you're hiding this. It's not like you're like the most covered up girl of all time. Like, you're literally proudly publicly posting pictures of your nude body. You can't take a joke in that vein. But either way, this isn't even the first time Denims has had some kind of beef with Tectone. They have kind of a history. Most infamously, she laughed at him on stream talking about his dad having PTSD because Tectone's dad is a soldier.
My dad's deployed 17 times. My dad has served for over 40 years in the military. All my family has served, and seeing my brothers before the war and after the war, they became different people. My dad also has PTSD, and it's very awful to fucking see. And
so, I mean, you know, she's in that Frogan camp, essentially, because Tectone was reacting to Frogan being nuts and what she said. So this girl, Denims, was like, oh, what? PTSD? Oh. It's so weird to see these streamers act as if they have any place to talk about anyone else's hardships when, like, you are literally a streamer who just steals people's content all day. That's all you do. Denims, for those who don't know, literally for an hour before she starts her stream, she just plays other people's YouTube videos or streams and is just not there. That is what she does. Like, you are literally a content thief.
I'm
you
sorry?
have the easiest job in the world, and you are shitting on soldiers.
So I was literally doing it while I'm eating and watching him. I feel so shitty. I'm sorry. But without, what was she? She's not there. Where is she? I'm here.
PTSD. I'm not saying every military operation is
here.
good, but if you want to criticize the military, criticize the people at the top. Don't criticize the average people who needed a job or went into the military for whatever reason, who then got traumatized as a result of that. So honestly, it's not really a surprise given Denham's prior takes that when she discussed the allegations on stream, she referred to them as objective fact when once again, there has been literally zero actual proof shown. Like she is straight up slandering him.
There's no accusation here. There is only factual proof, factual statements about things we have proof of him doing. It's not an opinionated matter. It's a statement of fact.
Now, a few days after Tectone made his initial statement, he would amend his initial points, and he said that Pinky had 2 weeks to come clean initially, right? But now he's saying she has 24 hours to admit that she made a false allegation before he pursues some kind of legal action against her.
Pink, before I made a post, I said I would give you 2 weeks. You no longer have 2 weeks. You have 24 hours.
So things are really heating up at this point. The allegations are getting more serious. There's threats of legal action. He seems confident in himself. Pinky Chew seems confident in herself. And at this point, things kind of got crazy because Tectone resigned from OTK. He resigned from his organization where he was a part of with Asmongold, Emiru, Mizkif, all these guys. He resigned officially. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of speculation around this. People believed initially that basically he left OTK because they kicked him out and he hadn't actually resigned. It was like, you know, I'm leaving, but secretly he got kicked out. But Tectone explained in his own words that his contract had just expired and he decided not to renew it, which does seem to be the case looking at the dates that he is showing at least. I mean, that could be the case for sure. But it also could be the case that OTK wasn't desperate to re-sign him because of how these allegations look and how people are talking about them. And obviously he could be a business risk to them, whether he's guilty or not. There's also another clip floating around from about 2 months ago where Tectone insinuated he was going to be leaving OTK anyway. So this seems like it was actually a long time coming with the allegations here kind of being part of the straw that broke the camel's back. But I don't think it's as black and white from what I can tell as OTK dropped him because he did something bad. Like, first of all, like I said, there's no proof he did anything bad. Secondly, the timing here does seem to line up with the prior clip.
And the reason why I chose to not renew with OTK is because it gave me a weakness. And I realized I really don't like having weaknesses. And that weakness
the Among Us butt in the bot right here.
I don't like how people can go after other people when I do some dumb shit. As a guy who does a lot of dumb shit, I don't like having to worry about other people.
Now, other members of OTK have also reacted to the situation, basically saying, if it's true, he should be in jail, but if not, he shouldn't, because they don't want to make definitive statements, because Asmongold, at least, you know, right now, is being pretty smart. He realizes, like, look, I don't know what happened here. I wasn't there. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but innocent until proven guilty, right? Tectone still has yet to drop this 24-hour bomb thing that he planned, but it could be the case that he's silently pursuing legal action and not taking it public, which he did say on his stream that he was going to be pursuing some kind of legal action, so ultimately, that's the situation that we're in right now. You know, with any allegations in general, you have kind of the public-facing part of it, which is like, this girl makes a claim, Tectone denies it, they go back and forth a little bit, Tectone threatens legal action. Past that point, we don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes, which, at least, if we take Tectone's words with any weight, which, you know, we can't take it with a grain of salt, but with any weight, there does seem to be people behind the scenes moving to destroy Tectone. Now, there could be justification for that we don't know about, but the big point here is we don't know about it, so I don't like to make definitive statements saying that he's fucking guilty when we have literally no evidence of it. And a lot of the arguments from the people like Denham's who are saying he is guilty ultimately are only going to hurt actual victims in the future, or if there's real victims here, she's going to hurt them, because it pushes this idea that because you're on a side of the political spectrum, you're guilty, that because you make fun of people on stream, you're guilty, when in reality, things are much more complicated than that. Oftentimes, the nicest, most publicly facing, awesome, positive people, oh my god, I love you guys so much, those people oftentimes are the guys that are the most twisted, and sometimes the people that are the edgiest are the least twisted. But also, this exists on a spectrum, of course. Sometimes, you know, people of one political disposition or people of one belief system can be completely in contradiction to that in their private life, and we just don't know about it. Like, there's just too much speculation here to say that Tectone did it, because there's so much room for error, because we don't know. So if evidence comes out that proves that Tectone actually did something evil, I will cover that, but until that point, I have to assume his innocence ultimately. Anyway, today is Thanksgiving, so I hope that in between watching this video, if you're watching it on Thanksgiving, you guys are eating that turkey. Okay, I know it's a little dry, but just scuff it down.
Dude,
okay,
nothing.
It's a tradition. Spend some quality time with your family and your friends, and hopefully think about me, because if you're not, that's a problem. And I think more importantly, the thing to remember is that this video of serious misconduct is
when did you come back?
Sponsored by the shirt I'm wearing, which is coming out tomorrow, for sale tomorrow. Check it out. You see that?
Yeah, I got that merch.
Oh yeah.
We also have a crew neck coming. It will be out tomorrow. It will be out on tomorrow's the 29th. It will be out tomorrow. You guys can buy it. Hopefully you like it. If you don't buy it, I hate you forever. Bye.
Alright, I'm on my mobile game at the same time, dude. To see more of my fave lady, obviously. I took a break to eat. That strawberry's looking kind of sus right there. It's looking really creepy. That strawberry right there looks really weird. I don't like that. Ew. I'm gonna have to eat that one next and not look at it. So, I took a little break from the painting. Just kind of sitting here. I just said I gotta do the blue, orange, pink. Blue, orange, pink, red. Okay. I am almost done with the colors of this. I am so close to being done with the colors of this. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be finally done, brother. I'm so excited. But I have played my mobile game for a bit. Can you believe it, guys? Christmas, just a week away. I'm trying not to throw up, so I'm relaxing for no, don't throw up, please. How many days do I have to finish this? 1, 2, 3. I have 4 days. I have 4 days to finish these paintings, brother. No. 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 I have 4 days to finish this painting. Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it. Please don't throw up, though. Please don't throw up. It'll be okay. Please do not. Please refrain from vomiting. Please. Alright. We're gonna watch Narcissa Wright's Downward Spiral full documentary. I am so excited. I believe, and I'm gonna use they, them, because I do not know right now. I believe their name was Cosmo. They were a speedrunner for Legend of Zelda. And then their girlfriend or wife cheated on them. And then after that, they became trans and went by Narcissa. I don't know if they still go by Narcissa. I'm not sure about that. I have no clue. Oof, I saw that. It's rough, dude. And people were making comments about how, like, Narcissa was holding back Cosmo from being, like, an actual content creator. And, like, Narcissa... It's wild. It's wild. It's wild. Tom better bring up the soy thing and how Narcissa was messaging them to get a sponsorship. Tom better bring up the fact that they wanted the new Legend of Zelda game and needed like a Switch and like they had to like pre-order it and wasn't getting it. I want to see the stream where they were sleeping and they farted in the background. I want to see them talk about having smooth legs. We're there, girl. I want to see the blood sports, brother. I need this. Tom needs to cover these things, or I will not be satisfied. I will not be satisfied. The sad lady streams went hard. The sad lady streams went so hard. It was really sad. It was really, and the crying on the stream, it was so, oh my god. The crying on stream. The crying on stream is so sad, and I can't. I wonder if there's any the Soylent thing though. I do want to. I can't wait. I'm so excited. But the thing is, the Cecil video is literally 3 hours long. So I wonder if Tom's gonna cover a majority of the info or any of the current like updated info about stuff. But it's just so sad. Oh my god. And that Tom better cover. I'm out of my fucking mind. Out of my fucking mind. Once upon a time, I was doing fine. Then Tom better cover that. If he doesn't cover that, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed. I'm gonna be so freaking pissed if Tom doesn't cover that. Alright, let's get into this. I'm gonna be so picky about this. I'm gonna be so picky. Honestly, I'm gonna be so picky. Alright.
About completing games as fast as possible and having fun while doing it. You'd think with such
Tom
a
better
wholesome
cover it.
starting
Good.
point, there would be very little
I need
conflict.
to eat this sus
But
one.
actually, there's a lot. From cheating at charity events to posting pictures to Twitter that no one asked to see, there are plenty of examples. But no speedrunner celebrity's rise and fall is greater than
yes,
that
it was
of Cosmo
Cosmo!
Wright.
Let's go!
From being
I
one of
got
the
it
most
right.
popular and beloved competitive speedrunners, from being one of the most popular people on all of Twitch, to destroying his entire career and falling into a pit of mental despair that few think can ever be climbed out of. This
Oh my
is
god,
the
the
story of
e-begging.
Cosmo, now known as Narcissa Wright, and how they destroyed everything they had. Born Cosmo Wright in the same year nothing happened at Tiananmen Square, Wright grew up in Wisconsin and during his childhood developed a very strong attachment to video games. Specifically, he was given a Nintendo 64 for Christmas when he was around 7 years old, and consequently, he became obsessed with Ocarina of Time, one of the games he'd later become famous for while speedrunning. And during childhood, his infatuation with the game never waned.
Did he say?
As 10
I
years
thought it was
later, he stumbled
Ocarina.
upon an online forum called Speed Demos Archive. Now, speedrunning is essentially playing any game, whether it be Mario or Call of Duty, and trying to play it from front to back in as little time as possible. Gamers had already been accepting the challenge for as long as gaming existed, and as the internet became more accessible, these speedrunners began forming communities online to discuss their passion. In 1996, a forum called Nightmare Speed Demos was formed around speedrunning the game Quake, which came out in June of that same year. 1 year later, NSD emerged with another site and was renamed Speed Demos Archive, being one of the earliest examples of a speedrun.
Tom said it wrong. No, seriously, I was like, that's what I stopped for a second. I was like, wait, what? And then I moved on. What a loser. You don't know the Legend of Zelda game? Come on, brother. You don't know how to say that correctly? What the fuck? Oh my god, no. No.
Running community online. By 2006, the SDA was rife with information on speedrunning Nintendo games, which, having played Ocarina of Time front to back a myriad of times at this point, really piqued
Is that how it's pronounced? Ocarina of Time? I thought it was Ocarina of Time. Am I crazy? Is he right or is he wrong? Ocarina. Ocarina. Ocarina of Time. He said it again. He said it again. He said it again, and I feel like I'm crazy. Now I need somebody else to say it. Somebody else needs to say it. I need you to say this. Say it for me.
Hello everyone and welcome to Gamer Guild TV, and tonight is another live stream, and this time we're going into Ocarina Time.
Ocarina, yeah, see? He's saying Ocarina. Somebody had to have said something. Please tell me somebody commented about it. He first pronounces it Ocarina, then after tons of research, he slightly corrects himself and calls it Ocarina of Time. We don't have these things stopping. Tom never beating the fake gamer. It's crazy. I should have just scrolled down and checked the comments. This is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I have no idea who 90% of these creators are who Tom covers. Oh my gosh. They got him. They got him. We know. I gotta be so honest. Naming yourself Narcissa is the biggest self-report. No. That was the point, though. And it's so funny how that was the point. Like, Narcissa named themselves Narcissa because that was the point. It's so funny. I feel like that was on purpose. Like, you did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Oh my goodness. I have no clue whether or not, because I don't know current information, right? They went by he, him, and then they went by, I believe, she, her, and I don't know any of the current information. I can't believe everybody else is so upset by that. I have not played any of the games, and yet I know how it's pronounced. I haven't played any of those games, and poor Tom. Poor Tom. So stupid.
Cosmo's attention, as it presented him with a new way of exploring his favorite game, strategically glitching through it as fast as possible. He was already somewhat familiar with the general concept, since another Nintendo 64 game he played a lot, GoldenEye, had multiplayer modes that could only be unlocked by successfully completing the single-player campaigns as quickly as possible. During this period, Cosmo prodded into the speedrunning world in obscurity, with only the odd honorable mention from another speedrunner whom he'd helped with a glitch. Despite well over a decade of speedrunning actively in the SDA forum, the community was still very much in its baby steps, as the majority of people didn't even know it existed. And even if they did, connecting and collaborating with other runners was not exactly a facilitated process. These are obsessive gamers after all, so socializing isn't necessarily their forte. Regardless, Wright managed to find someone who shared his interest, a fellow runner named Daniel Hart, also known as Giano. Giano had already been participating in Smash Bros. Tournaments since at least 2006 and speedran Zelda games as early as 2007. Based on what's available online, the two met in early 2008 and played against one another in Smash, though they didn't immediately start working together on speedruns until a year later. In August of 2007, Giano posted a video of him trying out one of Cosmo's ideas during a run of Ocarina of Time, and a month later, Cosmo, along with two other runners, created
I wonder if he's seething. I wonder if he's seething after this came out and everybody was like, what the fuck, why'd you pronounce it like that? He got the second time, the third time he had it. The third time he had it.
created the website Zelda Speedruns to catalog and archive them properly. In
He
2010,
had it.
Giano
He just
speedran
had it.
Majora's Mask with commentary.
If he says it wrong again, I'll give you a
Majora's
shot.
Mask in 1:53, 1 hour 53 minutes, and I have some other commentators here with me.
This is Cosmo.
At the time, having commentary was a big deal since most gaming channels had a hard time simultaneously recording their gameplay and their commentary about whatever was going on screen. This same year, the SDA forums also created the Games Done Quick organization in the form of a charity marathon during another event called MagFest. Despite internet issues that caused the entire thing to be moved over to the house of the event organizer's mom, the event successfully raised over $10,000. A clear sign that the speedrunning community was teeming with potential. Seeing that potential, Giano and Cosmo decided to capitalize on it as much as they possibly could. In February 2011, they took part in an Ocarina of Time 4-way race, which didn't only have commentary, but also a face cam of everyone in the room. Again, pretty innovative and high quality for that era. And what was even more innovative was Giano and Cosmo's newest creation, Speedruns Live. Since the very beginning, they were looking for better ways of storing their speedrun times, as storing them in a simple text file.
Tom better cover the websites. Tom better cover the sites. Oh, I'm so excited.
Was becoming pretty annoying. Thus, Speedruns Live was created to track and facilitate competitive speedrunning in real time. This thing was so primitive that it functioned through an IRC, which you probably aren't familiar with unless you rode dinosaurs to school. While Speedruns had live in its name, that only meant it was updated every second, but the actual live streaming was done through Justin.tv, a platform that would later become Twitch. By June of that year, the site had already been revamped and looked much better than it did initially, and it was already super active, with dozens, if not hundreds of people submitting their runs and competing against one another. To say that this became a cornerstone of the speedrunning community would be a massive understatement. But despite how powerful this phenomenon quickly became, Cosmo hadn't fully dedicated himself to it yet. After graduating with a degree in graphic design from Columbia College, Chicago, he continued to split his time between his speedrunning endeavors and freelance artwork, usually related to web design, which is something he openly acknowledged he didn't really care for as much as speedrunning, but felt obligated to do. According to him, he felt guilty because streaming and speedrunning didn't feel like a job due to how much he enjoyed it, and he had a hard time shaking that guilt off and committing to it full time. Throughout 2012, he did his best to balance the two, though it was clear that his days as a freelance designer were numbered. In January, he and Giano did a 74-person race to complete Ocarina of Time that ran for 8 hours. Which was
He said fourth time in his first wrong, second wrong, third he had it. He had it, and then he said it wrong again. He said it wrong again. Man, he can't lock in. He can't lock in. He's trying. He can't lock in, brother. Why would you do this? Yeah. I wonder if he talked about this in one of his recent streams where everybody was talking about the way that he pronounced it. And the thing is, when you're editing back, did he edit it back and think, oh man, I said it wrong once instead of the 3 times so far? Oh, Tom.
pretty appealing to the people in the community. But despite not having won the race, Cosmo wasn't just good at hosting these events, as he continued honing his skills at speedrunning. And in March of that year, he took part in that year's AGDQ convention in a live stream charity run of Ocarina of Time, which had an estimate of going for a little over 3 hours. And his run here...
He's still... I think it's Ocarina. He says he's so close. He's trying so hard.
Was a fantastic success. The event raised
he's trying.
$149,000 for charity, and although Wright did the impressive feat of finishing the game 30 minutes faster than initially estimated in front of a live audience, he did it while giving compelling commentary detailing how he exploited the game's quirks, which is exactly what people in speedrunning wanted. The description of the video calls it the best live speedrun ever, and the comments at the time all reflected how amazing this was, with people saying that this run was what got them into speedrunning, and pointing out what a unique talent Cosmo had, doing very, very difficult exploits often on his first try. The video now sits at over 300,000 views, and seeing how successful these videos got on YouTube, in July, Cosmo created his own account. After uploading a few videos that showed only his gameplay, he began including a camera that was pointed not at his face, but at his hands, which showed that his nails were painted. This was obviously the object of curiosity of many of his viewers, with some complimenting him on them and others trying to speculate the reason why his nails were painted, usually revolving around him doing it as a charity donation goal or because he was gay, which the commenters more often than not expressed being okay with, as they only cared for his speedrunning skills. It was a bit weird that he specifically had the camera pointed toward his hands and not his face, since that was more the norm back in the day, and even now, I think people would prefer to see your face than your hands, but
weird.
This was his executive...
I think that was a thing. Honestly, I think that was a very well-known thing. People who play Osu do that. If you're a speedrunner, people really like to say that you're fake, or you're not actually playing it. It's to display that you're actually the one playing in the run. So I totally get the hand thing. I totally get doing the hand thing. Just to show that you're actually playing it.
Creative decision. And
So I
since he was a
understand
speedrunner, it did kind of make sense that he showed his hands performing the
No,
inputs
see?
on the controller,
Yes.
as many other runners were doing at the time. I still think it would be
Alright.
more effective to do that with those input interfaces where it clearly shows what buttons you're pressing instead of a webcam, but either way, it doesn't seem like he cared that much about people finding it weird, since he joked about how his silver nails gave him +8 to dry storage in his Wind Waker speedruns description. By December of 2012, his channel had amassed almost 300,000 views and 7,000 subscribers, which, though relatively small, especially for today's standards, at the time, this meant that a pretty sizable niche was closely following his online activity, which is something not a lot of people could say they had in 2012. In September of that same year, an article in the Sydney Morning Herald was published about Wright and the teeming speedrunning community, a clear sign of mainstream recognition of their hobby. However, Cosmo wasn't satisfied with speedrunning being a hobby, and soon after 2012 came to an end and 2013 began, he decided to totally quit being a freelancer and begin streaming his speedruns full-time. And the timing was great, since in early 2013, they also had that year's edition of AGDQ, which was a massive success. While the previous year's event raised almost 150 grand for charity, which was a pretty impressive sum for a speedrunning convention of all things, 2013's raised nearly 450 grand, an amount that not even the organizers expected. Online, the event was getting more attention than ever, with multiple videos that got anywhere from 1 to well over 3 million views, along with a plethora of other highlights of the event being clipped with a ton of hits of their own. And by the way, the one that got over 3 million views is this one, which I personally think is just absolutely majestic and a perfect picture of the true nature of the speedrunning community. When the guy playing Mega Man looks like a shirtless medieval peasant, that's how you know you're in the presence of a real gamer. Despite how successful these other runs were, Wright, seemingly without even trying, was definitely the de facto protagonist of the entire convention, as his 20-minute run of Ocarina of Time was punctuated by actual applause from the people behind him.
Okay, and then right here, target, burn.
People were so excited to be in this event.
So, what that did was, it took me...
See, and everybody gets it. They were like, yeah, I know.
Not only was he extremely talented at what he did, but he was also
seemed
very
so
entertaining
happy.
with his commentary, which many other speedrunners lacked. As he performed the
got
sequence
really
breaks,
sad.
he articulately explained exactly what he was doing. This was particularly entertaining when he hyped up a part of the game as being difficult, only to do it on his first try.
There's one kind of tense moment right at the beginning of this fight. I have to get Infinite Sword Glitch off of Navi targeting Ganon's head. If I don't get it, I'm gonna run like hell, because Ganon will kill me. I only have one shot at getting it. If I don't get it though, I can get it again.
The Link
but I'll have to be
outfit
kinda
guy
careful
is
about
sick.
it. So
Serving.
I wanna just kind of
Serving.
focus right here.
He was nutty.
It's
He's
also extra
serving.
hard too, because I've used
He's
the
serving, but he
C-stick
was
to
nutty.
up, and it's frame perfect. Yeah, I guess so. Got it.
Damn.
He also went over the
So
history of
sick,
Ocarina of
dude.
Time
It's so
speedrunning,
good.
highlighting that it took a total of 14 years for all of the skips that he employed to be found, and even going into the game's code to explain how the skips worked. Even people who weren't familiar with speedrunning were able to easily get into it, and they
Because
found
it's
themselves
interesting.
rewatching the
It's
speedrun
interesting.
repeatedly. Even years later, videos about how speedruns are done are regularly garnering millions of views, meaning Cosmo was unknowingly a very early adopter of a very successful genre of content. What he had here was undoubtedly unique, and his following genuinely cherished it. Part of the appeal was seeing someone who is visibly shy and awkward completely own a room while doing something he's really good at. A few months later, the SGDQ was held, which is basically the summer edition of AGDQ, and it raised another $250,000. And also, on his personal channel, he uploaded a video of himself breaking the world record for Ocarina of Time. And despite his time
Tom,
being
he needs to
literally the
get-
best
oh,
in the
Tom.
world, he still wasn't
Oh, Tom.
satisfied.
Sweetie, honey, baby. Oh, sweetie. Tom.
1915.
I mean, this run was so impressive that it got its own Kotaku article. In the video's description, he says that completing the game in under 19 minutes was possible, barely even acknowledging his own milestone accomplishment. This was in stark contrast to other runners who became proud or even resorted to cheating to get bragging rights. It seems like Cosmo was very hard on himself and always pushed himself to do better. Another video from this period was titled I Am Not Sigilemic, in which he showed himself failing miserably at speedrunning Mario 64, which his peer Sigilemic was really good at, effectively parodying people who thought that they could do what speedrunners did just from watching them. In an article from Nintendo Life that interviewed him, he said that it took up to 150 hours just for him to get acquainted with a game enough to speedrun it, but that he'd spent so much time playing Ocarina of Time that he couldn't even guess the number anymore. In another interview, this time from early 2014, Wright revealed that his decision to stop doing freelance work to focus on streaming his runs was a major success, as he had gotten over 100,000 followers on Twitch who regularly tuned into his streams, donated to him, and paid for subscriptions. Although he didn't specify how much he made for this, he did talk about his pizza fund being well financed and his parents thinking he was going to become a millionaire off of his streams. Last but not least, he had the liberty to change the games he played whenever he felt burnt out, which allowed him to persevere whenever he didn't want to do another marathon stream. Now, Cosmo wasn't just winning professionally either, as in mid-2013, he had a girlfriend, Adrian, who he actually provided for, mostly by ordering her pizza. The thing is, Adrian also suffered from severe depression and anxiety, was in tens of thousands of dollars in college debt, and had originally started interacting with Cosmo online when she sent him a donation while she was in the hospital to get a cancer-related surgery. Although it's not mentioned here what the surgery actually was. She also apparently worked at GameStop, which makes it that much more of a fairy tale story. He personally offered to pay for her student loan debt, but she did not allow him to, opting instead to continue paying for it herself. Eventually, at some unspecified point in time, he actually proposed to her, although we don't know what her response was. At this point, Cosmo had succeeded at getting world record speedruns in 4 different Nintendo 64 games, and was one of the most popular streamers on Twitch, not just in the gaming category, but on the entire site. Now, Twitch was much smaller at that time than it is now, but even then, the majority of the top spots on Twitch were taken by people who played MOBA games. So being one of the most popular people on the entire platform while speedrunning 20-year-old games is no small feat. In 2014, he took part in AGDQ again, which raised over $1 million for Prevent Cancer, and he looked happier than ever. Things seemed to be going fine as his audience continued to grow by leaps and bounds, and he developed a reputation that preceded him as a speedrunner who achieved every single goal he set.
I know what comes. I know what's coming, dude.
And yet, I still got the Commander Keen 4 record. Bodied that. Castlevania 64, both characters. I want to get the record for both characters. I already have Reinhardt, but I want to beat it by 2 minutes, man. I want to get like 49 something.
Just the passion.
49.33.
Previous passion is
That
just so
doesn't
sad.
seem too bad. I think
It's
like
so
49.50 or something would be sick. And then carry, I want to get like a low 43 or a 42-minute time. Oh my god, this is the best speedrun I've ever done in my life. That is the best run I've ever done. That's like, seriously. Oh my god. Wow. I'm never playing carry again. That's it.
The last objective he set during this rant was an 18-minute run of Ocarina of Time that skipped every single dungeon, which even he recognized as a daunting task he would struggle to complete.
Tom!
Oh, fuck. It's over. Ocarina of Time is dead. Any percentage.
How could he play this clip with it said with it pronounced correctly? How could you do this, Tom? How could you do this? Did Mans not edit the video? Did Mans not edit the video? Did he just like do over the video? What happened, Tom? What happened? Cosmo, it's saying it right then and there. Right then and there. It's being said out loud, brother. It's being said out loud, Tom.
That's it.
But just like every other goal he laid out, he smashed it. Like every other speedrun time, this was eventually passed, but I should note that it took a whopping 2,660 attempts from one player to beat Cosmo's time, and he only did it by a mere 3 seconds. There's simply no understating how massive this was for Cosmo, and it's only fitting that Adrian ran over and kissed him when she found out what had just happened. However, while it wasn't noticeable by anyone following Cosmo's online presence, from this speedrun onward, Cosmo was like Wile E. Coyote, running off a cliff and staying afloat for a few seconds until he looks down and realizes the situation he's in. Around the same time this took place, Wright attended that year's SGDQ, and rumors began to make the rounds online. Not about him, but about Sam and Tolkien. For a lot of people, Sam and Tolkien is just the name of the subreddit that was responsible for compiling information on Boogie2988's history of lies. However, before it was a general hub for lolcow related stuff, it was actually about the couple in its name, Sam and Tolkien. Sam being the man behind a channel called Show Video Games, or SVG for short, and Tolkien being his spouse at the time, the two making a dream gamer couple. Following the SGDQ, which they attended, strange rumblings about their relationship made their way to their audience. On June 30th, an apology from another streamer and friend of theirs, Stiv, was accidentally made public, and in it, he revealed that he had taken part in Tolkien cheating on her husband. People in the stream chat caught wind of this story and began speculating about it, mostly concluding that Stiv wasn't the kind of person to go out of their way to do this, meaning the cheating could have been brought on by Tolkien. Worse yet was the fact that in Stiv's original pastebin, he mentions that there were other guys, all but solidifying that Tolkien was making the rounds at SGDQ. Now, it's important to keep in mind here that at the time, this stayed very secretive and vague, only being talked about in whispers, until an anonymous user made a long pastebin about the things that took place at the SGDQ. He described Tolkien as drunk and flirting with 9 men simultaneously, going as far as to bounce on their lap and kiss them on the first day of the event, which, by the way, lasted for a week. Now, I won't go in depth here since this video isn't about them, but the post concludes by saying that almost every single Super Mario Bros. Runner at the event got a hand job from Tolkien, but that he didn't know of anything else that happened. That's not the important part though. What matters is that Cosmo gets mentioned in the middle of the post, and later on, there's some kind of interloping that seems to have been copy-pasted from 4chan due to the number format, which says that she slept with 2 people who weren't her husband and also made out with a bunch of other dudes. Now, a lot of this is unconfirmed rumors, and it may seem irrelevant at first glance, but people began theorizing that the pastebin, at least partially, was a conflation of Tolkien and Adrian, meaning people cobbled together multiple different rumors into one coherent story. Running parallel to the drama revolving around Sam and Tolkien were stories that during SGDQ 2014, multiple people attested to Adrian having relations with 2 different men, one of them with Cosmo in the same room, somehow unaware of what was happening. It's also worth noting that one of these men had a girlfriend, according to the post relaying this story. After the event, one of those men proceeded to visit her when Cosmo wasn't around, and she allegedly cheated on him again. Lastly, at the end of the post, a third and last guy is mentioned, Taylor Tor for the win, allegedly the main person she cheated on him with, who visited her frequently to engage in extramarital relations. The same poster who relayed this information added that these are just the confirmed instances of Adrian cheating, though in another post, they mentioned that Adrian had a history of kissing other girls while she dated Cosmo, which really upset him. And they also added that he frequently texted fellow speedrunner Sige Lemick, who apparently hated her and always told Cosmo to break up with her as she wasn't a good person. For the time being, this all stayed under wraps, and things went on as usual, with Cosmo doing an ALS Ice Bucket Challenge and appearing on CNN later that year to talk about the speedrunning community and how he became a professional speedrunner. After 4 years of exponentially growing excellence, the golden age of Cosmo Wright was sadly coming to an end, as 2015 began in one of the worst ways possible. During that year's AGDQ, he was a victim of assault. The clip of him talking about it is no longer accessible, but an archived Reddit thread about the incident reiterates many of the things described in it. People claim that the culprit of the assault was Dick Oak, who allegedly was going out of his way to make weird bets relating to kissing Cosmo on the neck, along with doing other unusual and inappropriate things at the event. According to one poster, Dick Oak was known for not being a content creator of any kind himself, but instead for orbiting established people and providing them with drugs and alcohol, usually hanging around drunk girls. Additionally, it suggested that Dick Oak too had some kind of intercourse with Adrian, with the expressed intention of making Cosmo feel uncomfortable or humiliated, but there's no evidence of that. Other people guessed that it wasn't Dick Oak, but instead some deranged fan. However, this theory eventually got shot down by Wright himself.
I haven't really felt comfortable going to GDQ since I was really harassed by Dick Oak at AGDQ 2015. That was a really uncomfortable experience. I also felt just kind of very alienated from everyone else.
Another piece of evidence that may establish Dick Oak as being involved is a pair of pictures, which clearly show Dick Oak lunging headfirst into Cosmo's neck. There's also another picture showing a man, suggested to be him, but this guy looks a lot different than the one in the other picture, doing a kissing face next to a smiling Cosmo. Either way, this was understandably a very distressing event that made Cosmo feel unsafe in one of the few places where he truly felt at home. It probably didn't help that his girl was also apparently cheating on him there, but regardless, the incident with Dick Oak was enough to roadblock one of the main bridges between Wright and the larger speedrunning community. In April of that year, one of the people watching his stream left a hateful message in chat, prompting him to rage quit the stream altogether.
Do you think it's productive to call me a whiny Totodile Dundee? What's the point of that?
Oh,
like,
God.
great fucking contribution, man. You asshole. Jesus Christ.
It was very clear that his patience was wearing thin, and at this point, enjoying streaming was becoming a tall order. And to make matters worse, the very next day after this stream, a personal friend of Cosmo's who identified as transgender took their own life. Though this wasn't ever explicitly cited as the reason.
Fast! Everything happens so fast. I know why my cat is here. It's because he's hungry and he wants his dinner. I know, Muffins. I know, Muffins. They go so fast. So fast. Happens so fast. Yes, baby. I have the food for you. There you are, Slop-chan. There you are, Slop-chan. There's your food. Alright, can I turn the light on? The buttons seem to be doing okay. Just everything went downhill so aggressively.
An article about the tragedy blamed it on transphobic attacks online. I'll note here that the article specifies that these attacks took place on 4chan, which they continued to use and engage with despite the hate they got. But the more important part to our story here is that following this person's death, Cosmo broke. He didn't stream for days, and when he came back, he apologized for the incident where he snapped at the chat and shut down the stream, saying that he had been depressed lately, possibly because he had heard of what his friend was planning. It didn't help that it seemed that Adrian was allegedly becoming more open about her infidelity, having men over and no longer trying to keep it a secret. Although the backlash behind this came exclusively from his audience, as Cosmo was just too dejected to care at this point. About a week after this tragedy, Wright expressed he was considering quitting speedrunning altogether, as he had stopped doing streams every day and only did them once or twice a week. And even when he did, he either didn't have a face cam, had the microphone off, or both. Without a doubt, this was the lowest point for Cosmo, but unfortunately, it was far from over. He was invited to take part in the Nintendo World Championships, which would be witnessed by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto himself, the man behind Mario. In all honesty, this was like sending a war veteran with PTSD back to the front. He did much better than expected, as he made it to the finals of the championship, but once there, he was absolutely defeated in a devastating fashion by John Numbers. John blazed past him as Cosmo struggled with multiple parts of the level, and when he lost, he was given an XL Nintendo 3DS by Shigeru himself as a consolation prize. The video of this event has gone down in infamy as the straw that broke the camel's back and drove him into insanity. But as funny as it is to claim that John Numbers...
so tragic. People talk about how, like, this was the breaking point, or this is why, like, Cosmo turned into Narcissa. Like, oh my goodness. As if, like, the amount of tragic wasn't happening before this. Like, this, it's so depressing. It's so depressing.
was responsible for permanently destroying his life and mind. The truth is much more dark and tragic, as we've just established. Within a month of this defeat, Adrian and Cosmo finally broke up, and she made a post on her Facebook talking all about it. In it, she claimed that it was mutual, and part of why they broke up was that she had to move out for family issues that she had to take care of. Despite this, she said they had no negative feelings for each other, and in the same post, she expressed she was looking forward to that year's SGDQ. Just like that, not with a bang, but with a whimper, everything Everything that Cosmo worked for half a decade to build had fallen apart. Usually, lolcows are people who are either insane from the get-go, or were simply unequipped to deal with suddenly becoming very popular online and falling apart as a consequence. But Cosmo was different. He dealt with his online fame gracefully and didn't let it get to his head, staying humble and disciplined for the entirety of the 4 years that he was on top of his game, regardless of how meek and awkward he seemed at first. Instead, what broke him was a 7-month-long barrage of events that ranged from traumatic to catastrophic. In early August, he uploaded one final video titled Custom Jigs vs. the World, a clip of him nonchalantly talking about Jigglypuff's character in Smash Bros. And little did the audience know that this was the last time they'd see Cosmo. 3 months later, his Twitter was made private, and no one knew what was going on until his not-so-triumphant return, not as Cosmo, but as Narcissa. The profile picture changed to a much more feminine one, and a picture of 2 bottles of pills was added, which apparently were Estradiol and Spyro, 2 common components of hormone replacement therapy. This was in late 2015, when the commentary community, largely adjacent to the gaming community, was at an all-time high of owning the libs. So one would assume that the response to this must have been extremely negative, right? Well, actually not at all. Their first stream as Narcissa came a few days after the tweet with the picture, and although it was set to sub-only mode, it packed in a few hundred viewers, all of whom were very supportive of the transition. So what gives? Well, the issue that came as a consequence was twofold. Firstly, the majority of the people who watched his streams were people interested in speedrunning and gaming in general, so when the content stopped being about that, they all tuned out. Secondly, the people who were particularly supportive of the transition and the topics relating to it didn't care about gaming and further incentivized Right to turn their focus away from it. Because of this complete fumbling of what was once a tight-knit audience, the viewers dropped instantly, and no amount of verbal support would make any difference. But the people leaving weren't doing so out of pure disinterest. Some of them were angry. One individual took to Reddit to say, first he quit speedrunning to play the new Smash and Mario Maker without any cam, and now he's pretending to be a girl with a dumb name. And not only is his chat sub-only and filled with Tumblr homos, but his VODs are sub-only too. He even took all of the speedrunning out of his bio. Now the only thing he'll be known for is for being trans, and no one will even care about any of the actual cool stuff he did before. Cosmo, the great Zelda speedrunner, reduced to a nobody with a sub-only chat filled with nothing but hugbox posting, telling Narcy how brave she is for screwing his body up with pills. However mean the post was, it was pretty well received by dozens, if not hundreds, of people who felt very frustrated about how the content had changed. At this point, all of the content on the Cosmo Speedruns channel was privated, and the channel's name was changed to formerly Cosmo Speedruns. But this name change was obviously a sign that it was being completely abandoned. Instead, all of the new content was going onto a channel simply called Narcissa, and none of it was gaming related. Instead, the first 4 uploads to it are time-lapse Photoshop drawings that, while they aren't bad, aren't anything to write home about. Unlike speedrunning, which effectively was turned into a profitable passion, drawing was just Cosmo's hobby, and it didn't help that the engaging commentary that separated Right speedruns from all the other ones were gone, now replaced with an awkward silence and occasional answers to the questions being made in the chat. After 2 months of extremely uneventful and sparing streams, along with no real content, a weird video was uploaded titled All the Categories Are Arbitrary. In it, Right is somewhat pretentiously reading poetry.
Oh my god! Please! Please, is it the poetry? Is it the slam poetry? Am I remembering this right? Please, Tom.
Like gameplay footage, drawing parallels between highly specific aspects of speedrunning and the beauty rituals he now undertook as part of his transition.
The futility of it all, the statistical waiting game, grinding endless
Let's go!
waiting for the outlier, never enough, suboptimal, improvable. My mind wanders to the RNG, the frame perfect timing, the human error, to the attempts, the streams, the splits, to the audience, the shit talk, the clicks, the fame. My mind wanders.
While it's not totally clear what point was supposed to be made here, what is strange is that the repeated comparisons between speedrunnings and transitioning are paired with suggestions that it was all futile. This is pretty concerning for a variety of reasons. First off, the close friend who took their own life in 2015 was also trans, and saying that everything is futile sounds dangerously close to what someone who's extremely depressed could say. Additionally, with the absence of streams and real content, his money was drying up pretty fast, and typically when people are deliberately allowing their financial life to fall apart, it could be because they've stopped planning for the future, because they're expecting that there won't be any future at all. The upload after this one was an announcement of the Narcissa Right website, which was set up to track and rank speedrun times on the Mario Maker.
I don't know if he's gonna, if he doesn't play it, I'm gonna be really upset, but I'm gonna play it for you right now, dude. I'm gonna play it. Do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know this? I'm out of... I love this. I love this.
I'm out of my mind, out of my fucking mind. I'm out of my fucking mind, out of my fucking mind. I'm out of my fucking mind, out of my mind. I'm out of my fucking mind, out of my fucking mind. I'm out of my fucking mind. GG, golly, oh my. I was doing fine once upon a time till my brain left and it didn't say bye. Don't look at me wrong, I'm out of my mind like Lady Gaga, Bobby Fischer combined. So paranoid of espionage, I'm watching my doors and checking my blood. My brain's on vacation, they're telling me, and I'm bipolar to the severity, and I need medication apparently, and some electrocompulsive therapy. I am a rebel,
No, it's amazing. Shut up. It's amazing.
But there is no
This goes
remedy.
hard.
This is not
This goes
figurative.
fucking
This
hard,
is
dude.
literally. These people so dumb, I go to the mental facility. See, when I'm so out there, I slap fives with BT, slap fives. I don't need a feature.
This
They don't
goes
want me
hard.
to eat 'em
Shut
on the
up.
cart when
You
I'm
know
on
it
the
does.
speed.
Shut up. It goes
You
so
feel the
hard.
same as me, then you gotta agree. I'm out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my fucking mind. I'm out of my fucking mind, out of my mind, out of my mind, out of my mind. I'm out of my fucking mind, out of my fucking mind.
That goes hard. That went hard. Just the comments are turned off. No! Queen, give me another one. Queen, extend. I want the extended version. I love that. Tom better cover this. Tom better play it. I want it so badly. It's not awful psychonaut. It
levels
goes
they
hard.
created. However
Absolute
normal this
fire.
topic was, this was one of the
I
first
love it.
on-camera appearances in a video since the
I love it.
transition, and viewers quickly noticed that something was slightly off.
I've uploaded 30 Mario Maker levels now, and I plan on uploading a lot more. And I've created a website where you can see the rankings for my levels. You can see who has the records.
From the odd pauses to the unnecessarily loud music and strangely performative demeanor, it felt less like something for the audience to engage with and more of a vanity upload. You can actually see from the way Wright is staring intently in a direction that isn't the camera that they're actually looking at themselves on the monitor. Back on the
Dude.
aforementioned and now defunct Sam and Tolkien subreddit, user Haber
I used to have that issue, dude. This is another reason why I stopped doing face cam streams. I used to do I was doing face cam streams on Twitch for about oh my gosh, like 2.5 years or so. And I stopped doing it because I was so fixated on the reactions that I was having. I make a lot of weird faces constantly and I move around a lot. And that's partly why I chose to have this VTuber the way that she is, because she just has this generic face, right? But I move around, and I was so concerned with how much I was moving around, and I was like, dude, I need to stop moving, that I was constantly looking at the viewfinder to make sure that I was like sitting in a still position. I was so anxious about it. I got way too anxious about it because I wanted to make sure I didn't look like a freak. Because I was like, dude, I'm looking like a freak right now, and I would check the viewfinder just to make sure that I still looked normal. And every time I would laugh too hard, my eyes would dart over to the viewfinder because I was like, did I just make a weird face while I was laughing? Like a weirdo? Like, I need to control myself. But it's why I had stopped, because I was like, I'm getting way too concerned about this. Like, I can't deal with this.
Dasher A made a post
Aw,
theorizing about Wright's
you
mental
look cute,
break,
I bet.
claiming
Thank
that a
you.
reliable source gave him some information that led to his
Yeah,
conclusions.
that's the thing I didn't
This
like, that
story,
people
which
coming
supposedly was
commenting
being
about my
kept secret by
appearance, and then I
multiple
would be like,
people,
"Ooh,
was that the
ooh,
transition
ooh."
from Cosmo to Narcissa was an attempt at recreating the trans friend who took their own life, which to some speculators at the time explained both their close proximity and the fact that the transition concluded not just in a more feminine version of Cosmo, but in seemingly a different person entirely, with different interests and speech pattern. To them, this also explained why Adrian grew increasingly unfaithful with no issue at all, which eventually led to their relationship's undoing. Of course, this was just a theory and it could be way off, but the prospect of it being right was very daunting for fans, as it meant that another tragedy could be on its way to happening, which obviously no one wanted. In early 2016, a Kotaku article about the new direction of Wright's content was published, and although it went over many of the things we've already covered here, it also revealed some new information. After a gauntlet of standard questions, the interviewer asks about the conspicuous absence of new speedruns, ones, asking if a hand injury of some sort was the culprit, to which Narcissa responded, "I think it's all the years of playing games. It got bad when Smash Wii U came out. I think I'm at 11,500 matches. I played for long sessions. I was playing Melee at the same time too, and that's even more demanding on your hands. If I play too long, it hurts a lot, and it hurts for a long time afterward. It's been a huge problem. It made me feel like maybe I can't get back into speedrunning as much as I want to with Castlevania and stuff. But I was sort of running out of motivation for that as well. It wasn't just the hand issue. I don't plan on going on and doing something because that's what everyone wants to see. I know people want to see certain things out of me, but I want to focus on stuff that I'm actually passionate about. Maybe that's kind of ungrateful. It's like, I'm only going to do what I'm passionate about. Now, please pay for my existence. Maybe that's super entitled, but I feel like I'm at my best when I can work on things I'm actually passionate about. Stuff that's actually meaningful instead of meaningless. In the interview, they also spoke about suffering DDoS attacks for over a month, which is implied to be the work of trolls, but it's uncertain if that's the case since they suffered DDoS attacks prior to the transition as well. Overall, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope that there would be some kind of happy medium to be found, as they came off quite reasonably in the interview. However, the same couldn't be said about the videos going up on the Narcissa Wright channel. While there were occasional gameplay videos with normal narration, there'd also be extremely concerning vlogs. For example, in this one, Wright began to look much thinner, talking about being depressed and having to smoke weed constantly while sensory stimming themselves and staring into the video feedback on the monitor with a crooked smile. A snapshot from their Twitter account from around this time reflected the same things. Themes of having to constantly use drugs to feel good, frustration with having to do adult things like getting health insurance, which some speculate caused Narcissa to lose access to HRT and have to buy it online instead, feeling lost and depressed, crying frequently, yearning to not have to deal with any responsibilities, and saying odd things like, "I want to touch and be touched." In another vlog, Wright says they impulsively deleted their Twitch account but didn't know why. This was particularly odd since the tweet from the same month expressed that the streams were even going off of sub-only mode and were doing fine without the excessive hate. A few months later, however, Wright claimed to be addicted to actively seeking out negative comments, not just on YouTube, which at this point wasn't even possible since most of the comment sections had been turned off, but also on 4chan and Reddit, saying that there was nothing better to do.
There's a lot of places where people
so
talk
obsessed
about me,
with what people are saying.
and I read all of it. Like everything anyone says about me, I just read it. I have nothing better to do. I wake up and there's nothing to do, and I read it. I read it, and I do, and it hurts.
This is a huge red flag on its own. Seeking out negative commentary about yourself when you're an internet personality is never a good idea, but it's especially concerning when we take into account the fact that Wright's late trans friend was alleged to have done the same exact thing. In the wake of the deletion of the Twitch account, another article and interview went up, with Wright being quoted as saying, "Today feels like the worst day in a while. I want to die. Painlessly, please. I googled harmless self-delete methods, but they all seem cumbersome. I don't think I'd actually go through with anything, but it sure is nice to fantasize about not having to deal anymore." As the topic of speedrunning came up, Wright once again started talking in an almost nihilistic tone about how arbitrary and meaningless it all was, eventually devolving into a rant.
It's like you'll never be as good. I just feel like I'm ahead of everyone. Everyone's behind me. I'm like way ahead of everyone.
Whoa!
Oh my god, and I hate it too. I feel so arrogant and like, it's just like I wake up and there's nothing to do. And so I'll just take a bath, then I'll go get high, and then I'll go read the internet, and I'll read what everyone says about me, and I'll just refresh the YouTube comments forever. Some people said I should open a Patreon. I bet that would piss everyone off so much. And honestly, like, other people need the money more than me. Should I just do it? Just take the money. Take your money. Here, go pay for me to sit around and get high and complain about my life and read negative things people say about me. It's like, I don't know what you're paying for.
In the same video, Wright acknowledges that they're still doing fine as far as finances go, so their situation isn't dire by any means, which makes their frustration at how people are attached to their old self that much more confusing and misdirected. If they truly aren't satisfied with their new identity, as they repeatedly claim in the vlog, why go out of your way to engage with people who aren't, if not to convince yourself of it? As their mental state rapidly deteriorated, so did the content. In one upload, Wright unknowingly recreates that one scene in Joker where he's dancing in the bathroom after he loses his mind. Nothing else really happens, but either way, it's pretty disturbing to watch.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm trying not to laugh. Come on. Come on, stop. I can't.
And this is just one of multiple uploads that contained nothing but Wright standing around awkwardly, posing and making faces while staring at the camera, sometimes humming music, and at other times dancing like Buffalo Bill.
I wish that I could turn
Someone else also noticed the similarities between the two and made a video titled MTF Transition Speedrun, where they played the same song from the scene of Buffalo Bill dancing over Wright's video. Other examples of content from this time period include Wright casually talking about their bedroom and throwing away empty boxes of Soylent. This is not a joke, by the way. This is actually real. To put it in simple terms, the content was not content at all. Even when there was gaming involved, it was equally underwhelming, and Narcissa was clearly dejected, with none of the energy they once had. Additionally, the narcissistic rants kept coming. In one segment from a stream in May, despite all of the stuff said about how speedrunning is dumb and pointless, Wright began bragging about their accomplishments.
People don't even know this, but like, my epic speedruns, I used to be an epic Smash player in Melee. I used to be a tournament player for like years and years and years and years. God damn it, like, I am like the entitled millennial, I am the digital dreamer, I am future child, and if you think my stream isn't worth it, then you, honestly, you. I am worth it. I'm worth keeping alive, and I'm worth keeping around, and I'm worth working on my passions.
Oh god, oh god.
If I work on my passions, I can do
Yeah,
amazing things, and like, people don't even see that. People are so stupid.
Oh,
work
god.
is bullshit. We should all work on automating this world. I'm serious.
God.
The world is just filled with data, and you can make machines see the data, and you can make them do stuff. And you can make robotics, and you can make intelligent machines. And like, you think you're a Starbucks barista, but that job is going to be automated in like 20 years or less. Probably less. McDonald's is going to be automated. All the going to be automated. Everything's going to be automated. Such a stupid asshole. I'm just like way smarter than everyone, and I'm way ahead of everyone. I'm more educated than everyone.
Even when the streams did consist of gameplay, they were also filled with pointless tangents that highlighted how sad the situation was. During an episode of a Twilight Princess gameplay, an email Wright had sent to the actual Soylent company was read out loud, which had them basically begging for a sponsorship despite having no reason. Begging for a sponsorship with nothing to offer is bad enough, but doing it for Soylent is a deeper level of misery. Right around the same time, Wright did a brief stream where they essentially blamed carpal tunnel syndrome for the lack of good speedrunning content. The extremely outspoken love for Soylent led many to cast doubt on the seriousness of his wrist issues. Basing ourselves solely on what Wright revealed about their personal habits, it's easy to conclude that Narcissa was drastically malnourished, as the centerpiece of their diet was soy, which here and there is fine, but no one thing is supposed to be your entire diet. It also probably doesn't help that they never left the house, did any exercise, got any sunlight, or hung out with any friends. Narcissa was the living definition of terminally online. While this is mostly speculation, there is some research indicating that high doses of estrogen can increase the risk of injury related to skeletal issues, and that extended exposure to blue light, which is the kind of light that electronics and monitors emit, as well as poor sleep, all lead to rapidly aging ligaments. Given that Cosmo was possibly on black market hormone replacement at this time, due to no longer having health insurance, and spending north of 14 hours a day staring at his computer screen, it seems like Narcissa was doing every single health-destroying thing that they could possibly do. Not just physically, but also mentally. From here, the content only got more erratic. Half-hour-long singing streams.
You win the pants, hot pants, get the people to dance and relax.
Honestly, I can't even hate. I would do the same thing. I love
along
singing.
with bizarre clips of Wright saying, "Don't tell me what to do."
Don't tell me what to do.
Why are we still here?
And then, of course, there's the video where they cuddle with a pillow for 2 minutes straight while saying nothing.
Dude, yeah, the like the streams where it was like, are they
In
masturbating?
September of that year, YouTuber Apollo Legend made a short video titled The Downfall of Narcissa Wright, compiling and commenting on the most deranged stream moments that had come out. In the video, the point he makes was that if Wright had simply continued to speedrun, their downfall wouldn't have occurred at all. The video got a lot of views and was widely hailed as a very fair breakdown, even if the coverage was pretty friendly. But unfortunately, this didn't change anything, as Wright continued to doom post on Twitter about their financial situation, as if the only option was to continue streaming non-content and have meltdowns about it. While pity baiting didn't work, Narcissa did delete their Twitch and Discord entirely, and then threatened to do something drastic once they ran out of money. Coincidentally, the very next move was to open a Patreon, with the tiers being promises of consuming bad batches of Soylent for the audience's entertainment. I think this is one of the many instances of Wright conflating the audience being mad at them for being self-destructive, with the audience egging the self-destruction on. Realistically, there's no reason to consume bad Soylent that may hurt you if you're not trying to make a martyr out of yourself. And by October, it seemed like that was the path Narcissa was going down. A few videos titled Pathetic Video were posted where Wright plays up the e-begging.
Oh, please support my Patreon, please. Please. I just need another 1500 per month, please.
1500 a month?
Please support me, please.
It's clearly done ironically, but taking into account the other extremely childish behaviors, like bragging about being purposely toxic to make people mad.
I flash my ego, and then people try to tear me down. And they can't resist.
As well as saying they didn't want a one-on-one connection with someone, but instead wanted to be adored by the masses, there's a genuine thread of extremely stunted development weaving all of Wright's obnoxious behaviors together. It's like instead of transitioning in gender, Narcissa transitioned in age. Because ever since 2015, Wright became increasingly comfortable with being immature, even if it meant spitting in the faces of the very same people who had made them money online as a streamer in the first place. It didn't stop at the fans either, as when other streamers reached out trying to help them get money through Twitch, Wright responded by saying, "All these speedrunners trying to make ends meet through Twitch subs and donations, trying to lecture me with their financial advice." When someone responded, pointing out that at least those guys weren't making pathetic videos begging for money, Wright replied saying that those videos were a high art form and more interesting than any speedrun content. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse, however that was possible, as Wright announced they'd stop doing drugs and instead get on clonazepam. Clonazepam is a benzodiazepine, one of the most misused and misprescribed psychiatric medications, to the point where its abuse has been described as an epidemic, and it's played a role in about a fifth of all drug overdose deaths. It's claimed here that the benzos were prescribed, but even if they were, should someone in as frail of a mental state and as fickle as Narcissa Wright be given the green light to pop a bean once in a while? A lot of people found this behavior very concerning, as even the mods of their own Discord server were jumping ship, and as they continued to be mistreated and insulted despite giving Wright their undivided attention and money, something unexpected happened. On the 11th of November, streamer Destiny posted a clip titled "Some Thoughts on Transgenderism," where he said,
"The two problems that I have with the trans community are, it seems like a lot of trans people have like a lot of other mental problems. Like, it seems to be pretty rare that I find somebody who happens to be trans and I just find that out, transgendered, rather than like a transgendered person has a lot of mental health issues. Like, I guess, like, I'm thinking of people like Cosmo/Narcissa, clearly has a lot of mental problems going on. So for instance, if you look at the stuff going on with Narcissa is in the head. She has severe problems with her life, mentally, right? It's very obvious when you watch it. But I don't think that she's ever going to get the help that she needs because she's trans. She has an infinite amount of overwhelmingly positive support from the trans community, which I think is disgusting.
As soon as they got wind of this, Wright responded, claiming that they were mentally fine, and much later down the line, the two even had a conversation about refraining from reading online hate, as it does no good. Unfortunately, Wright wasn't being very honest with their intentions here, because as soon as the judicious eyes of Destiny and his fanbase looked the other way, Narcissa went right back to regularly scheduled programming.
I'm out of my mind, out of my f***ing mind. I'm out of my f***ing mind, out of my f***ing mind.
Yeah, let's go!
Out of my f***ing mind, out of my mind.
And during this period, people noticed a recurring theme as well. Wright would bring up the upcoming release of the new Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, seemingly with absolute certainty that it could revive their online career, going as far as to say they expected to get 20,000 concurrent viewers on their first stream of it, or else they'd be forever disappointed. Whenever someone in the chat expressed skepticism about the hype, it was met with an extremely negative reaction. It was clear that the attachment to the game was another delusion and not a healthy and realistic plan for the future, like they'd had many times back when they were still Cosmo. After incessant back and forths with the stream chat, Wright went on to do a very freaky workout video, which I guess was for the RIZZ thing. The issue here being that besides the freaky faces during the workout, the weights are almost insignificantly light. If Wright actually trained their forearms with a reasonable amount of weight, it's much more likely that the wrist issue would lessen over time. It would also mean their body would change, with their arms getting bigger compared to the rest of their body, resulting in some kind of fentanyl-addicted
Your
Popeye
favorite,
thing
yeah!
going on. From sleep streams to not delivering an artwork commission from a fan to the tune of $700 because of not having time, there were many signs that things would only continue to go downhill, Breath of the Wild or not. During this time, the Sam and Tolkien subreddit was officially in on the Wright story, covering their descent into insanity with as much flair as expected from that community. One thread made a parody of Shake That Ass by Eminem, which went 2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3. I got boy and I got bad teeth. Drink so much soy you wouldn't believe, and I get more gas than an SUV.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Another post attached an image of Wright dancing titled, "Cosmo, your latest L is far too massive for humanity to comprehend." And a comment underneath it read, "When Narcissa dies, that apartment is going to need a priest or a shaman to cleanse it from all of the negative energy she leaves there. Imagine that at the apartment you live in used to live this ghoulish looking nut job that cried every day and did weird dances." In possibly one of the dumbest moves made so far, Narcissa tried to get the fan base, all 12 people who were still there, to go to war with the Sam and Tolkien subreddit, which is obviously not a good idea. If you're getting hate online, targeting the specific people who hate you and trying to brigade that subreddit is generally a very, very bad idea. Another pretty fruitless endeavor from this period was the campaign to get a free copy of the Nintendo Switch with Breath of the Wild early, which Wright argued that they deserved for their speedrunning Zelda stuff from years ago. Mind you, in the past few years, Wright had constantly bashed their own achievements as if they were meaningless and swore off speedrunning altogether. Whatever occasional self-awareness Narcissa showed about the self-destruction was quickly undercut by more manic depressive delusions, usually revolving around the obsessive thought that if Breath of the Wild didn't work, there was no reason to live. Eventually, the game's release came around, and not only did Wright return to Zelda, but they actually got the attention of major gaming news outlets in the process, which effectively promoted the streams. It looks like it could have been a huge comeback arc. Unfortunately, when the return happened, it garnered around 2,000 viewers at its peak, which, despite being a very decent number for someone who hadn't done any proper content in 2 years, didn't satisfy Wright's arbitrary standards of how much fame they deserved. Instead of taking it with gratitude that they could still attract that many people to the content, Wright began spam posting about Sam and Tolkien, begging everyone there to stop talking about them, all while ignoring any kind of advice from both fans and detractors to either stop feeding into the negative attention, or, if they didn't want any negative attention at all, just leave the internet. But the subreddit's consensus from the beginning was pretty straightforward. Narcissa didn't need money, viewers, or anything of the sort. They needed to get off stream and find help, desperately. Wright's response was that they were bigots and sadists who enjoyed watching someone they disliked have meltdowns. The thing is, even if that is partially true, it doesn't change the fact that voluntarily exposing yourself to toxicity is a sign of being very mentally unwell. The hard thing to acknowledge is that sometimes the trolls and the haters are right, and them being trolls doesn't always invalidate what they say. You can't simultaneously gloat about how much you enjoy getting on people's nerves, and then get mad and cry when people are making fun of you for streaming yourself doing pretentious non-content. But Narcissa Wright's last-ditch attempt at getting them to stop was creating a separate subreddit just for Narcissa criticism. And of course, Narcissa was the one and only moderator of the sub, meaning no post would ever go up. Between Narcissa delusionally claiming to have transcended humanity and suffered ego death, and the Too Deep for You poems about speedrunning categories, the closest thing to an achievement Wright got here was a world record in an extremely specific category of Breath of the Wild that didn't have many entries and wasn't competitive. As it turns out, the game's release changed nothing, as the issues were much deeper than the content. In response to someone saying that some soul searching might be in order, Wright had a complete meltdown.
I wonder if Tom is gonna bring up the comic.
What do you think I've been doing
like
over the last
crazy
like,
comic.
3 years?
Oh god.
Like, what do you
oh no.
think I've been doing?
Oh no.
But by this point, people didn't want to make fun of Narcissa as much as they were expressing concern, saying that professional help was definitely in order. However, Haberdasher A, the person in charge of Sam and Tolkien, said, "We've been trying to do that for months. She absolutely hates when people suggest she get professional help. Like a few months ago when she came to this sub, 90% of the people in the thread were begging her to get help. She ignored them and still calls this place a hate sub, even though we're just about the only people who actually give a damn. There's no way to actually get a person help unless they do it themselves. So a person can stream to hundreds of people daily mental breakdowns and nothing is done about it." Soon after reeling in from this incident, another even more disturbing moment happened.
The boys, I have power over them. Is it a power thing for me? Is it a power thing? Do I like that feeling of power in which the boys get horny and then they're like, oh, and then they shoot me the DM. They slide into my DMs.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Narcissa was now taking Klonopin to stave off the anxiety attacks,
Oh, no.
but they expressed they were considering going back to other drugs due to life feeling too difficult. Around the same time, they tweeted that there was a beautiful girl in their bed,
The
with
boys!
the very next tweet having an image attached of Wright and an unnamed person, later revealed to be one of their chat members, D-Girl, a fellow trans woman. Given how the last relationship went, most people thought this was bad news. And it's at this point when we have to get into the Walgreens incident, which despite sounding really funny and also menacing at the same time, is just pathetic.
Was that the bite of 87?
For context, Wright had been chronically suffering from bad constipation due to the pure Soylent diet, which, by the way, multiple doctors advised against. Instead of listening, Wright just embraced being in constant intestinal pain for months, relying on fiber supplements to get by. This went fine until one fateful day, which Wright retells as follows. I was like, maybe I could just walk into Walgreens and show my doctor's paper thing that says I should get this fiber stuff and be like, hey, really unfortunate situation. I guess that my debit card is gone, so I have no money. So maybe I could get this now and somehow work out a solution to get this thing that I need to stop being in pain or whatever. And so I go to Walgreens, I show them the thing, and I explain the situation. And the guy's like, no, this is an over-the-counter thing and there's no prescription for this. You have to pay for this. We can't help you. I was really pissed off, so I walked to the front and I talked to the cashier. They're like, you should talk to the manager. So they call the manager, and the manager says there's no way you can get this. I was getting kind of flustered. I was like, I need this. I need this. I was getting kind of upset. I was like, can you pay for it and I'll pay you back? And he's like, no. I was like, what if I just take this and walk out the store with it? He's like, we'll call the cops then. I was considering it, but I put the thing down and I was shaking my head and walked away. I was so pissed off. I was like, I can't wait till these Walmart capitalist nightmare assholes lose their job to automation. I was so shook by that, I called my dad. If that wasn't enough, Wright may or may not have looked like this during the Walgreens incident.
You're in Walmart. You're in Walgreens.
This was the result of Narcissa cutting their hair with scissors during a mental breakdown.
Oh, they started
yeah,
crying.
It looks like that. They eventually did go bald to correct the catastrophe that was that cut, but before that could happen, Wright decided it was a good idea to call up the self-harm prevention hotline in the middle of the stream. The comments on a Sam and Tolkien thread summarize what happened. When she called them up, the expression on her face looked like she'd struck gold, and before that, she gloated that people were paying attention after she cut her hair on stream. Narcissa admits she feels better because there's more people paying attention after the call, and asks, why weren't you watching when I broke the Breath of the Wild record before starting another run with 400 new viewers? Based on that description, it looks like Narcissa just called the hotline up to get more viewers on stream, which is as low as it gets. Around the same time, Wright can be seen psychologically breaking down at freefall speed, sobbing while making a heart gesture with her hands. But as with every other instance, nothing came of it. No introspection, no taking a break, no turning their life around, nothing. And after this, they did officially go full bald, prompting a lot of memes and comparisons to Nosferatu. It's worth noting that the shaved head came just a few weeks before Wright began epilating on stream, meaning plucking their body hairs out. It's very interesting because the pathological intent to remove body hair is a known symptom of OCD. In turn, this and OCD are closely associated with body dysmorphic disorder, as people with BDD compulsively self-check and arbitrarily obsess over certain aspects of their body, even ones that they have no power to change. And unfortunately, there's also some relation to anorexia, although anorexia hinges more on whether the person practices severe caloric restrictions, like, for example, constantly eating meal replacements instead of actual meals, like Soylent. It was very clear that whatever undiagnosed conditions Wright had were worsening at a very fast rate, despite Wright's Breath of the Wild run being rejected by the 2017 HRDQ with...
Okay, I think this is really good. I think I'm almost done, dude. I think I'm almost done. All I need to do is do the pink, go over the pink spots, and then fix the gradient on the tongue, and then I can outline this with the white. Dude! We're living! And I can finally let all of the colors die off. All of the colors, I can finally let them die off. And I might have to mix some new colors for the gray, because that's kind of getting icky. But you know? I'm so excited. I'm almost done.
John Numbers successfully getting into another competition, by the way. It still wasn't over.
You did fantastic.
In 2017,
Thank you.
Wright suddenly began streaming Ocarina of Time to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of one of the game's famous sequence breaks. And this was actually pretty well received by people who yearned to see a glimmer of what used to be. And surprisingly, Wright actually followed up on it, promising to continue focusing on running Breath of the Wild, not letting the previous rejections get to them. But before all of this motivation could get any momentum, Wright once again reported suffering from severe depression, which may or may not have something to do with the fact that Adrian came out on Facebook claiming that their relationship was abusive, without actually specifying the abuse. But Adrian did make it clear she was talking about Narcissa, since she mentioned speedrunning in her post.
What do you
the
mean?
response to Adrian was disjointed and hesitant, with Wright first saying the breakup crushed both of them, and later adding and confirming that Adrian frequently flirted with other men at GDQ. And at one point, apparently she was flying another speedrunner into their house, who stayed there for a week against Narcissa's wishes. Per these messages, it appears Adrian wanted an open relationship relationship and seemingly was going to get it, whether Wright agreed or not. Later on, it was also revealed that Adrian didn't approve of the open relationship going both ways, even expressing jealousy over Wright potentially being with a girl they showed no signs of liking. Regardless, according to these Discord messages, Adrian went on to be with 5 other men. But despite all of the rumors, all of the gossip being spread, and especially despite the allegations of abuse, it didn't seem like it fazed Narcissa too much, as immediately after, a new relationship was announced with someone named Willow. In the document containing the rules for the relationship, because yes, there was a document, the articles established that both Narcissa and Willow are kitties, and that Narcissa likes to submit to her kitty sometimes. It also ratifies that they both were in a closed polyamorous relationship where they could be with other people from time to time, but only if both parties agreed. And lastly, we have to note here that neither party is allowed to finish until they see each other. I'm frankly at a loss for words here, as Wright was immediately back on Reddit screaming at people about how speedrun categories are unfair.
I'd like to apologize. I know the noise I made was kind of aggressive, but I feel like it conveyed my emotion properly. It was just very loud.
And things got even darker here, because immediately after, Wright exacts revenge by vandalizing the Zelda speedrun site, which they had access to.
Website
Apparently,
thing.
this act of
Mama's
cyber
getting all the
vandalism happened
bases.
because
I'm
Wright
so
was mad
excited.
at the staff for selling graphic t-shirts and running speedrun charity
He's
marathons
covering
of their
all
own.
the
Fortunately,
bases
the
of the
people in charge
info.
of the
I'm loving
website
this.
easily reversed these changes, with Wright failing to do any permanent damage. But in the face of this abject failure, Wright once again fell apart, crying while watching Berserk, which resulted in a Twitch ban. Instead of taking this as a sign to take a step back, maybe get offline and try to get their life, I don't know, turned around in some way, Wright instead announced on Twitter that it was time to get high. To make matters worse, Wright tweeted out that fictional
Sometimes it's
characters
just
are
time to get
real,
high, dude.
illuminating the audience to how delusional they were getting. And in early 2018, we also get a very weird yoga moment. Brace yourselves here. The insanity doesn't stop there either. The next order of business
What did I say at the beginning of the stream? I literally brought that up as a moment that I wanted Tom to cover the farting on a shoe. And Tom did it. He covered it. He's literally covered everything that I asked for, dude. The only thing I wonder if he's gonna bring up is the horrifying comic that somebody drew. That's it. That's the only thing I'm waiting for, dude. He covered everything beautifully. But, like, I cannot believe, like, I was wondering if he would cover the fart incident, because I was like, we're past that in the timeline, aren't we? But, yeah, the farting thing. Farting thing. I can't believe it. That's just so aggressive of a fart. Like, it can't even... And when people talk about it, right, when they were like, yeah, the Tide Rush is a farters, you never think it'll sound like that. Like, you think it'll sound something different, like just a regular, you know, like just having a fart. It sounds so aggressive. Like, why?
This was streaming themselves cuddling with another person on Chatterbait.
Dude.
And within 1 month, Narcissa was back to engaging with haters and people who generally disliked them, this time on Kiwi Farms. Initially, this wasn't that bad and even kind of funny, as people pointed out that Wright seemingly got more upset at a farmer who got emulator specifics wrong than all of the instances of people calling them Cosmo or saying much meaner things. This is just one of the many instances where it seemed that for all their ideological differences, Wright actually had more in common with their detractors than the rest of the speedrunning community.
Damn.
However, tensions really rose when Wright began engaging with one specific user by the name of Dhume, making video replies to their posts. You see, Dhume was someone who claimed to have been closely familiar with Wright back during the Cosmo years, and provided previously unseen pictures to prove it. In one of the posts, he described Wright as someone with OCD.
Oh my goodness, I got the pink done. The pink is done, okay? I think everything's looking to the best of my abilities. I think it looks great. Look at that. All the colors are formed nicely. Now I can only I could just leave it and focus on the gray colors. I can leave all of this out, and I can peel them off later. I'm so tired, dude. I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted. But finally done with the color. And then I can do the black liner and then the white, the shinies and the eyes, dude. We're mint here. We're mint. I was worried I wasn't going to get this done by Christmas, but like, can you believe it, guys? Christmas just a week away. But like, come on. I did it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hold on. Let me push the paint away. Push the paint back where it needs to go. I'm going to break out the gray colors, and I'm gonna finally let those colors die in time and space.
And autogynephilia, meaning someone who feels a strong drive to.
I take it back. The comic, and I wonder if Tom's gonna talk about Tom's full documentary, the documentary that somebody wanted to do.
Appear as a woman, often to the point of arousal. Despite how diametrically opposed Wright was to Kiwi Farms, to the point of suggesting that online anonymity should end and all internet use should be tied to your real name, their interactions were pretty peaceful, even if somewhat uneasy. Unfortunately, as Wright's situation got more dire, they started posting back on the Sam and Tolkien subreddit begging for donations. I'm not getting a job. I refuse. You all yelling at me only solidifies my new plan to go live with my parents once all my money is gone. I am not like you. I am a different creature. Stop trying to force society upon me and leave me alone.
Okay.
In the comments, people pointed out how hypocritical it was to simultaneously tell people to stay away and then beg them for money, to which Narcissa replied, actually, I'm ahead of my time, like how Alan Turing was hated for being gay. Eventually, Haberdasher A chimed into the thread, saying, okay, and what are you going to do when your parents are gone or are too old to take care of you? This is not going to work. You need to be thinking of a real solution to your issues while you still have time. And when I say get a job, I'm not talking about being a cashier at Walmart. You have skills to be picked up by a lot of different companies, or you could do your own freelance work. You have so many options in agency, yet you act like you have it harder than anyone else. Do you know how many uneducated minimum wage workers would love to be in your position right now with your qualifications and opportunities? It is unbelievable that you would waste it all simply because you don't want to work. But whatever, you ignored my advice and others' advice for years now. You listened to your enablers instead, and look where it got you. Go ahead and refuse to do anything, and ruin what's left of your life just to spite us. I'm done trying to help because you never listen. I still feel really bad, however. I'm never going to forget what it was like in 2013. This post was extremely scathing, not because it was insulting, but also because it was completely true. So much so that Narcissa didn't really even offer a rebuttal. But apparently this post was on their mind enough that they did eventually respond.
I would rather myself than get some f***ing job that I don't care about. I would actually rather myself. I will be sticking to that 100%, by the way. Like, I will not get a job. I promise that's true. I 100% promise. There's no changing my mind.
Come on.
Wright would soon have to reconsider this when on June 6th, their Twitch channel was indefinitely suspended for 2 instances of explicit content, which I'm guessing includes uncensored anime scenes, extended non-interactive content, being them sleeping on stream, and strangest of all, solicitation in exchange for self-destructive behavior. 4 of these offenses had taken place in just the previous 30 days, along with a copyright takedown for restreaming anime. But this ban notice doesn't really do justice to what actually caused it all to topple down. In a fit of insanity, Wright started putting up images of fetish material completely uncensored. In the aftermath, they made a series of tweets about ending their own Twitch channel on purpose for no reason, as well as making multiple threats to do something very, very drastic. It's interesting to see Wright explain this as the culmination of years of isolation from the speedrunning community as a consequence of the transition and trolling. In reality, this is an elaborate cope. There are more than a few transgender people in GDQ and the speedrunning community at large. It's not just that the two aren't mutually exclusive, there are actually dozens and dozens of people who are trans in the speedrunning community who do not get the level of hate that Narcissa gets. Somehow, these people manage to take part in championships and do runs without streaming themselves crying and flashing weird images on screen for all to see. Narcissa resorted to streaming on YouTube and actively inviting haters onto the stream to argue with them, like boring haters who hurled insults or glazers who wanted to enable their behavior. One particular call really stood out. A fan of Wright's old content who had stuck around and continued to hope that speedrunning would make a return, along with just the healthy streams in general, triggered an emotional response from Wright, who began crying. 4 hours after that, the crying returned, but this time, instead of being tears of reminiscent joy, it was in the form of an extremely neurotic breakdown. And in the end, this stream ended up getting a lot of attention, although not for the right reasons, as it led to one of the most psychologically destructive moments ever caught on camera. In a video where Wright read through posts on 4chan's video games board, one post came along that ruined their day. This is what happens when you give up but don't resort to taking yourself out. You blame everything on being a male, so you defect to the female side thinking this will be different. Narcissa read the entire thing, and this was the reaction.
What makes me such a big bullying target, though? It's the only way I
Such
get
a hard
attention is I get bullied. No, no.
Whatever downward spiral Wright was already on was set into hyperdrive. A while later, during one of Wright's empty streams where nothing happened, someone made a post on Reddit saying, Narcissa is currently laying in bed resting while streaming. If you turn up the volume, you can hear her having phone sex with her new man, Isaac. She's saying a lot of sexual things. It's disturbing because she knows the stream is online and is doing it anyway. A lot of people also speculated that they were touching themselves during this incident. And for context, Isaac, like others of Wright's partners during this time, was a known Narcissa Wright super fan who posted a lot to the chat. In another stream from the same period, Wright can be seen begging for Isaac to come over to their place. While this infatuation with Isaac was very intense and resulted in a lot of freaky stream moments, it only lasted for a little while, until Wright got bored of him and gave Isaac the cold shoulder. And this marked a significant uptick in insanity, as Wright said they were now taking 15 milligrams of Lexapro in a day and a half. And concurrently taking mushrooms. I'm not a doctor, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you're not really supposed.
I know that, man.
A lot of people also speculated that they were touching themselves during this incident. And for context, Isaac, like others of Wright's partners during this time, was a known Narcissa Wright super fan who posted a lot to the chat. In another stream from the same period, Wright can be seen begging for Isaac to come over to their place. While this infatuation with Isaac was very intense and resulted in a lot of freaky stream moments, it only lasted for a little while, until Wright got bored of him and gave Isaac the cold shoulder. And this marked a significant uptick in insanity, as Wright said they were now taking 15 milligrams of Lexapro in a day and a half. And concurrently taking mushrooms. I'm not a doctor, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you're not really supposed to do that. After more crying on stream and outright insulting the viewers,
I have no respect for my chat. You're all just completely worthless to me. You're completely worthless. You're detrimental. You all think you know, but you don't know, and it just further drives home the nail in the coffin that says, you're alone.
Wright gave a last address in the form of a VTuber video.
I give and you take.
Dude, this.
I give and you take. I give and you reform me into something sinister.
For the first time in a really long time, this was followed by an actual hiatus, during which Wright disappeared, even if the discussion raged on. And one controversy that largely went under the radar because of the break, perhaps by design, was the almost forgotten Patreon account, which had made $7,000 that people speculated Wright had not paid taxes on, and instead proceeded to spend all of it on daily DoorDash orders and drugs, as well as some risky crypto tokens. During the time Wright was supposedly off the internet, the aforementioned Isaac began making posts about their relationship. I won't give this aspect of the story too much attention because Isaac is kind of a schizophrenic parasite who just wanted to be a part of the Narcissa Wright story, but it is worth bringing up because he confirmed that Wright was already living with her mom and dad, and that they'd been working on a game during their time away from streaming. But during this period of downtime, some people speculated that maybe Narcissa was finally leaving the internet, finally improving their mental health, and finally getting better. But the hopes of the few that were still rooting for them were ultimately crushed when the streams came back, albeit in a very limited way, now only allowing certain people to be a part of it so that the trolls would stay away. During the hiatus, a trailer for a documentary about Wright's life was also released called Break the Game, although it was clear from the small amount of footage released that it would probably be heavily biased in their favor. But finally, after 2019 being a year of complete radio silence, in January of 2020, Wright, now going by a new name of Melancholy on Twitter, teased not just a return to content, but actually a return to Ocarina of Time. With no ceremony or proper videos about it, the speedrun started coming in, and as January 2020 approached its end, so did Wright approach #1 on the time rankings. Within days, Wright put up a new record, beating the last one by 2 whole minutes, once again becoming the #1 Ocarina of Time speedrunner on planet Earth. On the same day, they broke their own record by another 5 seconds, showing that Narcissa was finally putting in actual effort to perfecting their runs. Strangely enough, the return to Ocarina of Time was also punctuated with a very edgy arc on Twitter, with Wright praising Elon Musk, NFTs, attacking Black Lives Matter, and spewing out catchphrases like defund the thought police. After a long period of videos with no voice, Wright finally made an upload to their Smash Brothers channel that actually contained a voiceover, and here, Narcissa sounded strangely normal.
Hello, I just wanted to give some thoughts on Smash right now. Here's my current opinions.
Okay,
I think
here we go.
Byleth is in the bottom half of
coming
the
out of the
cast
depression,
and is
boys?
very limited.
Straight into the point commentary with no sidetracking, just talking about the game, which was very, very unusual by this
Are we
point.
back?
Coincidentally,
Wait,
one
we're
of
so
Wright's
over. Are we
ex-partners
so
also
back?
decided to detransition right around the same time.
Oh!
And unrelated to this insane arc came lore drops about Wright's family through his mom's Twitter account, revealing that they owed $100,000 in student loans for sending him to college, and that all three of them were living on $16,000 a year, which, since she's talking to a government official, is assumed to mean $16,000 in benefits. Based on other findings, internet sleuths speculated that Wright's parents had divorced and potentially remarried, and that Wright's mom had struggled with substance abuse and depression, which could have been a big cause of Wright's own issues. However, this is all speculation. What isn't speculation is a message Wright had sent over on Discord. For context, during this period, the phrase "concept of" was often used as a preamble to everything that was said for unclear and pretentious reasons. They would just start every statement with "concept of," but either way, this is going to be pretty easy to understand. The messages read, "Concept of Zero showing hentai to underage girl. When I was a kid, there was this girl named Gwen, and I liked when she sat on top of me. This is like
Okay.
hard to talk about. She was even younger. I felt ashamed when my
Okay.
dad found us, and I felt like I was manipulating the situation.
okay.
Concept of taboo and shame. Gwen wasn't even 10. She was like 8, was high manipulative, and screwed up probably.
Oh,
Concept
no,
of
please,
yikes.
no.
Also cuddled with my cousin Emma several times, which felt amazing. Concept of incest was the only intimate touching I had for like a 10-year streak, I think. So like from age 13 to 23, no touching, no sex. There was dry humping with Emma, and I did climax in my pants despite no nudity. Also seemed to get drawn to Shotokan hentai. Shotokan means the attraction to underage characters drawn in anime. And other Discord messages
Hey,
show
no,
that
no,
they've
no.
been consuming this
No. We went over this. Shotokan and Lolicon. Lolicon is girls, Shotokan is boys.
kind of material since they were 10 years
Not
old,
as a
and
whole.
this set of images were immediately followed by Wright linking to an adult cartoon website with a very weird title. This link resulted in a
What was
ban
the
from
title?
Discord, which Wright complained about on Twitter as if it was just a link to any kind of adult
swear if this
cartoons
Pokemon
and not
could go.
specifically ones featuring their interest in juvenile characters. This looks really bad regardless of how you put it. In very late 2021, an update to the Break the Game documentary was made, showing that it had gotten $50,000 on Kickstarter, but was still nowhere near completion. Between messages confessing to doing so much THC that they felt like they were dying, LSD-fueled tweets about winning illuminations, and saying homophobic slurs on Discord, unfortunately it seems like the comeback arc was officially over, and Wright had reached a new breaking point. This was followed by explicit threats against Twitch headquarters and the instant deactivation of their channel.
Oh
This incident
my
was so
God.
controversial, there were articles written about it by Dexerto.
Oh
and
my
despite
God.
that, Wright continued to make more threats, this time on Twitter, and targeted specifically at SGDQ. Surprisingly, none of this was actually punished as the ban was lifted soon after, which many chalked up to a very lenient and inconsistent Twitch staff. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, this slap on the wrist did nothing to curb the bad behavior, followed by even more substance abuse, and a Narcissa Wright saying that they no longer felt bad for the comments they made about Twitch, as they made even more threats and then got banned a second time, prompting an extremely unhinged Twitter tirade about thought crime. Over the course of just 2 years, Narcissa Wright had gone from saying that the internet should be surveilled so that no one could even misgender them, to saying that they were being persecuted for thought crimes. Talk about a radical transition. Interestingly enough, it was also during this period that the inspiration for the name Narcissa might have been unintentionally revealed. On a separate channel, Wright began posting videos reading the Harry Potter series. And this is a bit of a conspiracy theory. One of the early antagonists is Draco Malfoy, a wizard who lets his natural talent at magic take him down a dark path, and who also happened to be protected and spoiled by his mom, who is named Narcissa. Kind of weird. Although at this same time period, we did get a little bit of self-awareness from Narcissa.
I guess becoming a girl was the worst financial decision I've ever made because Narcissa Wright was never able to make it as a streamer.
However, all of the online drama instantly became irrelevant when on the 11th of August, Wright's mother, who he had been living with, passed away. Not only was this a tragedy in its own right, but it also meant they'd have to move. The death of Narcissa's mom marked a sharp downturn in their online presence, becoming much sparser for the rest of the year. In March of 2023, Discord messages showed Wright talking about Narcissa Wright being dead and starting over with a new name and YouTube channel, a new frontier, a new
Another one?
identity to change things around. While this
I don't know
could
about
sound
this.
hopeful, it's unfortunately
Is this new?
punctuated
This is
by
new
Wright
info.
asking, "Is ending my life really so bad?" Later on in the year, the Break the Game documentary finally had some real-life showings with audiences, and based on the reviews available online, the documentary was indeed heavily biased to the point that it painted Wright in a very good light and consisted mostly of screen captures of live streams, which is absolutely insane considering that this thing somehow cost $50,000 in half a decade to make. When it was finally released to the public, people described it as depicting Wright as an innocent, feminine child who was being bullied for no reason. It also contained a very weird scene in which, upon going on a trail with whom I can only assume is the aforementioned D-girl, the sheer sight of sunlight and grass makes Wright spontaneously vomit Soylent. This probably happened because if you're sedentary and inactive enough, even a light walk can cause your body to hurl whatever it has inside of it. It's worth noting here that the footage used in the documentary was very old, and it's hard to say if Wright even stands by how it depicts them. But in November 2023, a new stream went up, and as soon as it started, you could once again hear Narcissa breaking down in tears. On the same day, Wright suggested that Twitch was cooperating with Kiwi Farms to cancel them before apparently supporting someone who is 27 years old and dating a 16-year-old. In the tweet, Narcissa uses a homophobic slur, which obviously pissed off the few remaining fans Narcissa had left. And as a result, when a follower pointed it out, Wright replied by calling them a racial slur. While this could be a sign that Wright was as deranged as ever, by juxtaposing the Discord messages about the death of Narcissa Wright alongside the uses of offensive words, it reminded Wright's followers of someone that they used to know.
I got $1 from James who said, "You're a f***it." Thank
Oh.
you, James.
Oh.
But these incidents were ultimately followed by silence. As the occasional uploads on the Narcissa Wright channel slowed to a halt,
Simpler
Wright's
times.
online presence fell into a deeper state of inactivity, until suddenly, the Cosmo Speedruns channel had the word "formerly," which was in its name since Wright's transition, removed from the channel. In June 2024, a video was ultimately uploaded where Wright covered all of their speedrunning and general gaming achievements over the previous 7 years, and their voice seemed to have much less of the usual Narcissa affect to it. This was then followed by the announcement of a new channel and rebrand to Nova Wright. And the comments, warranted or not, are all celebrating Wright's escape from the mental situation they were in. While this new channel hasn't been extremely active since its creation, it notably doesn't have any pronouns in its About section, which is also true for the Twitter account created for it. The first video on the channel is all about speedrunning on a PlayStation controller, and although Narcissa's face isn't in the video, their hands can be seen, which a lot of people have pointed out has no nail polish, leading to a lot of speculation about what's really going on here. Is Narcissa finally turning their online career around? It's possible, but whether Narcissa revives their online career or falls back into their old ways remains to be seen. Until then, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Wow. I can't believe it. There was new information. I love that. I love that. That was a good video. Tom did a really good job. Tom didn't cover the memes though. The meme, the comic that they drew of like Cosmo in like a hole, and Narcissa like you'll never escape. It was a crazy looking comic from my memory. Like it was crazy. But dang, I'm glad he covered a lot of the new stuff. That makes me happy. That makes me happy that he covered the new stuff. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna go off and work on this offline more. Probably work on the lining. See how the buns are doing. My little buns. See how they're doing. I gotta figure out what color is what, cause that's that. That's that. That is this one. It's this one. Nope. This one is you, and you. And then it goes 1, 2, 3, and then this one being the 1, 2. So this color right here should be these. That's all I wanted to find. Yeah, that's what I wanted to find. Okay, sick. So yeah, all right. I have no clue what even we're gonna be watching next stream. There's nothing. I'm caught up now. Probably could have kept the Rooster Teeth video up if I was gonna catch up so fast. I caught up, brother. I caught up. I didn't think I was gonna catch up so fast. Dang it. 1, 2, 3. Is it this one? No, because... No, I think it is the wrong one. Because that's 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. Yep, I fricked it. It's this one and this one that are the fudge. Yup, dude, as I'm painting it. I had to check again. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna figure it out. Alright. Well, thank you, Psychonaut, for chatting with me today. I'm glad we are all caught up, finally, on everything. On the Turkey Tom video. Good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope everybody has a good rest of your day. I am gonna go off into the night. And, what day is it? Tomorrow's Saturday. I'm gonna be streaming on Twitch tomorrow, so next stream might be probably on Sunday. And if there's anything I haven't finished, we'll do that. But hopefully I will have finished these. And maybe on Sunday we'll work on stream. We'll work on getting my laptop hooked up to the Elgato, you know? Figure that out so I can work on the animations and stuff. But we'll see how that goes. No problem. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, Psychonaut. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ah! Bye-bye.